lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle. Like it's somebody to be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream, it's how I feel. That you deserve better than me.
What is up, chat? Very good morning. A very good morning. मेरी जान कटो. Very good morning. How's you, dudes? भाई मुझे लगा 2:30 को मैच है. मजाक सेट कर. मुझे लगा 2:30 को मैच है. हाँ, इंट्रो म्यूजिक बता दो बंको. मेरे को खुद आइडिया नहीं है. भाई मेरे को लगा 2:30 को मैच है भाई. हेलो. आज मेरे लेकिन एकदम लसूड़े लगने वाले. कल अपन जो हंसा ना, मेरे को समझा क्यों. आज मैं रोने वाला हूँ कल. इसलिए भाई हंसने के बाद रोना देखो अप्स एंड डाउन्स वाला पार्ट है. 3 घंटे सोया हूँ मैं. आज मेरे लग गए रे बाबा. पोल डालो. क्या पोल डालो भाई जी के सामने? नहीं, क्या पोल डालो? हाँ, तुम में वो नहीं है देशभक्ति? क्या पोल डालूं मैं? बताओ किसको लगता है जिंजी जीतेगा? प्लीज गो इन सम अदर किधर और. जस्ट गो किधर और प्लीज. पोल डालो. देशभक्ति के लिए बोलो. डन से डाल रहा हूं. ये रहा. सिर्फ एक ई एक्स्ट्रा डाला है. हाँ, और एक एन. नहीं, सिर्फ एक ई. नहीं, सिर्फ एक एन. बैटमैन बोलते. भाई आज, भाई ये साल प्लीज आपकी देशभक्ति जी सपोर्ट के चक्कर में ऋषि सर के पर्स की शक्ति कम हो रही है. लैंग्वेज. Yep. Sound? Oh shit, sound ही नहीं था कब से.
No matter which team we face, we will never respect their name value. We will try to beat everyone.
Well, किस बात पे यहाँ पे कर रहे हो? I would like to apologize. भाई सोचो वही बात म्यूट हो गया है जहाँ पे वो लोग बोलते कि जी इस बार अच्छा करेगी. ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? ऐसे ये कैसे पॉसिबल है भैया जी?
이번이 매우 좋은 것 같아요.
म्यूजिक म्यूट कर देना. नहीं चले, एड्स ऑफ है.
Since we just change a player, but obviously when you're in the grand final, you want to lift the trophy. If it doesn't go into your way, then I guess you just gotta like be proud of yourself that maybe the next one will be yours.
작년까지만 해도 네온을 계속 칭찬만 받았지 그거를 통해서 성적은 딱히 못 이뤄냈었거든요 그때.
They will lift trophy this year for sure by please. चाहिए इस बार चाहिए.
이제 좀 많이
इसी चाहिए Binks by love from Australia. Love you यार मेरे जान के टोटे.
아마 일단은 서로 이제 한국에 복귀하는 날도 그렇게 다 비슷비슷해가지고
सोचो बे all around the world से लोग रुके हैं अभी
맞붙을 것 같은데 진짜
अपने win के लिए.
피지컬 싸움이 되지 않을까.
That's some positivity right there.
I guess the time has come. We never
Binks
take
भाई ने
anything
बहुत
for
लोगों की
granted.
पर्स की
So,
शक्ति
try our best.
कम करी है. By the way, love
Hopefully
you.
we get
हाथी
to
आपके
take
आज
them down this time, I
अगर
guess.
जी हारा तो
저희가
मैं क्या किया भाई?
아마추어
हेलो.
경기를 했을 때
मैच टाइमिंग अभी चालू होएगा 2 मिनट.
PRX다라는 소리를 많이 들었었는데 이제는 좀 바뀌어야 될 것 같아요. PRX가 에이펙의 농심 아닐까요?
Oh, yeah. They trash us in Santiago. So, I mean, yeah, you can say that for now, I guess. We'll let you have that title until we get our revenge.
저희가 킥오프 시작하기 전까지는
कलम लोग with stream on the way है on the way है
우승해도 아마 마인드 자체는
On the way है dual stream.
기보단 도전자 입장으로 갈 것 같습니다.
We are done warming up in kickoff.
अभी इंस्टा रील चालू हो गया ना one at a time.
Full speed.
저희가 마스터즈 산티아고 우승 트로피를 들었잖아요. 이제 그 기세를 타서 저희가 스테이지 1, 스테이지 2, 챔피언스 트로피까지 계속 기세를 이어나가도록
आओ से
하겠습니다.
आओ से ओए 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 आज चाहिए यार आज चाहिए प्लीज प्लीज एक सेकेंड लेट मी चेक तब तक कि हमको कितने मैचेस चाहिए. अपने टीम में 5 और टीम्स है तो तीन विन चाहिए अपने को. 3 विन हम लोग को चाहिए बस. ये पहला.
It's VCT Pacific
ये पहला.
Stage 1, Day 1, and we've got Group Alpha to start the show, and we have Gen G here. They were
matches,
on
sir,
the
man.
rise in
दो
2024,
matches,
becoming our
sir.
first Masters Trophy winning
तीन
team in
ना.
Pacific, setting the bar pretty high. Since then, Achilleos, they've been really
दो
struggling.
विन
to
इजी
find
है
their
बे बात.
stride.
Yeah, it has been a rough go of it for Gen G. Once again, making a change. Foxy9 rejoining the squad after so much time away. But is
Right,
this
Texture,
the
please,
solution,
Texture.
or is it going to cause
अपने
further
रूट्स ना
issues?
बुला प्लीज.
Imagine that if they're going to make a change like this, they had to have jumped on this immediately after getting eliminated from kickoff.
Yeah, absolutely. You want maximum time. But the good thing is Foxy9's a veteran.
Foxy9
He
is
knows
back.
this roster. He knows these
Oh,
players.
उसको देख.
I'm hoping it's an easy switch back for him. And we saw just how great he was
ये
after
पांडा
getting benched
ना
last
मान
time.
रहा
So
है यार.
can he do it again?
Yes, that's right. Gen G's roster now is closer to
Chalo,
a team
chalo!
where they found the most success here on this stage, but they're going to be facing against Global Esports, who dominated them back in kickoff just a couple months ago. Now, Global Esports said they didn't have enough time before they got into kickoff, but they still performed really well. So my question is now the day we see their
उड़ो
final
6
form?
है 9 नहीं
Time
है.
is not an
टीम
excuse
में
for
कोई
Global
9 नहीं है बे
Esports
बाप.
anymore. They didn't qualify to Santiago, so they've had a long time to figure out solutions. No roster changes, but it's all about can these players
Bhai.
hit their
भाई तुम लोग को बताओ, तुम लोग को सपोर्ट वाला प्रेडिक्शन चाहिए कि रियल प्रेडिक्शन चाहिए? सपोर्ट वाला प्रेडिक्शन चाहिए रियल, एकदम रियल कि बिंग्स भाई देखो जो भी है जैसा भी सच है हमको बता दो, हमको बता दो. ये ऐसा रियल वाला चाहिए सपोर्ट, रियल वाला G20.
Futures and potential playoff runs.
Where's
चलो
Oh, maybe he's. I think he's a little bit unwell
Done
today
it.
too. He wants to make sure he doesn't spread any
Fair play.
germs.
But he
Very
was wearing a
considerate.
mask in one of the videos earlier. So
Responsible.
I
Yes.
think that makes sense.
Let's go,
That's
boys!
right. Now we did have the map veto. We did see these maps, between these two teams over in kickoff. But we do
तुम लोग ने
have some
मांगा था,
agent
तुम लोग
changes,
ने मांगा
and
था,
it's
मेरे
gonna be
ऊपर
very
मत डालो.
interesting contrasting these
मैं
two teams
पूछा था
here now.
इज्जत से.
Global Esports now pretty
तुम लोग ने मांगा था.
infamous for being extremely off meta.
Yeah.
But Gen G, it doesn't matter who's on the roster. They kind of stick to the same formula.
Yeah, I mean, notoriously, Gen G, like, historically never never changed their composition.
मेरे
I
को
mean,
गाली
they
देने के
always
time
stuck
पे
with the same
chat
thing
fast
time
से
after
भागते हैं
time
भाई.
and just believed that they knew how to pilot it better than everybody else. So I'm very curious in this opening map of Bind. Now we have to remember this is global esports pick, so whatever they have prepared has been cooking up for a long time. It's in the slow cooker. It's a slow boil. So I'm very, very excited because I think both of these teams are not immune to trying something a little bit different, and I think it's
भाई
going to be a
जी
great match.
जीतेगा लेकिन टेक्सचर MVP
Yeah,
यार मैं
very
टेक्सचर को
excited.
लो
Like
नहीं देख
Helios
सकता
was
पता
saying,
नहीं
I think
उसका
this match,
उसका
everything that's
vibe है ना
happening
एकदम
today, between this first match and
एकदम
second match is
sexy
going
है.
to determine so much, I think, about the pace
Texture
of what's going to
MVP,
be happening
G
through
जीता.
Group Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes, I mean, everything always kind of comes down to that one game, that one loss. If you're falling shy of the playoffs, or if you're just barely making it over the line. But it feels like this one is so pivotal because when you look at the rest of the rest of the group here in Group Alpha, you kind of have your favorites. It's easy to determine. Okay, I think that they beat this team. They're able to get the upper hand over this one. They lose to this squad,
पहला
etc.
मैप बाइंड है.
This is the matchup where it feels like it's the most coin flippy, where it is so
Not a good
close
sign.
between both of these squads.
Yeah, and I mean it's tough to have that week one, day one
Not a
match
good
number
sign,
one.
not a good
so
sign.
the most limited amount of prep time. It's all about who starts strong. We have the 8 select coming in for global.
याद है ना गॉडस्पीड भाई बाइंड में किसने हराया था जी को यप
The double initiator with Gecko and the KO, and of course
Yup,
Deadlock
yup,
in that
yup.
central role. I think on theory, Deadlock has a lot of stopping power against that Neon, but can Crystal make it work?
This is something that they've been
second, वो लोग-
workshopping and working on
वो
for
लोग
a very
Yoru
long
ले
time.
रहे हैं?
That's why I decided to put Crystal on my squad as the Sentinel here for
वहाँ पे
today.
update नहीं आया क्या भाई?
Genji, I can kind of
चलो
excuse this.
शिंदे का
They're doing
बंद भाई,
exactly what I
knife
said.
हुआ.
I didn't want to
मेरे
see
को
them
याद है,
do,
मैं कल
but
भी नहीं कहता.
because it's Bind and Karan is playing the Viper,
अबे क्या कर रहे हो लोग, हेलो?
becomes better. It becomes
Hey,
okay
thank you,
that
free
Foxy
low.
9 is playing control.
I can let it pass on Bind. I
Hey,
think
thank you for the
interesting
free
things, they're
low.
still
Love you,
running
मेरे
that
जान के
Yoru.
बेटे.
Now, I think if there's a map where Yoru will still be strong,
Love
it's
you,
Bind.
yaar.
I think the fast rotates, the TP trickery, I think he can still have a solid place in the meta here.
Deadlock
This
और
will be
Gecko
our
क्यों,
first
वो
look
नहीं
at
मालूम.
that post-nerf Yoru. Can Zinx make it work today?
I think Foxy 9 on a Brimstone won't be so bad. I think this is an adjustment that most
It
players
is
can
what
make.
it is.
He's played some controller in the past, so it's not like he's never brought it out on stage before, but this is still a big return for him, and he needs to give it his all.
Oh, definitely. This is going to be a very exciting first map to kick off stage 1. And we're going to send it over to our casters. We have Quack, and it looks like Komodo
भाई ये
with the
पहला और आखिरी ओरू रहेगा कोई और नहीं लेगा याद रखना
Yes.
ये क्या है भाई
You obviously can't hear at the moment, Quack, for reasons. Do you want to explain to all the viewers why your head
Pineapple?
looks like a durian right now?
Yeah, this is my Sunday best. It's like what I have.
ये
my
जी
workout.
की
Stink, by the
बीसी
way. Are you gonna
ट्रॉफी
be-
नहीं
you're
आने
gonna
दे
have that
रहा
on the whole
मेजी
cast?
भाई
No, of course not.
प्रोड्यूसर की
I
बीजे
still
में
have to do
ट्रॉफी
my
नहीं
job.
आने दे रहा
We
डबल
do have
डबल
a little QR
लैंग्वेज
code that's
लैंग्वेज
right now, so check those out if you want to.
if G wins
Esports
500
Intel products.
250
But apart from
advanced
that, all that out of the way, yeah.
hey thank you for the
Last
advanced
place, build diff. This is the outcome. This
थोड़ा
is the
एक
result.
Look, I don't know how
दी
much it's going to
जिंदगी
help
में ज्यादा
because
है
the thing is, I used to get tests wrong in school. I'd get whacked
Thank
on the
you,
knuckles, but I
thank
was still
you,
dumb, so
cool bhai,
at the end of the
thank
day,
you.
We'll see if your build diff results do
Yeah,
improve
clap,
Quack
yeah,
or whether
yeah,
they will
yeah.
remain much the same. Regardless, though, we do have a big match on our hands. You can tell the crowd is getting a little bit hyped up now.
For sure. I mean, for this matchup specifically, I mean, what were your thoughts about it? I mean, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, going into this matchup, my big thought here is that Genji were knocked out at the end of kickoff in the
ये
lower
game में
bracket
3
by Global
legend है
Esports, giving them maybe their worst result as an organization
Huh?
thus far. So I think this is going to be a little bit of a revenge match for a Genji that very much has underwhelmed at the start of this year for GE.
Chat में कोई
As
कचड़ा पर
mentioned by
बोला,
Putman in the hype video there,
language.
they're wanting to go one step further and try to
Foxy
push their
9
way
returns
into
to the
playoffs,
server
and
for
I
the
think a
first
win
time
here
in
is necessary to do that.
223
This group is just
470
so tough, man.
232 days
Yeah, for
ठीक
sure.
है
Okay.
ठीक
I've got the durian off my head now.
Locking in. My man's locking in. Let's go. Foxy 9
चलो, चलो
back in the
जी.
server. I actually cornered this man
चलो,
in the
चलो,
bathroom
chat.
and tried to ask him what role you're on today.
चलो,
What are you playing controller?
पहला
And he was
पिस्तौल
a bit
round,
shifty. He wouldn't
एक
tell me,
साल
but,
बाद.
look, what we're seeing in the server is saying everything right now. Man, we'll
Genesis
be
को
on the Brimstone and we're
नकुल
going
ने
to see
हरा
how he
दिया
goes
जी
with it.
फाइटिंग
GE starting
हरा
out on this
पाएंगे
attacking side here. Viper Wall is across
कुछ
A to
sense
try
नहीं
to
बना
aid in a retake, and Zinx already on the move down long.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit of information, but at the same time, Texture playing hyper defensively.
भाई यूरो के एक और इनिशिएटर जैसा खेल
slides
रहा है
over, quickly able to get away. Not quite the classic kill.
किधर जा रहे
coming in
टेक्सचर भैया?
Yeah, U-Haul secured now for
अपने
GE.
इधर slot
Caron
full है
is
अभी.
guarding the entrance with the Sheriff, and he's seen a lot of players heading past into spawn. GE very tricky right now, and there's just far too many targets for Caron to be able to calibrate. Does at least take one with him, but this is a very awkward situation now. Spike may get caught inside of Hookah, and I do not know what's going on for GE right now.
It's a bit of a trick play perhaps, but now everything's all done inside of this hookah position. Tough to kind of play around, especially with the smokes down.
Yeah, they're going to have to bide their time here. At least you do still have the grab net available for Crystal, which could help them cut down the angles, but Gen G are taking a bit more of an active approach here.
Yeah, marking the possible flank as well.
ये कौन सा rotation है? तू confuse हुआ ना?
Into hookah, so that's
तो
going to give away
enemy
a lot
कितना
of
confuse हो गए रहेंगे?
Autumn creeping up on the line here. There's the grab now, which is going to kind of slow down Gen G. Catches two players there, but Autumn applying pressure
मारना
on the
पड़ेगा
flank now.
या फिर ये लोग उसको मारेंगे या फिर इसको मारेंगे मारना पड़ेगा
to make everything happen, but losing Crystal is just going to make that so much more
Autumn I
untenable.
believe
Just Autumn. He's worried about the 50-50, but as soon as he gives away his position, Lakia comes in for the kill.
Yeah, nice pistol win from Gen G, and I mean, we had some discussions about miscommunication with some of these international rosters in the prelude trailer before this game did get kicked off, and for Global, that pistol was a little bit all over the place. The wrap into spawn side, you had one player, only the Gecko, with the spike caught inside of Hookah, and Gen G takes full advantage of it.
Like, that was the whole pivotal part of this plan, is the Gecko has to deliver the spike over, but at that point, ugh.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. Regardless though, Global will go straight onto a save here. Lucky in the hands of Udatan. Lakia dealing there with the Gecko Dizzy and throwing out a Prowler for good measure.
Heavy वाला time out दो बड़ा
Genji otherwise happy to their eyes trained towards the singular choke point. So far, so good. You got the screen up as well.
Brightness इतना ज़्यादा क्यों है?
Can't really make it through that toxic screen. C's ready as a little bit of reaction, but there's Udatan straight into elbow, and now with the plant going down next to weekend, things are getting a little bit tricky for Gen G.
Upgraded weapon as well.
Actually good
I thought this was a whole thing about GE playing off
अपन round जीत सकते हैं मजाक से हटकर.
Neon's coming in as well. At the same time though, Gen G just keeping their distance away from GE. Just watching for it. Still need to get onto the spike though.
अभी भी मौली भी है chat.
Waiting for some key pieces of utility to get sent across. Tap on the spike, bait some peeks across. But so far so good. Yeah, just got to stick it all the way through now. Even inside the smokes, unfortunately, without the firepower, GE cannot break through. They tried to toss in the Dizzy, but that was it.
Yeah, the molly line up. You had the Mosh go out onto the spike, as well as the Brimstone throwing out his molly from across the map. It's a good attempt there on Eco. That didn't really look like it was going particularly well for GE. They got stopped behind the Viper wall, but Udatan finding a little bit of space to be able to get that entry into elbow. This was the kill that creates a little bit more space. And then from there, able to throw out the big man onto the site and get yourself into a post plant, which honestly was quite winnable.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a W in my boys.
But Gen G still, you know, in control.
KO knife onto bathroom side.
I'll hold short first. They're dead trapping showers. You can hold from far.
Yeah, I'm holding far.
Walking their way up here.
Come on, Yoro.
88, Yoro.
There's a swing from Gen G. Nicely navigated in the bonus already. Starting off very well, getting himself a one-man advantage. And you're not too sad to be losing the Neon there in exchange for a Gecko as well as the opposing Neon. That is the solo entry that GE do have on offer to them. So it is going to slow them down a lot in this round. They're going to have to look for some dry contact and some aim duels.
Yeah, Frost's not going to be happy about that. This is now bonus on the cards for Gen G.
Drop spot from Foxy9. There's an all for Crystal. It's better than nothing. Prowler clears out the middle of the map though for Gen G, so they're feeling quite safe on this big side of the map now.
It's smoking down as well. Added pressure to GE as the timer continues to tick down.
भाई ये round actually जीत सकता
है. Onto the A side, it's a perfect timing for Zinx to go 1-for-1.
भाई मेरे को लगा 30 HP वाले को मारेगा 3v3 वो आके wall बना देगा.
A little bit more space to try to get into an after plan.
हाँ?
So far so good. The barrier, did it just block Crystal from hiding back into showers? Now Gen G tries to close in the distance, but it's not quite there. So unfortunately, weapon's not working out. GE able to hold up around the little points, up around the positions on the site.
I mean, you cooked here as Lakia. Not much
Big
you can
brains.
do.
Big
Trying
brains,
to break
bro.
through
Big
a brick
brains.
wall, despite the fact that Autumn is very low here. I think that GE have been able to secure
Vapis na
themselves
karo
around.
bas.
It was a nice start, honestly, for Genji. Lakia wrapping back around. He wants to try to keep this one expensive. I don't think he's even got time to
एक
defuse
इंच
the
बड़ा हो
spike,
गया
though.
बॉल अचानक से
Probably
नया
not.
update
Oh
है.
no, but taking down Crystal,
hello?
that makes things a little bit more doable. Still though, time is going to be the biggest factor. There we
Easy
go.
Nicely done
autumn
from
ball
Autumn.
day.
3k from him on the brim will secure himself an orbital and save GE from a bit of a
Let's go,
nightmare
let's
scenario. I
go.
thought they were about to get bonus there. Honestly, that's almost as bad though. They've
Almost.
lost almost every single weapon.
Not
Autumn's got
bad.
no armor coming out of that round, so it really couldn't have got much more expensive in a round that you won.
इसने देखा नहीं लेकिन
But at
ऑटम
the
के
end of
पास
the day, I
आंटी
mean,
है.
just kind of keeping things tight. It'll kind of allow them to continue forward, especially with how they
कैलकुलेटर बॉल हल्का सा 1 इंच बड़ा हो गया बॉल. नया अपडेट आया शायद.
Looks like a quicker one this time from GE. Gravnet may be comboed on in here with the orbital if it does connect.
Garden.
Lakia
बैठो
Does he
लाके
get
भाई.
sat down by the
लाके भाई
Gravnet that
बैठो.
flies up in towards Garden? No, but the KO knife will confirm his presence and
Ready
Unitan
now.
securing control of Garden for
और
now.
भाई सच्ची बर्थडे आज टाइम मत दो. सच्ची है many happy returns of the day.
Thank you,
विधि
man.
बाय. many happy returns of the day मेरी जान के रोटे.
quite prepared for whatever hit might come. You've got Zinx.
भाई ये
close out
QT तो
towards
दिखा ही
A
नहीं
short
अभी
as
तक.
well.
They're waiting with the key pieces of utility, ready to react off of anything that GE throws at them, and that's why you see that singular flash with the disengage from
जो
GE.
भी कर रहे
They're
हो
trying to
last
bait
40
out and
seconds.
trade down
W
utility.
बे.
Zinx punished for the
W
pick on the short
यही
though.
होना ही
That's a
चाहिए
big pick for
पनिशा.
GE.
इतना गंदा नर्फ है.
You can already see
पिक
the
तो लेना
rotations
पड़ेगा ना
coming
वीडियो.
across as well. Meanwhile, Genji still potentially worried. And you got
होना
Crystal
ही
on the
चाहिए.
lurk
कौन
as
लेता है
well.
यूरो भाई?
This might be a tough round coming ahead unless Foxy9 is able to do as he used
how many
to.
pass I got the 13 months?
Of course, on different roles now.
Got to do something special here. Vandal in hand, which is going to really kind of hamper his ability to be able to spam through the smokes. There's the aggression over on Hookah side. Karen may get caught by Crystal here, and that's another nice pick for GE as they secured a spike plant courtesy of the wingman yet again. That will give the thrash over the Patman.
chat.
And
Chat,
obviously
Molly
now
left,
just a
right to
lot
chat.
more control of the situation for GE. They're giving themselves all the space they want on the site, setting down the barrier as well. Just another
कुछ तो left right किया.
in the retake.
It's so hard to retake into deadlock. They
For
might just
sure.
say, yeah, they can't go for this. I mean, you've got an orbital
Round
and
by
a
round,
thrash.
boys.
There is absolutely no way you're getting in there,
अभी अपने
even if
बैटमैन
GE
का
is
अल्ट एक
missing their
बंदा
body
नहीं होने वाला
lineups.
है. भाई देखो सिंपल है. इस
Hey,
शॉट
they got the
जाओ.
grab net in.
बैटमैन
Not to mention,
अल्ट.
if Crystal does get a kill.
हॉल्स खाली.
it's
कोई
also
भी अगर हॉल्स में
up
there
to
is a
Zol.
brim ult.
Yeah. So Genji opting to just fall
Huh?
away for now. Look to try to play their way into round number
और
5
अगर
here.
वो लोग ने
GE,
हॉल छोड़ा.
that was a very
लग गए.
strugglesome round, you
Back
have
side
to
पे
say,
there
in
is a
round number
pop
3.
flash,
And then
there
round
is a
4,
kick-off
it
flash,
really
there
couldn't
is a
have gone
neon
better,
slide.
quite honestly. They have recovered
Huh?
their economy in a big way, and they have to burn through any of these big ults as they continue into this half, so this attack is looking scarier and scarier for them.
Despite the rocky start. So all things considered, I mean, this is what the whole thing was
नहीं था
about. You know,
birthday
you come in off the slight break from kickoff, you cooked up this, you know, what Morgan was saying on the
Return
desk,
gift दो
slow
अभी.
cooking this composition. This has been in the works for quite some time.
Yeah,
ठीक
Frost
है.
is stirring
ठीक है.
away.
ए नहीं जा रहे.
Along
कोई
with, by
problem
the way,
नहीं.
4 total coaches for
B पे भी
GE.
same
So,
चीज कर
look,
सकते
if
हैं
you
ना,
can't
noobs.
come up with new comps, someone's probably not doing very much work over there, to be fair. Out comes the Thrash straight through the
Yeah.
TP, or actually straight from outside Hookah. This could
yeah.
be a quicker one here for GE.
Ace here. At the same time, Texture's just prepared for it. Straight on skewered through.
Hello?
Still though, considering some of the
उसने
players
पहला
on
ulti
Sheriff,
side के अंदर
it's
डाल
not
दिया.
just done yet. Crystal still fighting alongside the rest of GE.
दूसरा.
Ult's coming in.
Yeah, Annihilation doesn't connect on anybody. GE have to slow this one down. Wall goes up, Sky Smoke's invested, lots of
उसका
Gen G
clear
players
करके ult
ready to be
उठा
able to
के
defend this
वापस
big
कर
site.
सकते थे ना,
Pivot through the
blind
TP
के
does
साथ.
come out from GE, but Zinx is lying in wait.
क्यों पॉप फ्लैश वो
Bagel.
वापस अल्ट मारेगा.
He's got the gate crash prepped up as well, but no, he's just farming the orbs.
It's playing Farming Simulator, man.
Okay,
Crystal's
okay.
in his tractor. He's picked up multiple orbs here, moving his way towards a next Annihilation. The first one completely whiffed, but big hopes for the next one.
Yeah, let's see if these seeds will yield them any fruit. No smokes on the site though. It's gonna be a bit worrisome, but
Mark
Zinx
Crystal.
is giving its best go. Pat's gonna get
Sorry,
a trade as well. Now Autumn on to
निकाल
site.
सकता है.
Karen's
निकाल
just
सकता है. इसके पास गन नहीं है.
ever so carefully up around the corners. If he can actually take a shot, but
मौली भी है, अल्ट भी है.
doesn't have
कैरन
line
को
of
मार दिया.
Safe plant onto
Hashtag
Wingman
OP.
Genji now organising themselves for the retake. Remember, there is still an
कुछ कर
orbital
सकते
in
हैं?
play here for Autumn.
So useful in the post-plant situation, but he's also kind of stuck into sights. Oh, unfortunately, he's going to get taken out real quick, and it's all just down to Pat. Doesn't have much to work with. Just a shot, but that might be enough. Three so far, and he's got to push up front. Karen looking for the wide swing, but Pat is still in the driver's seat.
That is fantastic for a man who only had 1 kill going into that round. Big play for GE. He was making so many big plays over in kickoff. Another heroic performance from Patman. Back on the initiator role, one which he wasn't really able to play too much. That is a huge opener for Texture. But another round where Gen G, they start out with the man advantage, or they find the opening tool that they were looking for, and then they can't close it.
Just makes things so
go together
awkward for their upcoming buys as well. I mean, so far still able to come up with another one for this round, but clearly you can start to see why G has picked this composition too.
Outlaw could be deadly here. 4 sets of light armor on
Gen
G.
Very
much a default approach though. GE are not in a rush to be going anywhere too quickly here. So want to work the map. They've got plenty of utility to be able to do so. This composition allows you to be so flexible, taking map control.
और अपना डिफेंस वापस होने वाला है. डबल फ्लैश है. डबल फ्लैश है. बिटाने का है. मॉली है. टूल के सब है भाई. डिफेंस में तो बिटा के मारेंगे वाला सीन होने वाला है.
Help you kind of work garden. The thing is, like, you've seen these kind of agents on this map for a long time. Although this is a creative comp for this current meta, we've seen Deadlock on this map. We've seen KO Gecko on this map back in the day. Good pick from Lakia. Does shut down the Outlaw early on there. Over on the other side of the map, though, Crystal's done very well to punish Texture. He's going to put a little bit more pressure on Gen G's rotations here.
Yeah, quick.
चलो.
That's why he was up in this position this whole time, and we just saw a similar thing happening in the previous round. Now it's Foxy9 alone on this site. He's gonna get burnt to, okay, not quite a crisp just yet. Still alive, able to play, but the Baron Mash just makes it so tough.
Nice,
That's the thing about the Deadlock again. And then you got Autumn watching the flank. Able to kind of pull things off even as the flash comes through. There's no hope for Gen G in this coming round anymore.
It's just another retake they haven't been able to convert, unfortunately, and some of that has been down to Deadlock utility, but some of that has been down to not necessarily being able to clean up Hartman in a 3v1. Lakia does get a consolation frag, will gift him the nightfall, but that's where the good news ends for Gen G. This defense has been a disaster.
Addicted to your watch parties, Binks by अभी मैं काश दोस्त membership ले रहा हूँ आपका. Also loved your latest video with etc. I love you, Guru Chess. Guru Chess, if you don't know, I am at 4,399 rating.
Timeout. Feels like this overdrive is just rotting on Texture. Will have to be burnt coming into this round. It will be one of these rounds where it should be a half buy. Overdrive is a very, very big ult to be able to win you some of those kind of rounds.
I mean, as long as Crystal's still alive, he's still good, hasn't used his utility that much. I mean, into the post
he had his grab net, you know? He still had his grab net at the end of that round. They're not even needing a lot of this utility. He was on that deep bathrooms lurk. Like, he wasn't even really playing an active role in that default. He was the lurker in a bit of a, you know, 3-1-1 where the active side of the map was B guarded, and he was just, you know, silently walking up bathrooms and finding a gap in the rotations.
Chill guy.
Yeah. Cold as. I mean, it's pretty cold in Russia, so makes sense.
He's comfortable with it.
Time for Gen G to come up with something, because honestly, this has been a bit of a woeful defense after the first 2 rounds. Been a couple of rounds where you thought that they would have been able to come back into the retake and convert it. Big momentum stopper, that Patman clutch, and it hasn't really felt like they've had much of an answer in this game so far.
कभी भी ऐसा फील होएगा ना $1,000.
Weighing the back of their minds as well.
कभी भी ऐसा लो फील होएगा. मैं मजाक सेट कर बोल रहा हूँ.
Coming into this one, you're starting off this way. The rest of
कभी भी ऐसा लो फील होएगा ना.
Yeah, I mean this is the group of death, but I mean you heard it from Texture in the interview. They get knocked out of kickoff very early. That gives you a lot of time to prep and come into this particular stage. If you don't do well, especially with a 6-man roster and mixing Foxy9 into a little bit of a different role, then it's going to be pretty cursed at this point. The knife out towards U-Haul. Crystal once again on the line, well aware that there'll be light armor on offer. Udatan ready to pick up the pace into U-Haul now.
The whole team's here to play. At the same time, just keeping an eye on that Deadlock as well. Texture going to give it an attempt, but quickly shut down.
That's the overdrive burnt. Sees connects on a lot of players though, and the shotgun's starting to get to work, but GE holding the 9 nicely. Just all posted on that U-Haul entrance, and it feels like fish in a barrel trying to force their way through that choke point. Gen G just get absolutely denied entry.
Deadlock plant कर रहा है, deadlock
I mean,
के पास
it's just a
ult है.
very patient approach
उससे
from them.
तो
They haven't
Javi
even
ult
forced
नहीं
the
है क्या
spike plant
लेकिन?
yet. They're just waiting for
वो
Gen G to
orb ले
overheat,
रहा है.
and time and time again, Gen G are overheating.
It's just so uncomfortable. You never know when that needle's going to drop.
Lilia.
You see players starting to post up around the site.
God,
the deadlock utilities coming out, and you feel like you need to go. You hear the taps coming in, but there's just no chance.
Chat 3 ult आ गया इतने जल्दी वापस.
Going to be a very long save for this man. He'd love a kill. If you get a kill and die, that's your orbital on offer. And with a lot of ults in play on the other side, you don't really care if the other team's getting a kill for themselves. Bristol spotting him out. GrabNet will connect, but are you just beckoning him into the arms of the shotgun here? It seems like Crystal is well aware. He is not interested in what Foxy9 is selling.
They're going together, though. That could still work out.
Very nicely done. Molly lands on his head. Autumn a little bit better with the on-the-fly mollies than the Molly lineup so far. That's maybe what happens when you put a primary duelist onto Brimstone. That's just rough though. I mean, that's the overdrive that was sitting there for 2 or 3 rounds. He runs into U-Haul, gets his head blown off. That was the end of that.
Yeah, we're just going to write this one off. I mean, half buy coming in. It is what it is. But now you look to the next round where hopefully that timeout has done some work for Gen G.
I'm hoping so, because, I mean, even from the player comms, GE are laughing like a couple of schoolgirls right now. It is getting a little bit too easy for them on this game of Bind. Quicker pace in towards bathrooms here. Flash being prepped by Xavi.
Oh, and they're just going to poke right through. You got the Nightfall quick response, but Annihilation out from Crystals. Well, not connecting. You got the shots in at the very end. Then the rest of the team just trying to pick up the pace or rescue their teammates. They're walking into crosshairs. Lakia is laughing away with the rest of the team arriving soon enough.
There's the res. Sees and relay ball giving some problems for GE, and they've been crunched by Caron from the other side. Great team play for Gen G. First time you've seen much of an active approach into GE, and you get the bathrooms crunch in response there from Gen G. Works out a treat.
Not for that Nightfall, not for Gen G maybe taking some control over B long. Allowed them to respond that quickly.
A lot of pressure on Zeeks. Trains Foxy9 quite well, and even though he eats the Annihilation, there's more than enough players in response from Gen G to close that round out. Utility well used there to put the press on. Finally, GE with a round that causes them a little bit more trouble this time. They're not going to opt for another pace change. Horn will secure the bathrooms line here for Texture, though.
You would think as G, you're somewhat wise to it, so trying to avoid some of these potential op lines for now.
Gen G have got some great ults in play here, though. I mean, the dimensional drift into something like an orbital could be fantastic for a retake. Prowler did come out on long there, and Lakia not spotting out any players, but I do believe it's going to be a thrash play straight through Hookah into a B execute.
Hookah खाली करने के बाद करो.
Prowler back in again, so it's additional information for Gen G, but so far so good. The orbital comes in to hold things off, but at the same time, Unitod pushes up, overdrive ready, and burning everyone else down. Gen G out for the retake.
Foxy unfortunately not able to hold much in tandem. Karen creeping up on the line should have a bit of space here on elbow, but outside of that, that's where the good news really ends for Gen G. This is going to be an impossible retake.
Just hope for kill or two before we start to go. Oh, and the second Thrash gets sent in as well. Texture walking away with some kills at the same time, and then it's Karen up from behind. Oh, Gen G, make it work.
He gets given a freebie there coming out of elbow, and then some massive shots connected from a player who's been pretty quiet thus far in this game. Really big step up from Caron. In the clutch, it's 2 of Gen G's most veteran players that have lifted trophies together, able to put the pieces together at the last minute. And honestly, I was a little critical of Gen G throwing away a massive advantage in a retake there. I mean, that is a post plant that you should not be having any issues closing. Tell that's got them very fired up, and you get an immediate timeout. This is where you're getting a slap on the wrist from Coach Frost, I'd imagine.
तेरे से बड़ा जिंक्स ने देखा आज तक स्टिफलर भाई come on 75 months देख रहे हो hate ना फैलाओ please
He's still, yeah, pretty much.
Thank you for the 75 months मेरी जान के उठे thank you for the 75 months love you मेरी जान
Alrighty.
क्या तेरे के मजा आ गया ऐसा बोला
Gen G have been able to forge themselves a little bit of momentum. That's 2 rounds in a row that they have been able to convert.
इसके साइड पे वो कुछ
You have the dimensional drift still ready to go, not a tool that they've had to use. Pit is still on offer for Caron. Can mix them. You have Harvey's family in the audience today. They'd love him to get a W.
Not to mention Crystal's
Excuse me,
birthday
madam?
as well.
Oh, it's Crystal's birthday.
Crystal
That's
का
true.
birthday?
Love to get a win for the birthday boy. I believe that's. I mean,
नहीं
Seth
हुआ
said
ये
something about
history of
expecting
Valorant,
Crystal
man.
to pick Sentinel for his build diff team, but I'm pretty sure it's just a birthday
वहीं
buff.
पे जिंक्स मिले क्या
What's
क्या
the reasoning behind that?
बोरो मेरे लाइफ में सब करा बगैर नहीं है जिंक्स का रेट 2000 है पागल हो गया क्या अच्छा लाइफ है 2 गर्लफ्रेंड मिलेगी तेरे को टेंशन ना ले
It's going to be a quicker play towards B here. Get the grab net straight up in towards
the
Garden.
That's just going to give them a lot of control. Launching pad into the site. Gen G, though, just trying to set up the crossfires needed.
You have the pit there for Caron if he wants to use it
टाइम टू
reactively.
एग्जीक्यूट रेडी
Oh, he's going to kind of slink back towards
this.
the site.
Nice,
Luring G
nice.
In, but oh no, that's where
Nice.
unfortunately everyone starts to get shot down.
Please.
The Caterpillar smokes on the site. Actually working out.
Yeah, not doing too badly. Zeke's trying to fight his way out of it, wriggle out of a bad
Whoa,
situation, but
W.
Patman denying it. Overheat a little bit there from Uditan in towards
बहुत
elbow.
risky था बे,
When you're
मर
up
सकता
5
था
on 2,
Batman.
confirming
लोहे
that the
की
2
में
players
जाके
are
मार के
coming
आया
in
वो।
from spawn side on the retake, it's really not going to matter too much. Another successful execute pulled off by GE. After
6,
losing a round, they'd probably
4.
rather
भाई ये smoke
forget.
try
They
करेंगे rank में,
immediately
chat.
reply with a really nice B
ये
take.
ट्रिपल स्मोक करके एल्बो लेने का प्लान कर देगा चुपचाप
Party, you got the barrier down for the post plant as well.
हाँ W
Just
लाइनअप
practicing some lineups. You actually got that one.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, no better time, right? To practice than in the official, right? Not like this is maybe the most important game of the group for you.
भाई एक बंदे ने लिखा वाई नो मिल्क्स
The same today.
It's a real good chance because of the upcoming maps as well, but for this one, you would expect GE
खत्म हो गया था बॉटल खत्म हो
that
गया
their
था
way with things.
Lovely counter spam there. Onto Caron inside of the site after denying the Windman plant. He loses his life for it. Now prepping once again a bit of a faster A execute. Texture with the operator is the one to keep your eye on, and he will be right up in the face of this play.
प्रैक्टिस कर रहे भाई मर्सी देख रहे जीत रहे बे
Okay.
लग गए
He's getting hit by everything.
Not going to go off in time though,
थोड़ा
but
buff करा ना
does give
Gecko को।
GE so much space back in again, but oh, Foxy9 off the
अगर यार है,
classic,
मर्सी को
and now
गाली दो।
GE starting to lose their grip.
गाली दो मर्सी को
Just Pat left onto the site.
भाई
Gen G
बिटा
have
के
completely
तुक के
surrounded.
एग्जीक्यूट करके उसने फर्स्ट
See if he's able to put together another 4K 1vx. Getting smoked off. They're really not giving him any options. Taking him a little bit more seriously this time of the round. Gen G. He's earned his respect at this point.
We're just trying to keep things tactical as well, but Pat
हल्का सा आवाज दे
hoping
दिया
for just
कोई
a bit
प्रॉब्लम
of
नहीं
vision, always paranoid about the back, of course. At some point, you might just want to toss out the Dizzy or Wingman, but he's got a little bit of something.
They're just going to swing him together. Not even needed. There's Texture. A big round from him on the Neon. It's been an agent that he picked up a while ago, and he's really gone strength to strength. Once upon a time, a little bit critical of his agent pool as a duelist, but Neon has become a staple for this man. You saw it on Haven all the time for Gen G, causing havoc on it over in Toronto. So his op kills in combination with some chip ins from the rest of the boys. Nice right click from Foxy9. Zinx using his only flash to come out of the teleporter. Yoru might be nerfed, but the TP's up.
That's why
Hi, क्या गेम खेल रहा है?
Gen G's composition as well. But now, GE back into it.
Nice securing Bathroom's control. A bit of a jump spot from Uditan, just trying to tell what the setup is using the Neon movement to gain free information. Does at least bait out a Molotov in response from Gen G.
Baby, give me one
A
moment.
little bit more
Value is the best game. वरना scene हो
workable
जाएगा.
at the same time though.
Hey, I'm stuck.
Zix.
Burned through both of his gate crashes. That's his second one. Remember that the
Chat
duration of those
stream
is
को
greatly
like कर
reduced,
दो
so he
मेरी
has to
जान
choose
करो.
whether he wants to
8,000
stick
लोग
around on
देख
this
रहे हैं.
angle or
Like
bail
करो,
out
like
right now.
करो.
And it does seem
Mara.
like he's going to back himself. Nice tag from Texture to start things off.
It hurt Crystal quite a bit, but he still hangs back, takes him down instead. Then it's
जब
go
तक वो
time
ult मारा
for
उसका
Gen G
TP
onto
खत्म.
this A site. Foxy9 trying to post up front, but
भाई
Patman
क्या
makes it a trade.
मारा बे
Overall strike comes in
Patman.
just to clear out Labs as well. Hopefully the spike will get planted soon enough, but it's just to bait out the positions of where Gen G would be.
Got good patience from Calum there. He thought he was on for another one of his vintage multi-frags. Knife. That's confirmed the position of Lakia. Up goes the one-way, so this is a very low percentage retake.
Otherwise, not much else. Kind of already know where he is.
7-5.
Just throwing the kitchen sink at him.
और
Can't
अपना
even get out of the
defense
one-way.
बाप है यार बाप.
Oh, we'll give Lakia his flowers a little bit. You know, he is the Lakia.
Of Valorant.
Still getting spotted though, and Pat pretty much in control. Lakia still not backing down. Hang on a second. Nah. Autumn out from behind.
भी नहीं पटी
With
थी.
this, at least G does secure a bit of a lead going into the second half.
Yeah, they've done very
भाई टेक्निकली अगर देखे अपन अगर देखे तो अपन एक पिस्तौल राउंड हारे जिसमें पता नहीं क्या हुआ था बराबर. दैट्स 2 राउंड्स. फिर एक 4v2 हारे. दैट्स 1 मोर राउंड. तो 3 राउंड अगर अपन ने ऐड कर दिया और वो लोग 3 राउंड अपन ने माइनस कर दिया, टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए 10-2 स्कोर मिनिमम मैं बोल रहा हूँ. मिनिमम 13-0 भी हो सकता था, वो बात अलग है. 10-2 मान के चलते हैं. 10-2 मान के चलते हैं.
At the brim as well, there's so much that they can play around in those post plants. I would have liked to see, you know, a stronger finish from this first half though.
Yeah, I think, look, GE, they got a lot of value out of those prepared executes.
है कि नहीं?
You see the Gen G fans in the crowd though.
और जो
Autumn
3-1
done quite well on the
जीते
Brimstone
बैटमैन
there.
से वो तो उनकी
It was
गलती है ना
definitely
भाई.
an effort by committee though, by GE. I think everybody kind of stepping up and having their
वो तो
moments.
उनकी गलती है ना भाई.
Gen G, it felt like a bit of a shakier first half from them,
वो
honestly. I
लोग
think
गिने भाई,
you
हम
saw
क्यों
a
गिने भाई?
couple of whiff shots, a couple of
वो गिने.
angles that you would have expected some of these players to win that were a little bit shaky, quite honestly. So I think maybe first game nerves after a bit of a dismayed finish in kickoff might be a thing for them.
Everyone's just kind of getting used to being back here for Pacific.
Cameraman
Quite a
ना
bit
मानता.
off, but at the same time, I think after the little time
क्या
out,
राउंड
Texture
खत्म
back on the
होने के
off,
बाद भी बोल
Binks get
सकते
back in a
बंस
little
भाई.
bit.
Yeah. Now he's on the
बात ही तो
attacking
बोला.
side, so he's going to be running it down hand in hand with Zinx.
No wonder
See how that does go
पेट
for
फैला
Gen
रहे
G.
हैं. RF है चट. रेगा
Be a
फ्लेम.
bit of a fight over short A early on
देख
here.
रहे हो?
Very centralized setup for GE.
एक महीने में ही
ready
हेट
to crunch the
फैला
middle of
रहे
the map
हैं.
through the
12
TP
महीने में
if
गांड
needed,
मार
but
देगा मेरा.
Gen G are walking their way towards bathrooms for now. It is a very default approach, just trying to catch any aggression early on.
Similarly, both sides.
मेरे को देखने क्या है अभी ये लोग
down.
यूरो कैसे
Yeah,
यूज
I
करते
mean, it's a
करते.
very standoff approach. GE well aware that there could be a short
मेरा
setup.
सारा ध्यान
behind
वो
this
एक
smoke. They
एजेंट
have
पे
to
है.
s-
इतना
respect
गंदा
it for the
नर्फ
time
हुआ है
being.
बे. इतना गंदा.
Gen G going to organize themselves to retake short. They do invest the Yoru Flash to burst through this smoke. They're not going to have one for the later part of the round. And in fact, they're just going to wait for it to elapse and try a contact approach instead.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Feels like an all-in or nothing where
चैट अपन
G
3
might
बंदे.
be a little bit more
क्या blind
prepared,
मारा.
and they're still trying to poke and prod, take what they can find. And a little bit of a flash getting sent across in now.
मेरा वाला
You start
stun.
to see players push out a hookah.
Can't force your way through that one as Gen
वो लोग
G
बताया
still
अभी
have
तक
the
आए
relay
नहीं है.
ball,
Brim को
relay
पुसी की
ball
वजह
in
से.
play. GE have taken the middle of the map in the
Take
meantime.
off
So if
them.
you get the
Yep,
pivot
yep.
back to B here
30 seconds.
from
Alright,
Gen G, it's going to be very hard to make that work. But they seem singularly focused on taking this A site one way or another.
And sometimes watching the flank a little bit as well. It's
Bro.
out to 20 seconds
Bro,
post
उसका
game.
timing देखो.
Pat's starting to creep
Shot.
up front. Autumn's done
पीछे
a pretty
देखो.
good job at holding the off angle, and now Pat comes
मार
in for the
Batman.
flank. Got 10 seconds left, and you're still trying to get the spike down. It's not happening, guys.
Whoa.
Javi has gone away with the triple kill at the end.
Zavid
Gen G just getting stalled out by Brim Smokes for the majority of that round. It felt like they gave a lot of respect to that. And I think that comes down to what the comp is at this point. Back in the day, if you had multiple blind sides, you could try to burst your way through smokes a little easier. To be fair, he probably would have had 2 on the pistol anyway.
और क्या टाइमिंग था बे बैटमैन का?
What see in response to those smokes is just prowler or blindside your way through the smoke, burst out with the neon and take things a little bit quicker. But it was very tentative for Gen G, and maybe that's respect to the double E util, or maybe that's respect to the deadlock.
Just kind of feeling things out as always. The initial opening rounds, but for this one,
relax.
You're not expecting these lineups that Javi has now fully equipped, pushing on through. The rest of the team straight through with the teleporter crunch.
Yeah, it looks really nice for GE, doesn't it? Fighting all together in response to the bathrooms.
एक को मारोगे सब आएंगे भाई.
Early on though for Gen G, that's going to be something that they can keep in mind. I think you'd rather get bathrooms crunched and destroyed on an anti-eco than you would in an important cut round later on in the game. Can be well aware that GE may be playing some garden setups towards B and that they're going to be playing around the TPs. And I think you probably would have seen something similar in the pistol if the approach had been up through the middle of the map up on A. Because you had GE take that short control, and that's going to allow them to actually pivot TP towards that A side of the map if the hookah take comes out. So very clear to me early on at least that GE wants to be aggressive, they want to play on the front foot. And once again, you're seeing them very close up on short here. I love this on the bonus.
वो लोग का एजेंट ही गलत है भाई.
As long as it still keeps working.
और अपना ऐसा काउंटर भी और बाप भी है
from Gen G, but now fully blinded. Not quite able to play around it as well. Still got the smoke to back into though.
दोनों blind अच्छा
That's going to be Autumn now going down.
Very chaotic. Great reactive utility from Gen G there. The sees the relay bolt.
जीत भी सकते हैं, लेकिन guns गिरा भी सकते हैं.
Aggression in kind. Now you get the
यहाँ पे कुछ
bathroom side. Patman trying to find a
pass
little bit of a
double
timing
shower
here.
जा
The B
सकते
side
हैं
is
अपन.
fully enforced with deadlock util for now. But Patman's definitely the player to keep your eye on.
Bro.
If this doesn't work out for him, it's going to weaken the positioning on the front, but still, he walks away with 3! Dizzy out, and he's looking for the quad as well. Oh, but Karen just does it. Mine pays no heed to it. 1v2 now.
And Crystal getting active in the middle of the map now over on market side. Xavi very low on HP. Gravnet is still in play. Could be the piece of utility that secures this round, but Karen's reading this quite well for now.
Or is he? Crystal.
I mean, this is a crazy off angle.
By
There's
sexy.
no way.
Oh, sexy. हो गया.
You just wouldn't think he would have gone all the way that far back.
आप वाला tilt हो गया boys.
And again, this is what I was saying. Like GE are just very active in the front part of the map. They are not sitting back on the sides. They're not trusting. Okay, I have a deadlock. Like you just can't attack this site. They're being active through the TPs. They're pushing up short on the bonus, hyper aggressive in the crunch, which to be fair doesn't work out. It's really another hero multi-frag from Patman that keeps them in a round like that.
That's what you gotta love to see as well. I mean, we do have a little bit of an extra tidbit.
Bless कर रहे हैं.
Some lineups that we're seeing with Javi comes in due to a new sort of pseudo coach that they have.
They've got a fifth coach.
Not Gen G, but G.
Yeah, okay, who's that? Oh, Komodo. I don't think that's a good thing, to be honest. I've played ranked with Komodo on KO, and I've never been team flash more in my life. So, so far the flashes have been good. Look, we'll see if that continues. There's plenty more that we haven't seen from a KO. I mean, you could still get the flashes over B long or over the top of hookah.
Cross map, 0 points here and there as well.
There's a lot of cheeky things you can do with the KO on this map. And if you haven't played against it recently, those are the kind of things that can definitely catch you off guard as a Gen G trying to make this attacking side work. So far, it hasn't. Outside of a pistol and maybe one or two pretty big rounds from Gen G, it just feels like they've been passengers in this game of Bind.
That's the thing. I mean, G has the ability to play a little bit further up front on the defense. They still have options towards the latter half of the rounds because of the double initiator and everything else. And the players now having that much more synergy to come in with it as well. You see another flash back in for Showers control.
Yeah, it does get Crystal on that deep line with the Outlaw. 5 sets of light armor. It's a Stinger light armor buy for Gen G. Does go up trying to obscure the information over on this B side of the map. But even if the A take does come in, I do think you're going to see a quick flank through the TP. Giving up the site now.
Lead Crystal to his own devices. The Outlaw, that is.
I think just looking for some Outlaw picks, but they're not able to really get too much value out of the Outlaw. All the stuns on the site. Plant will go down for Foxy9. How does GE approach this retake? I thought that they were going to crunch through the TP, but they're actually going to opt to go 5-man through spawn. This could be problematic.
You got 3 players from Gen G inside of Lamps as
Huh?
well.
Not
Not gonna lie, it definitely is. Pat's gonna have to clear quite a bit out. Dizzy, now the smoke's coming through. Gen G are trying to maintain control, maintain close distance up around the spike. Texture still holding on to Lamps. Zink's taking down another player, but getting down for a trade from Yudotan as well. Now Texture up with the Bulldog, but slowly, bit by bit, as they all continue to hunt down for these trades, GE are going down to Lakia.
Just gave Gen G way too much space. I thought they were actually in a decent position. Like earlier, you saw their setup. They had 2 backside. You had the Outlaw posted up from Heaven, I believe it was, and then 2 outside of the TP. I thought they were just going to TP crunch and maybe smoke the side of Triple and just hold on to Bathrooms control. But they give Gen G the entire site and basically tighten themselves out of a retake. I can't believe they played it like that. That was a nice combo, to be fair. You have the grab net in combo with the Mosh, gets a free kill onto Caron, but 1 free kill with this many stingers in annoying positions is still not good enough to be able to complete a retake. And that's a big boon for Gen G. They much needed that round.
Keeps them alive. Now you got the full buys coming in as well, but let's not forget Autumn does have the orbital strike now.
Get the progression smoke from Gen G up the top of B long. Zinks sent forward with the gate crash behind. Trying to bait out some kind of trap play, but it is aggression on Hookah side instead here from GE.
Slowly starting to peek their heads across. They're going to find 3 players on the other end, though. Ooh! Lakia slowly trying to push up front now, but at the same time, Karen's still lurking towards the back of A.
Such a tentative standoff between both of these teams. Gen G still undecided where they want to be going in this round. GE were looking to try to isolate a lurk and they go 1 for 1. Both of the Neon's dead now. Take a lot of the pace out of a round like this. Zinks could still gate crash through the TP. If he gets this pick though, he'll be able to get Dimensional Drift online.
Feels like G has a good inkling though. Yeah, they're not going to let him walk away with it.
A site given over to Gen G now. Nightfall is in play, but there's a Thrash online for GE. That's really going to streamline this retake. You can blow up U-Haul with the orbital as well. So a lot of good tools to secure GE this gun round.
First.
वो लोग पूरा पीछे वो लोग को खाली करना पड़ेगा.
Keeping eyes trained
जिधर लाके है.
Market. I say that they're starting to turn away. They're actually trying to sneak.
वो लोग ने पिंक किया है. वो लोग ने पिंक किया है.
I'm sure G might have heard it though, but it's a great position to send out the Nightfall either way. Now holding the angle, Crystal walks away with a kill. It's just left the rest of the players up towards Showers onto site. They're getting tagged up by utility, but the spray control. What is that? Just Foxy9, and someone has the molly, still though, for the trade, and sticks it down to the end after the spike has been halved.
Oh, 0.5 in it. I thought the wingman got that defuse off, but the snake bite molly combo destroyed it. Takes everything away from GE to be able to complete that retake, but they've still got it done. Right down to the wire after a very awkward exchange in the middle of the map here. I cannot believe that only went 1 for 1. Really nice usage to be able to clear out the active lurk of Zinks. And I love how Gen G played quite nicely around the Thrash there. Gave themselves a great shot to be able to win the round, but just couldn't quite pull it off.
Always feels like it comes down
to even close, boys.
Either way, now
low feel
potential last buy for Gen G.
This is crazy from GE, by the way. They've got 5 on B. They've just given up the entire A site. Gen G burns the Dimensional Drift getting in and throws up the deep smoke. So they kicks up their feet on the coffee table. They are well set up inside of this A site. I wonder if they're going to put them out here. They could catch Crystal by himself.
It's very possible. Still though, the initial point of entry is going to be from the back of base short, and that's where most of the attention goes to. Crystal finds his timing just nice. This might still be quite a good retake for GE. Viper's Pit, though, will be the main obstacle.
Yeah, I do have the KOL in play as well. They've got to break their way through this pit, and this is a very annoying positioning for Gen G. Texture going down in U-Haul, but traded well.
And you got Javi as well. Crystal still trying to pick his timing. Sneak in through the back. Wingman taken out, reveals some positioning, but it's in the hands of Zinks after all. So still, as you hop in and on around, you
gira,
take down Karen, the pit's gone. Six is dumping his body onto the spike, but Crystal trying to get it down to at least half. Burns away from the molly, and that will be enough. Foxy 9 walks away with robbery.
Gets himself an orbital at the end of that one. To add insult to injury, Gen.G given full control of that A site multiple times in this half. They got it done with the Stingers, and once again, unsuccessful retake for a GE who tried to run a very cheeky set play straight down B. Sent it down B long. But just so much position given over to Gen.G, who set themselves up nicely inside of the pit. And the post plans are enough to secure the round from there.
Technically, agar dekha jaye,
clutch from Foxy after a bit of a rough start to this game. His first half was not particularly awe-inspiring, let's be honest.
No?
He's trying to be that team player now. He's going to need so much more to close out this map, especially with GE scoreline.
Overdrive is in play here for Uditan. Only pistols on offer with a hero rifle on Autumn, saved over from that last round.
कर सकते हैं क्या अपने पास दो heavy ult है chat. Thirsty कर सकते हैं. Udotan ult है. उसके पास क्रिस्टल के पास ult है.
Just 5-manning. It's a wolf pack of players straight up B long. Deadlock wall has been deployed, but they can break through that with 5 pretty quickly. How fast do they expect to flank from GE though?
That's the whole thing. This all comes down to very minute timing. Relinquish control for most of the map, so you are aware down to it, but you're getting caught by utility as well. Orbital comes through. Overdrive out from behind. Udotan is just fishing out in the deep waters. But Gen.G are just hopping all around, avoiding that beam of death. Watching out for the back as well. It's there. That's where the only players are left. Not to mention just the fact that this is an eco as well. I mean, they're feeling a little bit more confident now.
Let's not forget what Patman did in the round previous. In this exact same position, there's no way they complete this retake, right?
Surely not. It's a sheriff. There's no freaking way. There we go.
Big crossfire. Gen.G righting their wrongs from earlier. They'd rather not relive that bad memory. And that's an 8 up on the board from them. Back and forth exchange in the last couple of rounds, but it feels like slowly but surely Gen.G are working their way through this attacking side, getting in touching distance of double digits now.
फालतू का smoke डाला करके ना.
It has to be said, a lot of cheeky setups on this defense though. They've had some quick plays now, B long, they've left the A side completely open. At some point, if you're playing a bit more of a gambling style, you've got to win some as well as lose some. They've been pretty out of position a lot of times, but at what point do you run into the stack here as Gen.G?
So it just kind of feels like a slight guessing game here and there as well. G should be better informed though. 0 point coming out.
भाई इतना गंदा अल्ट बचा के रखने से अच्छा मारो. Simple बात है. Simple बात है.
No one in there for now for Gen.G, but they've got to
Simple
go
बात है.
re-clear that space. Deadlock set up on this B side of the map, well supported by both the Gecko and the KO. There's a lot of flash plays that you could be making. With the Deadlock wall down inside a B long, it's going to take a while to work through it.
Just trying to thwart the timings of it as well. Peek off the wall.
Batman है.
Karen dealt with. Just trying to chip away at the wall. He's been punished quite heavily for that. Gen.G are creeping their way up into hookah, but with the deadlock still underneath, it's going to be very hard to bust into this site.
Unless you can walk away unscathed in this round, it feels like this might be where the death bell gets rung somewhat. GE pretty much in control, especially across the site. Annihilation completes as well, so GE now finishing up to map point.
Yeah, very nice setup, and that's kind of what I was saying. At some point, you've got to run into the strong side. And when you lost your Viper right off the rip, all of that passive pressure on the other side of the map goes away. You're not so much worried about a bathroom work as the defense. You're not so much worried about the wall or the orb going up to create that doubt in your mind that there could be a play on the other side of the map, and that's where this singular focus can come on in. Overdrive gets ripped, immediately picked up by the Annihilation, and once you lose the Neon on the entry there, things get a lot more difficult.
Now just trying to rinse and repeat the same things again. Of course, the weaker site now would be A site. Gen.G trying to recognize that.
Not throwing a stim for the boys, creeping up in towards bathroom side.
Free kill क्या texture
को? Delay as much as possible, but it's texture with an off, of course.
He got no smokes for the retake. That's going to make things difficult. Udo has crept his way into U-Hall. Oh, I cannot believe he's got away with 2 there.
Weird timings because of the sprint, and now he's going on for it more.
Dad!
Got Javi chiming in as well, and at this point, it's Texture, low HP, no spike to
Hello?
gain
Chat
50
जीत गए
seconds to play out the round. GE are just gonna hop around and close out the map in fashion. 13 to 8. I would say this is pretty
भाई इस बार playoff confirm है
100%. Gen G
Playoff
started with the first
confirm है
pistol, but you get a big streak around on attack there for GE. They get themselves a very nicely started attacking side and are able to make it work on defense as well. A lot of cheeky, gambly setups from them.
Very intentional as well. I mean, you
Yeah,
love to see how they're kind of starting to cook all of this up. But for now, we're tossed to the coach.
भाई 10,000 लोग देख रहे हैं, 3,000 लाइक्स, मतलब 7,000 हेटर्स है जो लोग नहीं चाहते थे कि जी जीते. इन योर फेस यू हेटर्स. हाँ 5 साल तक तुम लोग ट्वीट कर रहे थे जी ये बनाना वो बनाना ऐसा करके ट्वीट कर रहे थे ना तुम लोग. ये जो 7,000 लोग हैं, अब ओपी ट्वीट करो. अब ओपी ट्वीट अब भी चाहिए. अब भी मैप 2 के लिए रुकने का जरूरत नहीं. अब भी right now.
And what
right
we
now
thought was
right
really
now
good for us then. I think we've grown from that altogether, and a little bit of the comp stuff, but I think it's just what we're really comfortable with our own game. Yeah.
All right. Speaking of identity, back in kickoff, Vito is definitely GE's thing. Is he out of the picture now, or what should we expect?
That's still to be seen, I'm gonna say. But, we still like Vito. We still think Vito is a great agent. Just this is what we're playing for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, and I'm gonna let you get back to your team. Thank you.
Hey, कौन है रे क्यूटी कोच? Oh, Platoon है ये.
A great start for Global Esports for the very first match of Stage 1 here. And really nice to hear from Platoon, who's been with this team since the beginning of this year.
Yeah, I mean, full respect to them. They said, hey, we're trying to find a new identity. The players are figuring stuff out. We're figuring roles out. And they came into Bind swinging. They're not playing the way everybody else is. We're seeing Gecko. We're seeing KO. Very, very different approaches to the current meta. But they made it look very smooth there in map 1.
Yeah, really good start for them. And this is exactly the kind of win that you want to see, a concise one overall here from Global Esports to come out.
Drop that opening pistol. Look like about
to get a bonus conversion, but they started to really shut them down from there.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great job. I feel like they understood the strengths of this composition very well. And also, they stepped up individually. I didn't see anyone lighting up, particularly on the side of GG. We didn't see anyone get hot.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, जब भी तुम लोग बहुत सारा पैसा कमाओगे तभी पैसा उड़ाओगे भी ना. हाँ, सिर्फ ऐसा तो नहीं है कि कमाते रहेंगे. पागल तो नहीं हो. यही होता है भाई, यही होता है. कोई भी टीम जब भी जीतती है तो थोड़ा रिलैक्स मूड में जाता है. समझ रहे हो? सैलरी बढ़ जाती है, प्राइज मनी आ जाता है, थोड़ा चिलिंग्स होता है, थोड़ा चिलिंग्स. समझ रहे हो? बाकी टीम ग्राइंड करने दो, उनको भी जीतने दो. ये वाला फंड है. तो अभी क्या नॉन्गसिम जीता, अभी चिलिंग्स वाला सीन है. तो इजी 3-0 PRX मेरा प्रेडिक्शन है. इजी. फिर बाद में वो लोग जब भी हारेंगे ना एकदम इजीली, तब नॉन्गसिम बोले ओ माय गॉड ये तो चिलिंग्स हो गया. फिर वो लोग बाउंस बैक करेंगे मेरे हिसाब से. सोल को टारगेट मत करो. 4 स्टार है भाई. हाँ 4 स्टार है, घर जाएंगा. हाँ आसमान में देखते हो तो 1 स्टार दिखता है क्या रे तुम लोग को? 4 है अपने पास. हाँ दू क्या रे?
Exactly the map one that we wanted to see from them.
Yeah, definitely. But on the other side of Gen G, not so much a performance that we wanted here. I know you put Foxy9 on your build diff roster big time.
Both of your, 2 of your players down at the bottom.
Hello?
Foxy and
Can we play Foxy? Yeah, but I mean, I think a little bit of a slow start for everyone on this Gen G team. Lakia there at the top of the scoreboard for them, and I think that's not something you ever want to see if you're a Gen G fan. Lakia's place is not at the top of the scoreboard in what should be a high fragging team.
It was like
कौन से आसमान देख रहे हो आप जो एक भी स्टार नहीं दिख रहा? लॉल यही है. मेरे को लगा ही था. मैं एक पिकाचू कमेंट के लिए देख रहा था. मैं सच्ची रुका. मैं एकदम अंदर से रुका था कि कोई तो एक ऐसा बोले. चोमटिए 2 पैर को स्टार दिखता है तेरे को? हाँ इन योर फेस. मेरे पास रेडी था मेरे पास रेडी था लेकिन जल्दी ना अभी जल्दी ना oh shit oh my god yeah Binks is so smart करके जल्दी ना
standing there and fighting half the time. He can do that on any agent. So I do think that we might be seeing changes down the line. But that's their opponent's map pick. Maybe they were surprised in the veto. Maybe this is a map that they put a lot less time in compared to some of the others in the pool.
Perhaps. But I do want to go back to Global Esports. There was a guy that we had our eyes on since kickoff, and that was Patman. Bit of a slow start, but things really picked up.
I mean, I think this is exactly what you want to see from him. We know he can make big plays, and these are 2 rounds, 2 separate 3Ks, one of them being a 1v3, where he takes over the round, wins it entirely on his own, basically, and keeps the momentum in their favor. If he's not able to light up in those moments, I think things could have got a lot worse for Global Esports very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he's continuing to show his versatility. He's continuing to show that he is a player that can, you know, hit these incredible strides, hit these incredible peaks. I mean, the 517 ACS, we were talking about it earlier. This obviously isn't that level of a performance, but it's still such a rock solid one from him.
Yeah, and also back on the initiator, where he made his name, so it's no surprise that he's comfortable there and he's able to immediately start off strong.
Yeah, and you know, he was on the Gecko, and we did see a couple of wingman plans. We were really impressed with Global Esports plans.
Look, I mean, this is why this little guy is in the roster.
Turn away, Sliggy, turn away.
Yeah, I mean, Sliggy doesn't know what he's talking about. Look at this guy. He's putting in so much work, and I think it's so important that teams aren't really prepared for it. They see he's actually in front of the molly. They miss the spam. This little guy actually puts in work so consistently and even starts to get the diffusers in that second half. I mean, I think the big thing for Global Esports is this composition. When they're attacking, it's all about those strong post plants. Wingman is a part of that, but KO has a molly, Brim has a molly, Gecko has a molly, and they have so much util to put together traps like this. I mean, Texture manages to live and somehow gets a kill. That's the caveat to this, where if teams are still able to shoot you in the face, you might struggle. Yeah. So I am curious if they bring this composition out again if they play Bind. Because I think once is a surprise, second, every time, everyone's going to be that little bit more prepared. But I do think it was well worked, well put together, and I liked it.
Yeah, I think so, and I think they liked it too. It definitely paid off there. And as we go into Split, now Split is going to be very interesting. Like Jen asked, Platoon on the stage there. Are we going to see the Veto come back on Split? You know, they played more than one agent comp there, but Veto was so memorable for Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, he says it's still within their wheelhouse, so it's something they could bring out. But if they're not going to leave the Veto, I think that going into Chamber as well, could be really, really strong here. My biggest question is Gen G. Okay, you're picking this map. Texture, we know he can play that Neon, but are you still going to be running the Yoru? I mean, what is your take on this big time? Because it feels like Split in the past, an absolute playground for Yoru, but given the changes, and you can't transition across the map
Absolutely.
I like it a lot less on Split after the nerfs. Now, I think on Bind I can forgive it. You can see how it would make sense. But I think if Gen G decide to play Yoru 2 maps in a row, it starts to ask the question of, oh, do they not think like this nerf is impactful at all? Are we going to be seeing even more Yoru from them? And then I would start to be a little bit worried. It's not very cutting edge. It's not very modern. If they're stuck in the patch of last month. So very, very curious. That is a very big question on the side of Gen G now.
Definitely. In fact, Jen had a word with Coach Solo over on stage. Not yet.
She's about to have a word with Coach Solo on the stage.
I think she is about to. I think it's, you know, these are big questions for Solo right now. When you have so much expectation for Gen G, you know, since that Masters Trophy win, it's been sort of like ups and downs here. And now with Foxy9,
down.
Yeah, and lots of downs now. And with Foxy9 back on the roster, we are honestly having better expectations. We did predict Gen G in the end. And you know what? We're just going to have to hear from the man himself, Coach Solo, over with Jen.
Retweet, क्या है? Retweet about you? मेरे पीछे क्यों पड़ा ये? मैंने क्या किया भाई?
Jen here with Gen G Solo. Now Solo, tough luck on map 1, which was Bind, but we saw Foxy9 on Brimstone. So what was the vision here? Talk to us about the implementation of Foxy9 into the team. 감독님 먼저 1세트 아쉽게 내주고 말았는데요. 폭시9 선수의 포지션이 굉장히 궁금했었는데 바인드에서는 브림스톤을 했더라고요. 좀 어떤 과정이 있었고 어떤 계획이었는지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
일단은 저희가 이제 빈 자리가 테스트.
ये क्या है भाई? ये क्या है? हेलो? ये क्या है भाई? हाँ? मेरे कंसेंट के बिना ये फोटो डाला, ये क्या है? हेलो?
되지 않을 줄 알았는데 바인드에서 기용을 하셨거든요. 이제
이तना
아직도
डर है
몇몇
माहौल।
맵에서는 좀 충분히
इतना डर
기용할
का
수
माहौल है भाई?
있다는 마음이셨을까요?
그렇게 생각하고 있기도 하고 뭐 물론
뭐,
너프긴
zero
하지만
MS
그리고
게 लिए।
저희가 또 너프 전에 또 많이 준비를 해놨어요. 이 조합으로.
वहाँ पे सारे नियॉन में ट्रॉफी उठा रहे, एक दूसरे को हरा रहे, और अपने यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? नियॉन में क्लासिक ओनली, बैंडिट ओनली, इमॉर्टल ओनली भी डाल दो ना एक बार टाइटल में, देखो कुछ होता है क्या? नियॉन में बट इमॉर्टल ओनली, ऐसा एक बार टाइटल में डाल के देखो ना, टोमेटो बाय। हाँ, क्या पता कुछ क्रेजी हो जाए।
Now, Coach Solo, Genji, they are pretty notorious at this point for largely keeping things.
जिसने आपको सुनाया था ना, he was right about you.
To see that he's been trying
कितना
new
हरामी
things
है यार
out,
मैं।
but it still seems he's gonna use the Euro anyway, and Foxy9 remains on controller.
Not here. This is actually, I think, one of the... We might have to look back on this, but this might be one of the only maps where we really are going to get solo duelists from on both sides.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Foxy9 being on that Omen, it is still a question mark. When you have Caron in your team, that is, of course, something we have to talk about. On the side of Global, they're
No
keeping
way.
things relatively simple.
Well.
They're bringing back that veto, but it's Autumn who's playing it and Yudatan on that raise. So a little bit of differences there, but ultimately the same style as Kickoff.
I mean, much more active controller with this Omen for Foxy9.
Yes.
A lot more micro that you have to be, you know, just keeping tabs on timings, where you're placing your smokes, the
नजर बत्तू बना दिया
paranoias,
आपको, नजर
etc.
बत्तू
This is
कौन
going to
है
be a
अभी?
bigger test than the Brim was.
Oh, 100%. All right, we are going to send it over to our casters for map 2. We're going to see if Genji can bring it to a map 3. Korean casters are having a lot of fun over on the stage here. But we have our own casters here in the form of Pilski and
क्या
Quack.
सीन है? स्प्लिट का क्या सीन है भाई? चलो
About that, but yeah, we're definitely feeling the vibes on the arena.
भाई देखो, स्प्लिट में
At the end of it, I mean, it still is going to be, you know,
Neon
Genji
Valley.
up the back against the wall. It feels
Phoenix
as
लेगा
though
तो भी मेरे को
G
कोई
is coming
problem
with
नहीं
the
है।
roaring
योरू
start that
नहीं।
they wanted, you know, baby roar.
Yeah,
ठीक है, नहीं है।
Look,
ठीक है,
Genji
ठीक है,
hasn't
ठीक है,
necessarily looked fantastic so
ठीक है।
far in
दोनों
this
कॉम्स
series,
अच्छे
and I
हैं,
think in a
दोनों
group like
कॉम्स
this
अच्छे
where
हैं,
you've got
दोनों कॉम्स
TRX,
अच्छे हैं।
PaperX, and Nongshim, the two
दोनों
Masters
कॉम्स अच्छे हैं।
finalists, you can't really afford to lose this series when only 4 teams go through.
कौन डाला ये स्टैट्स? हाँ, ये स्टैट्स इधर 1000 का सुपर सेट नहीं आ रहा, वहाँ पे 1000 डेज वाला कौन डाला स्टैट्स? कौन है भाई?
Zinks solo over towards this B side of the map with a Viper Wall for a little bit of assistance, and look at this big trap set up here for GE. He needs to make sure he doesn't walk into that.
Well, you would assume that he's just going to stick around to lurk. G's not going to sit still, though.
Yeah,
कैम
they're throwing out
डालेगा
the paint
हमारे
shells
बेस
and the C's to
में।
be able to take B main control. You see the pivot straight through the middle of the map here for Genji. They take ropes control. They're going to head over in Patman's direction.
एक मार बस।
Already in
Love you
position
मेरे
as
जान के
well.
टोटे MVP।
Just going to
एक
transfer all that information. to his team.
PRX
Find the right time.
का X player
Sneak
G
back across,
fighting
current lurking
one
back
time.
around,
मार
trying to
मार
hold
मार।
off guard, but he's going to eat a lot of bullets instead.
Yeah, full heaven control here. Lakia playing a little bit more pressure. Which direction does GE take this retake? Straight through screen side into texture. He's been able to do quite well with a 1-for-1 there. Paranoia holding them at bay for now.
एक लो और उसने
That's
एक
gonna
मारा। Just
do
say
quite a bit as well. Maybe a Fort Current, a little bit more timing on the peaks. Oh, and then you got Foxy9 just looking for the right clicks. He sends out the smoke. Makes it a little bit more difficult, but still he will trudge through. Now straight from inside the smokes pad, it's going to walk away with a couple more kills. And that makes it all the G walks away with a pistol.
Yeah, Genji very much poised for maybe a retake through ramp side and get caught a little bit by the pace that was set on screens from GE. nightmare start to this attacking side of Split. This was their map pick, and let's not forget how successful GE was on this map last Split. They did quite well with the veto in the past. So I think they're going to be quite at home on a map like this, and for a team like Gen G to pick it into them, you got to be quite bold, you got to be quite confident that this is going to work out for them.
A little bit better now that you've got, Yudotan back on the Raze as well.
I mean, he was monstrous on the Raze. In fact, when he was brought into this roster, I remember it was Patrick who wasn't quite able to get into the server in time. They had to put Yudotan on the Raze, and it turned out he's pretty sick at the Asian. He's already been battle tested with it. Deceptor in position. Autumn, a player who's now on the Senti role and feeling right at home. Let's not forget, this man has played plenty of this role. He is not just a duelist player.
For sure. I would say some of the mechanical skill transfers over to the role. He's just locking down this site, making things difficult for Gen G. You look towards Zinx.
Oh, okay. Handed Crystal a free haircut on his birthday. That's pretty nice of him. Sees dodged quite nicely. Zinx has made it quite deep on out here, but the Prowler confirms his position, and Zappy will pick him up.
Nice haircut. Much appreciated.
Free haircut on your birthday. I'll take it. I mean, I was liking your durian cut earlier, but now you're back to your usual style. I think it suits you a little better.
It's more of a comfort durian now. As
ये मैप पर PRX को अपन that is why I भूल गए Gen G वाले.
Okay, I like
अभी
that
तो
one.
सब अलग है ना.
Section slice on through, but Yudotan onto the guard.
Patience, Yudo and Crystal both earning themselves 2 old dwarves each in that anti-eco, closer to an evolution and a showstopper as they head through into their bonus. Gen G now prepping themselves for their first gun round. Foxy9 not looking too comfortable on the Brimstone in that opening map. Feels, again, like Gen G is trying to plug the role question in their team, which has been opened up by Charon playing Sentinel. They could have just put Charon back on the controller, but that still hasn't happened. So that kind of begs the question, why?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's just so weird. I don't know, but I guess we'll just have to kind of cross our fingers and hope and see. Now it's going to be full swing out from G, of course, as proactive as ever, but they're going to be punished for it.
It was a nice try, the set play, haunt up over the top, double satchel into the progression smoke there on the dark cover, looking for a pick. Gen G all over it, now contact walk, back up onto the line. It's just Crystal here with a Bulldog pushed away by the Prowler.
Very uncomfortable, tosses out the sneeze, but...
The sneeze?
Seize. Oh my god, what did I say?
I thought it was Frost that was feeling under the weather. It's spreading through the team now.
A little bit. Technically, he's right under us. But still, coaching booth. Either way, just trying to hold down to this choke point.
Bacha, love you, Pac-Man.
Back up towards the top of heaven.
It's a nice high-low through the gap in the Viper wall that gives a pick over to Gen G, but the pivot, Zinx, very active on the lurk. He is the consolation, the second plan B here for Gen G that allows them to break on into the B side. Autumn has repositioned, activating his interceptor now and looking for a pick with the Outlaw.
If he goes unchecked, it could be good, but at the end of the day, it's still an Outlaw. Everyone from Gen G pretty much up to full shield.
It's a good pick for Crystal, and now you're going to be able to run a bit of a bait setup inside of B main. If Autumn goes down here, I'm not sure they're going to be ready for Patman on the flank.
So a little bit of that fake, but Pat, he's whiffing shots. Now it makes things really awkward. They're going to swing him together. Gen G just looking to protect the spike with their lives. Crystal, of course, trying to make his own moves as well, but it's way too exposed. So just down to Pat.
It's a round that could have gone very poorly for Gen G, and they've walked away with it. Foxy9 and Lakia barely clinging to life. Patman scrambling back into the site. Will lose his Vandal here, but he's really just trying to cause any damage, and Gen G are giving him nothing to work with.
Pretty much. So where he's going to hang back as well. They can get, some out points here as well. They might as well go for it. Lakia is close to Nightfall now.
He's been quite good this series. That streak from him in the opening gun round. He was actually the standout over on Bind. Question in this meta is, what Enit are you going to run on various maps? And I know a lot of teams are trusting the Sky because with the nerf of Yoru, it creates this question in your composition. Where did the flashes come from? And do you even use any? And you've seen in various other regions, both CN as well as over in EMEA, Phoenix being picked up in the secondary duelist, or they're playing a little bit of Sky to be able to answer kind of the flash problem, as it were. this case, though, no flashes on either team except for the paranoia, really.
Bing bhai, who makes your terminal? Can you
more than
please tell me if
in this case.
comfortable? I'm
For
not
now, just
comfortable.
Texture all the way up front, catches
को
up
पता ही नहीं
someone
है
on
कौन
slight
बना था।
timing. You don't time to trade.
Yeah,
Was
Hawks
it
exchange back and forth. I was swinging through the Viper Orb. I thought Patman was off for 2 there, but
3v3.
Foxy9 shuts him down nicely.
Almost था.
Oh, now I gotta
Bhai,
get caught by
क्या सच्चे
Javi,
timing
though.
Javi.
They're just constantly getting doors shut in their faces. Gen G now find themselves with the only option, the ace site.
बस अभी
You know,
उड़ो को
though,
एक
he could
मार
be
के
on for a
मरने का
big
है.
multi-frag here, but caught off guard by Lakia, who continues to deliver. Nightfall is in play. Prowler will clear out all of the close angles, so A site, look, is definitely an option, but not when you get caught on the cross by Crystal.
Continuing to jiggle peek as well.
Please.
Karen just has one mission in his mind. Get the spike planter.
ना मान रहे.
Okay, trying to bait some of them out.
And Caron is always so clutch in these kind of positions. You have to give him a lot of respect as GE. They're just going to trust the numbers here.
No respect. Javi bhai,
tapping the
जैसे ही plant करेगा.
Walks up
Pixel
towards
angle रखो,
elbow.
मारो
Hello?
बस.
I mean, look, he's just
W.
looking for a 1v1, trying to bait out a bit of a mistake from GE.
Nice
But
one,
former
nice
Rookie of the Year,
one.
demanding a lot of respect in that
Bhai,
1-on-2,
अभी
despite
ये
not
round
having
जीत गया
a
तो जीत गया
particularly
ना?
great finish.
कर रहे क्या वो लोग force
These
नहीं
players
ना?
in Gen G still have
जीत
so
गया
much
Chad.
better and savvy and so much aura. So much respect.
अभी ultra rotation
over
अपना
here
on
in
point
Pacific.
है.
I think this was
ये
the key
9-3
kill. I
वाला
think if
switch है
Foxy
अभी.
picks up Zavi there on B, this round's done and dusted. Great positioning, start to finish from these players on GE. Has to be said. Very scrappy round, which came down to mere milliseconds in certain duels, but Gen G have had their money broken. Big round for GE to win.
भाई discipline
Within
अच्छा है
their
अपना
sails, as it
अपना.
were. Just
Bro
continuing to gain
thinks he's in
proactive
team.
control. I mean, look at that outside garage.
Yeah. Bit of an exchange inside a middle. Texture is one off
उनका
of his
उनका बोलो
overdrive.
मटटा भाई.
Especially with something like the Nightfall, you could take a lot of HP away from these players on GE, and that's where something like a Bucky, a Sheriff, a Guardian can very much clean up some of these decayed players.
भाई vent मिल गया
You
Texer
always
को.
gonna want to watch out for positions where textures could suddenly pop through.
I mean, Foxy has already made his intentions clear. He's already fired a Bucky shot into Mail. So GE are well aware of what's on the
भाई
cards in a round like this.
I hope जो
Very
मेरा
defensive
5-man है ना,
Veto in towards elbow.
जिसमें कुछ चोमटे
A lot
लोग
of
हैं,
space
वो लोग
being
ये
given.
चीज
They're just trusting the
देखें
angles,
कि
trusting the
कैसा
retake.
मिड छोड़
Trying
के और
to,
आफ्टर
again,
वहाँ
kind
पे
of shift
खेल
down
सकते
Gen G
हैं
before
और
they're
वेंट
actually able
छोड़
to get into
सकते
a
हैं.
successful post
वेंट से रोटेशन नहीं लेना चाहिए. I just hope.
Taking more and more space. Autumn digging his heels into the site to play off Crystal's util.
You say digging, but I really do love how he's got the TP set up and gives him so many more options to play around it. He's gonna eat the Nightfall 4 now. As he hangs inside Crystal, walks away with the kill through the smoke. And Autumn is just unscathed by it, unbothered. A counter Nightfall comes in, and it's pretty much just GE to flood back in Lakia. What do you have? Nothing much. It's G up to 4.
Yeah, Crystal's positioning has been pixel perfect so far this game. Caught multiple players on the cross out of A main, another successful haunt before Gen G is able to actually get into a comfortable A site post plant. They're just losing players coming out of the chokes. Great spam, great use of the Phantoms. 5 Phantoms in play there. Very intentional for GE that they just want to play a spam heavy game and punish Gen G on the entry into site.
Beauty.
Working out well for
Well,
Metro as well. I mean, you really...
That's a lad right there.
Hope to see more from Gen G. Some signs of life, a bit of breathing, perhaps.
Yeah, Cage
What a
across,
spray
sets up
by
Texture for a little bit of control of
this
A-Ramp.
young
So
lad.
He's in place up there. See Gen G just trying to bait out some kind of reaction from GE on A main. Very tentative of how far they should push the issue. Autumn caught there on the cross though, and that's an open A site for Gen G.
Huge. As soon as the curtains fall, now it's pat down in the ground.
चलेगा एक round giveaway.
Finally, they found a decent timing. Shotgun sings for Zavi though. Karen caught on the flank, but it's still the same situation for GE. A very difficult retake on the cards.
बहुत late है, position नहीं है, छोड़ दो, save कर सकते हैं अपन, कोई problem नहीं है.
Somehow finds a little bit more, but he'll have his choice as he streams in towards elbow. The rest of the team now beginning to make some moves. They found Zix.
He's dead.
Oh.
Foxy still taking his time though, and that's where I do get a little bit worried, but Lakia pretty much has things under his grasp.
Alta गया.
Beginning to make his assertions. 3 kills. Down to 1v1. Foxy still has the full kit, so gonna toss out the paranoia. Blinds Unotan absolutely.
Yeah, key round for Foxy to win. Yudatan on a bit of a heater there, picks up the showstopper at the end of the round, and that got very expensive for Gen G in a round where they don't really have the money to replace those weapons. Started off so well for them. That was at one point a 5-on-3. Karen gets picked on the flank, and it feels like Gen G are really struggling through a lot of rounds that they should be able to close out more cleanly. Another 3K from Lakia. He has been gold today. In theory, Lakia should be the weakest fragger on your team, but he is just delivering time and time again.
6-2. Yeah.
Living up to the moniker, but
yeah.
Back to another go.
Love, thank you for the 40 months. मेरी जान करते दो तेरे एक मेरा चल रहा है बस यही चलते
Top angle from Xavi. He is by himself here, and it is a triple peak
angle
on the cards. Spams away. He's given a little bit of space. There's a counter spam back through the wood wall, and he does get picked. It's a nice opener for Gen G. A lot of pressure on this B site now.
3 बंदे लोग ने पूरा स्प्रे खाली कर दिया.
Because of that, now Crystal getting a little bit itchy.
Yeah, Yudatan bringing the showstopper over to the other side of the map. They're expecting a flood back into B. Autumn making a nice mid-round push here. Could give them the information that they need. Crystal dealing with the trip and sinks the boot.
Prowler in towards the back of sewer as well. Pat is just tucked neatly into this corner.
Stinger though brings a little bit of punching power away from him. Rotation back from Crystal. He has not put a foot wrong this entire game thus far, and he's got a 1v4 on his hands.
Actually, 40 seconds में गया है.
Moves as well. Suddenly you see that everything's clear. You start to hear some footsteps. You call the team across. Yudatan gets it just nice. Showstopper will be huge. Set play coming in. Either way, Gen G just trying to kick down these doors. I get the spike in quick, but the showstopper has already arrived. Party brought over to you. How do you like that? Pat out from behind. Still gonna toss in Nightfall though. Gen G are not backing down from the fight.
Yeah, getting the retake in through from a ramp side. That's a cheeky position from Lakia on the off angle.
Very possible. Just down for the count, but not
nice.
Out. Still, though, weapons will reign supreme. Low HP, there's not much you can do unless you had those well-placed shots.
It's another round where you get a bit of an entry into A, but unfortunately can't close out the post plan. It feels like GE is constantly given so much space in these retakes. They're able to successfully get flanks off. They're able to retake through ramp side. Love the fast flood approach from GE. They had the veto TP in A heaven with Autumn on that B side of the map. So they're able to just very flexibly rotate and stack. That's a big kill again from Crystal. The fades are having so much impact from both teams. But the setup from GE is what's so impressive. Even with Xavi over on that B side of the map, he had the From the Shadows. So in theory, the Veto and the Omen on that B side of the map could stack A so quickly. We talked about the previous meta where Yoru's with the gate crash allowed you to be able to fast flood and stack the correct sites. But similarly for GE, actually, with the Omen and the Veto on that B side of the map, being able to TP A Heaven and From the Shadows across the map, that is such an easy fast flood kind of stacky approach. And on top of that, you throw the rocket. I mean, it's hard to actually convert an A site after plant, really, as Gen G.
That's why we'll have another relatively early time.
Unbelievable.
Halfway through in the first half for Gen G, but other than that, yeah, GE just feels like they have so many options, and it doesn't help when all of their players are starting to perform to this level as well. I mean, Crystal continuing to push here and there. I was not expecting to get that kill against Ziggs.
Gen G, it just feels like pound for pound inside of the server are not stepping up to the level that's required. Firepower-wise, GE are kind of all over them in this series.
Then this from my
Ziggs has not had any impact on this Cypher. Another rough game from Caron. Felt like they were not super online, not super active in Bind, and I'm not getting the sense that much has changed coming into split here. Lucky is once again top fragging on the fade. This is bad news bears for Gen G.
And walk into the next round.
Slightly naked. Long range, long range.
Not a lot on offer. Couple of sheriffs. You got the outlaw waiting in the wings. Crystal is licking his lips at the prospect of a couple of freebies. Shotgun up on A heaven. There's no way you're making your way up there.
Licking his lips, kya
A lot of possibilities to delay as well. The positioning of it. Javi with the judge.
Gen G have just been given the middle of the map yet again. GE are quite happy to give it up. Play around that. If you could get a good timing though when a pick onto either Patman or Crystal here, they could be on for one, but Patman covering B main nicely, and that's where the outlaw gets involved.
Bye.
So much more as well.
Oh my god!
We're going bungee jumping.
I saw that in Harry Potter. He's floating into the air.
Cast is
Nice!
stupefied.
Yay!
Man, that's rough. Karon's literally been force choked
Welcome
into
to
the air
TikTok, boys.
by a nicely placed C's.
Do it. Do it.
He did do it to him, to be fair. The
Yeah!
outlaw against the
Long
Eco.
jump.
It is disgusting. It's too easy for GE this game, isn't it?
But this is so awkward because Gen G were the ones who, walking away from kickoffs, didn't play split that much. Pick this against GE, who had it 4 times played.
Yeah.
क्या मस्त दिखता है ना वो?
Looking to try to pick up the pace,
Oh
but it's a
my God,
C-snake
combo
combo. Will
combo
end
gaya.
him on the
Combo
spot.
gaya.
Gorgeous
Combo
utility from GE.
You
दूर
had
से
a
देख लिया
timeout
मैंने,
coming into
combo.
this round. This was not meant to
दूर
happen.
से देख लिया.
Unfortunately, it did. And now GE just
विटो हो
lied
गया
in
उनके
wait.
साथ रे बाबा.
You don't have much
विटो हो गया रे
else.
बाबा.
You don't have options towards the back of other sites, other portions of the map.
We're going to contact
भाई
into
क्या
Zabi.
ये
He's got a
concept है
shotgun.
भाई?
You've got the
No!
utility. We can't even throw
No!
a C's
भाई low fill कर
as
रहा है.
Lakia. This is falling apart, Quack.
Are we for real? Yudotan's gone off. He can get hit by the paranoia as well.
भाई हर बार वो
Autumn's
लोग
starting
कुछ
to
ना
make
कुछ
a
combo
move.
कर रहे हैं.
They're just trying to pick their timings into these
क्या था?
fights. Gen G want to be dig deep and fight their way out of it, but it's not happening.
Ace!
Yudotan to finish with the Predator.
Ace!
I
उसका
mean, he's
एक और
farming on the
अंडा
raise
गया.
again.
और अभी
What do
उन्हें
you even
इको
say
है
at this point?
वापस.
13 and 4. Patman's had multi-frags on multi-frags.
No!
Crystal hasn't put a foot wrong. And this veto is looking a little bit
That is
silly,
बार
a little bit
qualify
foolish
नहीं,
at
मेरे
this
हिसाब से
point
trophy है
from
बेचारा.
Gen G. Like you said, coming out of a timeout, they try to force their way out A main straight into a util
इस बार
combo.
ट्रॉफी है. ये पिन हटाना पड़ेगा. ट्रॉफी
What
है
a
इस बार.
nicely constructed side hold from GE.
इस बार
No.
Ugh.
I was not expecting that from Yudotan.
No
Of course, we go
way,
again, Gen
man.
G.
Paranoia onto Autumn. He's under not much pressure here, feeling quite safe behind the Viper wall. TP into the cage from Foxy9. Where's he off to?
So open.
Autumn को
And now the
देखो.
corner
एक, दो,
unchecked.
तीन.
Autumn is just going to
ठीक है,
lap
ठीक है,
it
चलेगा,
all
दो,
up. The
चलेगा,
Stinger
चलेगा.
still pushing through, though, and Texture
चलेगा.
already into the back of screen.
This could be a big
Not
round from
bad,
Texture.
not
One off the overdrive here. Still does have the fast lane in play to try to cut up some of the angles. Sees is there for Lakia, but I'm looking at Yudotan. The man has got a rocket in his
मार
pocket.
दे अल्ट. मार दे. राउंड सिक्योर हो रहा है. मार दे.
Even just tapping the button is going to force Gen G to scramble somewhat. Oh, there goes the paranoia. There goes the showstopper. Gen G, how do you
मार
hold?
दे.
Pat's
कर.
gone nuclear against Lakia. Now you're just sending off to it. Texture has to come up huge, but it's not going to happen. The paint shells even at the end.
Unreal.
Fireworks.
Yeah. 8 and 2 for GE. Just when you thought Gen G was going to catch a little bit of
यार
a break, you
क्यूटी
were
के
going to
साथ ये
get
हो रहा
a
है
little
थोड़ा
bit of
बुरा लग रहा है
that
लेकिन
texture
चलेगा.
magic.
बहुत
Just
टाइम से हम लोग
instantly
रुके
smacked
हैं.
away with another nice
बहुत
flank
टाइम से
on
हम
the
लोग रुके हुए हैं.
retake. GE has just been so active in these
भाई
rounds, taking
क्या
map control.
क्या
See the
है
flank
बे क्रिस्टल.
down the middle of the map there from Patman. Yudotan joining up with him. It's not something that Gen G was able to tackle. To be fair, they didn't bring much into that
Language.
round, but they need every
But in
single
that
round that
call,
they can get because this attacking side has been a non-starter.
Just going to leave everything defense. That's not too good. You got
14
4
and
ults
4,
online now.
it's a
Come on,
to-do.
Gen G.
Another B trap here.
14
Six
and
didn't fall
4.
for it in the pistol. There's the trip to be able to secure control of B main that will be taken back at some point. It's only a question of when from GE as the Prowler clears all of that out. And for Gen G, I mean, they didn't
देखा
pivot
भी
back
उसने.
towards that B side. They're once again working
अच्छा
a
वो
little
किया
bit
था.
more
Prowler
slowly,
पे
a little
आगे
bit more
चला गया था
tentatively,
वो.
because let's be honest, when they picked up the pace, they have been punished heavily. At least they've got ramp control this time. Smoke goes to Mail, trying to obscure their intentions, but GE are rotating correctly
तीन
nonetheless.
बंदे हैं बे अपन. इस बार
Very
पैसिफिक मारेगा
carefully
जी
as
भाई.
ever.
होपफुली यार तेरे मुंह में घी शक्कर
Operator
यार.
as well. Now you kind of know exactly what's going to happen. Early Nightfall, though, just trying to thwart Gen G's advances. You toss everything
ये
into
blinded
the
है.
site,
मार.
and you walk away with glory. The kills getting picked
चलेगा.
up as Gen G begin to crumble and fall apart. Once again,
चलेगा.
just Texture left. Zinx is somewhere else, trying to get himself transferred over up through vents.
Just a beautiful contact setup being constructed here.
बेचारा
Crystal
इनको
was
time
the
हो गया
first point of
उसका.
contact, and maybe that's all that's needed.
आराम
Zinx
से,
finally
आराम से.
coming alive here. He's had a quiet
आराम
map
से.
thus far, but only 20 seconds to pick up the spike and complete a 1-on-2. I don't know if that's coming together.
No
Chat.
shot.
जिंक्स तेरे जिंक्स
Way
रे
too
लोड़ी.
low. Autumn
Chat
doesn't even
मैं क्या
really
बोल रहा
need
हूँ?
to use the op here.
10 seconds left.
भाई
gonna use it
खतरनाक
either
जीते
way.
अपन.
They're supposed to score it out to 9-2. I mean, this is a stomp from GE
Huh?
on their opponent's map pick. The last time these two teams played, you needed every single round to be able to separate them, but I don't know what's happened in the off-season. You know, we heard it in the content piece that Gen G's been putting in the work, but I'm not seeing it in the server right now. I'm scratching my head at Foxy9 on controller and Ash going out of the roster. Some of these comps as well, either looking a little bit outdated or a little bit flat. And whereas GE, I mean, they've just gone from strength to strength. Everybody is performing across the board, and it feels like the setups are beautiful. Up back out once again for Autumn. Wasn't really needed in that last round, and with another contact play towards A main, it could be freebies for him.
Just trained into the position. He's going to eat a bit of damage, though.
मैंने बोला था 9-3.
Sight open, Nightfall through, doesn't connect onto anyone. Pretty much just
भाई
quick
क्या
reactions from
माँ
GE.
कसम
Look
क्या
at the
क्या
rotations.
reveals है
Crystal getting the
भाई.
shot spammed across.
I mean, I don't think
wall
Texture
में
has
reveal
ripped a
डाला
successful
है.
overdrive this entire series. Immediately slapped away. Reactive
उसके
paranoia
wall
from
में
Foxy9 to
reveal
try
डाला
to
है.
slow
जिसकी
down the
wall से
retake a
पिछले और
little
reveal
more.
हुआ.
And you got the Boombot now coming in as well. Not to mention, Pat out from above. Karen, does he have this read? Not quite. Just the rest of Gen G onto the sights now, but they're all getting choked out. Lights out in the final round of the first half. We actually get a 10-2.
I mean, this is just dominance from GE. Carroll even had a pit in that post plant, and he just never used it. He never got into a good enough position to be able to make that work for himself. Double digits for GE in the first half alone. It's got to be back to the drawing board for Gen G, and I think if they get stomped this hard by a team that you'd say might be their closest competition in a group like this, especially after the kickoff result, surely they're going out bottom two, because it doesn't get easier from here. We've got both of the Masters Santiago grand finalists in this group as well, yet to be played by Gen G. I don't know, bro. I just don't see it. I'm not seeing it come together, and we're only one game into the season, not even.
Talk about an unused pit in that round. Now, after those words, Billy, I've got a pit in my stomach. That oof.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Caron usually just perfect positioning from him. You can trust him in every post play. You can trust him to lock down the sides. Haven't seen it today.
1-0 में क्या stats दिया था? First time in 1000 days. 2-0 में क्या दोगे? First time again in 1000 days. ये डालना again. हाँ? 2-0 Gen G 2-0. Huh?
The problem is when the best teams in the world are in your group and you haven't played them yet, that doesn't really apply, unfortunately.
Well,
एक और बार ऐसा ट्वीट आने दो. इस बार जेंजी करके माफ किया. एक और बार अगर ऐसा फोटो डाला ना, कुल्ला दमकी जर्सी पहन के बैठूंगा डायरेक्ट. हाँ, फिर देखते हैं कि लाइव कपड़ा बीटी देगा या डिजिटल.
Line. I'm not gonna lie.
Until unless 50 gifted मिलता है.
He's lurking towards A main this round. Bit of active pressure on B main and smoke it to middle. GE trying to mask their intentions here.
Because
this is a heavily fortified site.
That's the thing. Utadai's got the paint shells as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I said the Raze plays much better into the Cypher than the Neon.
Yep.
Info
That's
cam from
true,
Zinx.
that's true.
I'm sure Patman can hear that, and he's itching to deal with it at some point, but he needs to take his time. Scared that he'll get caught by a trap on A ramp.
That's
Can't
true,
see
that's
both
true.
the Omen,
There it goes.
yeah, and the Neon were ready to pounce on
क्या
anybody.
स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो मेरी जान के डो.
Fishing around. You hear one sheriff shot, so it's not enough. You might not think the full force of GE is here, but lo and behold, GE's just gaming this so nicely. Foxy9's position now triangulated. The whole team marching across.
अच्छा रीड था
Texture alone.
I thought Texture was going to help him out, but bro was dipped into the site. Foxy9 going 1-for-1 there, not too bad. Pivot straight through Redstone, up in towards B-Heaven. Let's not forget, there's 2 trips here and 3 players for Gen G. They could definitely hold this.
वापिस जाओ ये.
Very workable.
Double cook.
Lakia finding all that information for the team as well.
Hello.
He's been good so far, but he's going to get taken out. Just
Hello.
Karen trying to do his best. Tucked into the corner, he pushes into the cage, taken out mid-fight.
I mean, if you're not holding that, then it's not coming together. As Gen G today, another heroic player being required of Texture, does have a slide to work with that could help him try to win one of these aim duels, but GE just working together in tandem. It's a high-low on the right side of the site. Nah, too easy. 18 and 5 for Udatan. 11 for GE. Just stacking up all the numbers in every category. Easy as you'd like.
Well, Javi. Nah, jokes. I mean, 11-2. Now you're pretty much walking in towards map series point. You know, call it what it is. Just not seeing too much from Gen G in a lot of these moments.
I mean, they're just, I don't feel like they're playing off of each other very well. Like you had Foxy isolated at Heaven by himself when initially at the start of the round, you were probably banking on a relay bolt paranoia combo. And then a three-player psychic double trip not being able to be held. When you had a singular, like, pivot through Heaven. Like, old Gen G, you'd put your house on them winning that pistol.
Well, I don't know how you feel about your predictions, but either way, this is now Gen G forced into the bye, literally.
ऐसे देखा नहीं जा रहा है यार Gen G को यार. Bucky 13-7, 13-10 तो करो.
Waiting for his opportunity. There's 3 sets of light armor here, and he'd love to get a little bit of a click on with the Outlaw. Chokehold towards net is going to break things up a little bit, or at least confirm that Lucky is waiting.
Texture and Current, they're going to have to do something. I think they feel pressured for it, so just dumping utility out now.
They just bait out the trap so easily. Like, they threw a chokehold, and then Udatan shot a bullet, and they were like, yep, that was a trap.
Anxiety for Gen G is through the roof.
They're just burning through all of their utility. Like, that's the paranoia use. They use the relay bolt. They've still got the C's, but that's about it.
Love you.
Now lethal range. GE sees the kill. They're going in for it. Texture, though. Hold on. The sheriff shots are ringing across the site. Bucky out in hand. And Patman trying to save the round. Out with a ghost into the corner. Might have to spike. 10 seconds. He makes a go. But unbeknownst to him, it sinks around the corner. Gen G survived just a little bit.
रुशिन सारे क्या देख रहे हैं? क्या देख रहे हैं हम लोग? This is double unbelievable. Double. Huh? How is this even impossible? My God. I told you and I believed you. I believed you. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Soul and G both win this week. Both won 2-0. What more to say? W ऋषि सर. W. अभी बस यही चाहिए जैसा सोल के पास ट्रॉफी है जी के पास भी. Let's go. Can we have some G fighting in the chat? Wait, 2 more rounds are left. कुछ left नहीं. जीत गए हैं straight up. जीत गए हैं straight up.
Oh, but he's gonna get taken out. Surely not.
सीधा.
Foxy 9 alone on the site now. Pressured by a lot of utility. It's a decent paranoia to try to buy himself some space as the rest of Gen G trying to rotate in, but he can't even pick up one.
Hold on, we got 6 around the corner still. Hello? The previous round has to come up with more goods, but he's getting smoked off.
Oh my God, Batman को देखो.
Pushing up further front. Zinx commits a trade, but then you got the hopping judge in play. All of a sudden, the tables have turned around. It's just Lakia. He's out by Heaven. Position noted. Just trying to peek across, but Udatan right underneath his nose. We're up to series point, people.
This is a stomp, man. Yeah, it's a force by 1 by Gen G, and GE reply with a full eco win. The judge gets nothing, not even one. Immediate entry from Pat.
Stream the like कर दो मेरी जान के डरो भाई पैट.
Taking off Foxy 9, the next up to bat with a decent paranoia. Still can't even bring one frag to the table. In the back of the site there. You need your Omen Viper to be able to multi-frag on these side holds. The frustration is evident for Gen G. It's been a very rough series for them.
Buy G jersey, hashtag thumbnail GG, hashtag पैसा दे दो, hashtag gifted दे दो.
Not what you want to have, but alas, here we are.
Watcher expired.
So.
Autumn Once again, looking for openers with the Outlaw walking up mid, trying to bait the trap. All goes up.
Solo gave up. Didn't even call timeout. मेरे को तो लगा था आएगा timeout. Frost timeout बनता था. Frost timeout बनता था 12-3 पे एक.
Boombot dealt with. Did hear the stinger, so they're well aware that this is a 1-3-1.
Foxy9.
Yeah, he's walked into B main. You got to cut some corners. Glass Cannon Vandal as well. You can tell that the man is feeling confident. Pivot back to A though. There are multiple trips here. Paint shells hasn't been used just
अभी
yet.
एक सेकंड.
Still very doable for
अभी देखो ये तो जीत गए. ठीक है हम लोग को 3 विन चाहिए. टीम सीक्रेट बाय
situation.
मानो या ना मानो जीत गए.
And that will be enough for Texture to line things up. The rest of the team coming in off that effort as well. Now the spike on the ground. Surely this is where G starts to
Yeah. I thought Patman was on for a multi-frag from the screen side. Very dialed in on his screen this round. Xavi looking for damage.
भाई अपन देखो सीक्रेट तो जीत गए, DRX जीत गए, PRX और नोंगशिम में से भी हम लोग एक तो जीत ही सकते. समझ रहे हो? मेरे को लग रहा है नोंगशिम अपन वापस जीतने वाले हैं. मेरे को लग रहा है कि PRX के अलावा हम लोग सब जीतने वाले हैं. चैट इस बार ये देख के PRX के अलावा सब जीतने वाले हैं हम लोग.
But many more needed. 8 more in a row from Gen G. I'm not sure how that's going to be coming together. Showstopper's out from Udo as well. It's a nice hold. Good setup with Zinks in the back of the site. Spam through from Texture, reactive pawn. Over on Heaven's side.
चैट जिसको भी गिफ्टेड मिला है टैग करो ऋषि सर को और छुपा दे दो, पपिया दे दो, पॉजिटिविटी दे दो. इस साल बहुत सेक्सी वाइब आ रहा है. कोर्स ने बोला है 5-0 चाहिए. नहीं इतना नहीं. देखो वेरी रियलिस्टिक मैं बोल रहा हूँ 4-1. वेरी रियलिस्टिक. 5-0 थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया. PRX वाले ऐसे कि उनको एंटी स्टार्ट नहीं कर सकते. पागल है वो लोग. बाकी सारी टीम को एंटी स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं. उनको जब खुद ही नहीं मालूम वो लोग क्या करते हैं. क्या एंटी स्टार्ट क्या एजेंट लेगा वो भी नहीं मालूम. जो बात है वो चलता है.
decent timing, and it's a nice crunch on Heaven from Gen G, but how does it get that messy?
Autumn is how, oh my god, turns things down to the 2v1. This was never meant to be G's full round. They had a half buy coming into this. Now Evolution's popped, you got the Nightfall confirms, no one else nearby. There's so much initiative that G sees just by sheer positioning.
One kill from Zinks, couldn't get it.
ऋषि सर जीपे तो नहीं गया ना किसी को.
2 at this point. Spots out, the player out towards garage, but still paranoid, as there may be more players up in different corners. He's gonna walk up front, bank everything down to the garage plate, sets down the cage just to try to obfuscate things, but ultimately the C's reveals all Autumn for the finisher kill. This was utterly, every step of the way, GE's game.
Yeah, they dominate the team that gave them a lot of trouble in the lower bracket of kickoff. GE off to a great start in this group. Definitely a must-win game, given how many dangerous teams are waiting in the wings. They start off well with some momentum. And we asked the question in kickoff, are GE good enough to make it international this early on? Well, I think with a start like that, they've got a little bit of a chance in this group.
Hell yeah. I mean, it does come a bit close on that first map, but Octopus split. Every step, every compositional pick, every player just finding all their little moments here and there. Safe to say, GE, this is a fully new, reinvigorated roster out for stage 1, but for Gen I cannot say the same thing.
No, definitely not. They've had more than enough time to work on things in the off-season after an early exit in kickoff, but it was a very flat performance, even from the big names of Gen G today. Having Foxy9 step into the controller role after Ash did decently last stage. I mean, it is a 6-man roster. I'm wondering if we're going to stick with the same roles. Are we going to stick with the same players for Gen G after a bit of a nightmarish start here in the group?
We still have those question marks in there, but for now, at least winning for GE, we're going to toss it down the stage for Jet for the winning interview.
साल में 5-2-0 hello. रूट सॉरी एक्चुअल में यहाँ से जीत के अपन दूसरे रीजन के सामने खेलने वाले NA, EMEA, China के सामने.
A lot to celebrate for GE this nice 2-0 win, and also happy birthday Crystal. Now I'm gonna grab Autumn over here and talk about today's game. Thank you Autumn for joining me.
Birthday उसका, interview
इसका. 네, 오늘 2대0으로 승리를 거둔 글로벌 e스포츠의 어텀 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
가장 먼저 오늘 좀 경기에서 처음으로 브림스톤과 비토를 보여주게 됐습니다. 지휘에서 요루를 담당하다가 이제 조금 다른 요원들을 플레이하게 됐는데 이 부분에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 여쭤보도록 할게요. Now, congratulations, Autumn, on this win. You were the designated Yoru player on your team, but now you're playing Brimstone, and now you're playing Vito, and you have a 100% win rate.
खेलना तो पड़ेगा ना,
खेलना तो पड़ेगा. First time playing them.
भाई अच्छा तो खेला भाई उसने, दोनों अच्छा खेला.
दोनों
अच्छा खेला.
I think it's okay because before when I played in VCT CN, I played more of a flex role there, so I'm quite accustomed to it already. So it's fine for me.
Do you like it?
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's more fun playing different agents. I think.
Actual में that keeps the game alive.
아무래도 그 중국 지역에서 CN 지역에서 경기를 할 때 플렉스로를 담당했다 보니까 워낙 다른 요원들을 다루는 건 그렇게 힘든 일은 아니었고 또 프림스톤 비토 재밌는 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그래도 이 요루 너프에 대해서 어떤 생각인지 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 아쉬울 것 같기도 하고 이제 요루 당분간은 못 본다고 생각을 해도 될까요? But seriously though, I really wanted to ask you about the Yoru nerf.
Can Acetol acquire G Valorant roster? Yes, मेरे भाई. वो लोग आप जीत गए, अपन acquire करेंगे. $500,000 million.
Yeah, so I think
उसका 10% तेरे को देना पड़ेगा.
I think, but like the way people were playing him before, it kind of killed that playstyle. But I think on bind actually it's quite good. And yeah, like they played it on bind today, so yeah, I think on bind is good.
먼저 아무래도 이번 패치에서 너프를 좀 세게 맞았기 때문에 옛날처럼 요루를 활용하기에는 많이 힘든 것 같고 좀 많이는 못 볼 것 같지만 그래도 바인드 같은 맵에서는 아무래도 젠지가 보여줬다시피 요루가 아직까지는 쓸만한 것 같다고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 마지막으로 아무래도 플래툰 코치가 이번 킥오프 동안 좀 팀의 아이덴티티나 방향성을 많이 알 수 있었고 그 경험을 바탕으로 바인드 조합을 구성해서 오늘 보여줬다라고 얘기를 해줬는데요. 좀 어떤 방향성을 잡았는지 어떤 것들을 팀에 대해서 그리고 팀원들에 대해서 발견할 수 있었는지 물어보고 싶네요. So I'm gonna go back to what Coach said after map 1.
Longshim, we are winning Team Secret.
Discover your identity and kind of build off of that coming into stage 1, and thus on bind you're playing Gecko, Deadlock, and KO. So what were you guys able to discover about yourselves, and how did that lead to playing this unique comp?
I think we kind of discovered how flexible all the players are on our team. Like Pat and Harvey play a lot of agents. Same with Sava actually, and also Yudo. Like all five of us can play a lot of different agents.
ऐसा केला हरा तो possible तो है.
Would work on that map. So yeah.
I remember last person said a lot of things, and now they are set line through and slap people by action, not
I think it's both, but definitely against like teams who keep playing Waylay and Neon right now, it's so.
देखो जीते तो खुशी मनाओ.
Well, you dealt with it, so that's good.
banter में ना घुसो तो
일단 킥오프를 하는 동안 좀 G 선수들에 대해서 스스로 발견할 수 있었던 부분은 팀에 있는 5명의 선수 모두가 굉장히 플렉스로를 담당할 수 있고 다양한 요원들을 할 수 있는 요원 폭이 있었기 때문에 그 부분을 최대한 이용하는 게 중요하겠다라는 점을 배웠다고 얘기를 했고요. 그렇기 때문에 오늘 바인드에서 이렇게 좀 개코, KO 그리고 데드락 같은 조합을 보여줄 수 있었다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 굉장히 재밌는 시간을 보내고 있었고 이번 바인드 조합이 아무래도 이번 메타를 카운터 치는 것도 있고 아무래도 네온 레일레이가 너무 싫다 보니까 이런 조합을 더 열심히 하게 되는 것 같다고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 이렇게 해서 어텀 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you very much, Autumn, and hope you guys celebrate Crystal's birthday together.
Many. भाई वो क्रिस्टल के लिए बर्थडे मैसेज चैट, क्रिस्टल के लिए बर्थडे मैसेज हैप्पी बर्थडे क्रिस्टल लिख दो और अपन सब लोग गाना गाएंगे अपने अपने सुरीले आवाज़ में क्रिस्टल भाई के लिए विनिंग बर्थडे सॉन्ग फ्रॉम बिंक्स आर्मी टू जी फाइटिंग क्रिस्टल. रेडियो रेडियो जिसको क्रिस्टल का नाम नहीं आता एक बंदे ने कहा कॉपी पेस्ट कर लो बेइज्जती मत करो हैप्पी बर्थडे टू यू हैप्पी बर्थडे टू यू हैप्पी बर्थडे टू क्रिस्टल हैप्पी बर्थडे टू you कॉपीराइट आ सकता है well, एक टाइम पे मेरे गाने पे मेरे को बिंक्स सिंह कहते थे अरिजीत सिंह जैसे लेकिन कुछ लोगों को पता है ये बात it's a secret.
Yes, I think
It's a secret.
yeah, shocking is really the only word. I don't think any of us expected this level of gameplay.
Can't throw a seize! Like everything is going wrong here.
वो बताना जरूरी था आरसीएम अभी भी है मेरे को जीतने के बाद खुशी मनाने चले गए किधर है नहीं है कहाँ पे है मेरे को खुद नहीं दिख रहा मैं अंदर किधर है मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा ऋषि सर का चैट हाँ ये रहा Zavi got family buff. His entire family came for opening match. 13 people flew from Philippines for it. हाँ क्या? भाई तो W है यार. ये तो W है. सोचो उसके फैमिली में 13 people फ्लाइंग करके वहाँ पे गए हैं और अपने यहाँ से एक प्लेयर वहाँ पे नहीं जा पा रहा. टूटा हुआ सांस हूँ मैं. ये क्या? I would like to apologize in advance. In advance. In advance. In advance. भाई आज तो बर्थडे पार्टी कर भी नहीं सकता ना. परसों ऑफिस मैच है उसका. ड्राई डे है उसके लिए तो. हाँ? सीधा अगले महीने अभी बर्थडे. खराब लगा.
Forcing, so if we can roll the clip, I think that it's just one of those things that needs to be expounded upon. So, you know, it was looking good from the outset for Gen G. They had.
इसलिए आप ट्विटर पे गाली खाते हो. क्या कभी तूने ये सोचा है कि मैंने खुद को हेट दिया है ट्विटर पे ताकि मेरे 2 मिलियन सब्सक्राइबर्स हो जाए? सोचो कभी. सोचो जो भी लोग हेट दिए नए अकाउंट क्यों थे? यप मेरे ही आईडीज. मल्टीपल अकाउंट्स. वी आर ऑन द रोड टू 2 मिलियन. हाँ एक नाइट ट्वीट वायरल जाएगा. लोग चेक करेंगे कौन है बिंक्स भाई. ओह शिट मैं तो सब्सक्राइब करना भूल गया था. यप पर होने पर है. आइडिया है अभी तक. आइडिया है. गाय में मैसेज करना था गाना गाने से अच्छा. नंबर नहीं है रे. नंबर निकालना पड़ेगा और लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नहीं निकाल सकता. सिंपल बात है.
This kind of improvement over here in stage 1, I think, is a great
1600
start
DPI,
for the team and for
0.21
Crystal, whom we do have here on the desk with us. You're looking fresh, Crystal. Happy
तुमको
birthday!
लगेगा तुम क्रिस्टल से खेलते हो लेकिन तुम क्रिस्टल
A while
नहीं हो.
ago, your whole team said that they didn't have a
Bye
lot
bye!
for kickoff. Right, your team members came in very late. It got put together at the nth hour. Now that you've had a lot more time, what are some of the things you worked on during that Santiago break?
I mean, it was kind of, we work about our team chemistry, like our flexibility, how many comp we can play, how many agent. everyone can play. So we're working about this more.
भाई ये इतना soft spoken क्यों है?
You worked on even more comps.
Yeah.
You already had a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, in our team, at least everyone can play at least like 2-3 different roles, so it's kind of help us.
Yeah.
So we have like good flexibility.
इतना कलमली क्यों बात
But your
कर रही
performance
है?
looks even better. It's today, starting at stage 1. Did you work on anything?
I mean, I work with my aim coach right now, so yeah, it's kind of helped me a lot. I work about my movement, so yeah.
एक सेकंड एम
To
कोच
follow
भी
on
अपने
for that
पास?
about the roles, of course, today you were on.
ऋषि सर प्लीज मेरे एक दोस्त को बहुत जरूरत है टोमेटो थोड़ा एक दिन के लिए एम कोच लेंड कर सकते हो उसको प्लीज प्लीज टोमेटो really wants the land of the aim coach. Huh? लैंड बोलते भाई और क्या बोलते हैं लैंड हेलो भाई तुम लोग इंग्लिश भूल गए कि मैं भूल गया लैंड लैंड करेंगे सारे मिलके हाँ? अरे भाई तुम बॉस पार्टी देखने आया था अभी लैंड देखो भाई मेरे को क्या
I was excited to play, so and we show good result today. I feel very confident after this win. So yeah.
Well, group,
Lane,
you're group
language,
alpha,
language.
so you're still feeling good about it anyway.
Yeah, I feel like it's good for us, like play versus this team in group stage. So
लैंग्वेज
see
लेन
them
मतलब उधार यार
in playoff,
वही
like,
वही
first round,
वही
so it's kind of good for us.
वही भाई
Well, I mean,
उधार
excellent
भाई
first
ये क्या
match
बात है
today.
भाई
Birthday buff. Happy birthday,
Lynn,
Crystal.
what is this
Happy
word
birthday.
meeting?
We're
Yeah,
not going to
buddy.
sing the song, but we do want you to
Ah,
have a very happy birthday.
How are you
yeah
going to celebrate tonight? What do you want
Usne
your
kar
boys to
sakte
do
hai.
for your teammates?
I mean, we go
Dance.
just take dinner together and maybe do
Dinner,
some stuff,
dance.
I don't know.
They're not going to make you pay for dinner again, are they?
I mean, everything can happen.
I definitely don't think they should. Well,
In Korea, the oldest one usually pays, so have Frost do it.
Yeah. So
yeah, he's oldest by like
वो तो
5
बेचारा
times,
बीमार है
so he's got it covered.
जैसे
Well, happy
सुनेगा वो
birthday. I
skip
don't want to
करेगा
keep you here. I want you to
Go
go
celebrate.
and celebrate
Go forth.
everything. So thank you so much, Crystal. And we'll see you around
Let's
next week. Real soon for next
go!
week's match. All right. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, he's
good.
going to leave the headset here. So I think, again, really promising
Ah,
to see this from Global Esports. We
yay!
saw a great performance from them during kickoff, but I think this is just so
2-0
much better now.
में
This
chat.
is so much more reassuring. This
2-0.
is not just Global Esports, you know, with the right
हाँ?
pieces. And I
Alt
think
coach
it's
रखो
going to be really
RVK के लिए
interesting as we move through
language.
Group Alpha. But this is going to be, you know, the end of match 1. We got another match. We got another Masters winning team, T1,
Yeah.
playing today
Bro,
against
Tax
Barrel.
is a good,
So
fully supportive one,
okay,
fully
Santiago
supportive one.
aside.
Fully
How do we put it
supportive one,
aside,
boys.
Okay, we will touch on that. Let's talk about the good things. During
अरे बासुंडी लोग 10K वोट्स 7K लाइक्स कौन है ये 3000 लोग हाँ
T1 down to win Santiago.
जो
Yeah,
एक
after their
क्लिक उधर
kickoff
कर सकते हैं
performance,
लेकिन
it
इधर
felt
नहीं
like they started a little bit slow, then they heated up, went from strength to strength, ended up beating our
Viral,
to qualify.
improve किया
They
रहेगा।
looked amazing doing
बहुत
it.
अच्छा है, improve
Everybody
करके
was
घर पे
high
जाओ
on
भाई,
this
मैं
team.
T1 support
You know, super team on paper. They know how to win Masters. All this
एक
stuff.
से देखने को वायरल में
Then-
कौन है एक से
Seth, I mean, you were there.
I
Like,
was there.
You saw it live.
I was there.
Also.
I was casting them. I predicted them to win the whole thing, and boy, was I wrong. This has been like
Bye.
two
ये लोग
garbage
अच्छा तो खेले
back-to-back
थे last
predictions
time,
from me
Viral।
regarding
Yeah.
Korean teams. T1 into
ये
Gen
लोग
G
अच्छा
winning
तो खेले
today.
थे वायरल
I've not really been hitting in that regard, but this is still a team that I have a lot more faith in. There is still such a solid foundation, so while they
Oh,
did
shit.
not
हो सकता है क्या chat
do
upset
nearly as well as I thought that they were going to at Master Santiago, I think that there is still
लास्ट में
promise
एंड
for
में
them
वो
to
लोग अच्छा
develop
खेले थे
and
जितना
grow
मेरे को याद
here
है
in stage 1.
Oh, definitely. Now, you did say for Genji there was a Munchkin-sized hole. This is where Munchkin is now. But really, the player I want to look at is Izu. Because during stage 1, kickoff especially, it was Izu who was really, frankly, carrying a lot of those wins.
I mean, even when you look at the stats from Santiago, you can see that in the wins, he looks good, and in the losses, he looks about the same. He's the only one actually finding some consistency on this T1 roster, and that's my problem, is you see these big ups from the players, they look like world beaters, then the next game they crumble into the shell of themselves, and they can't find consistent footing, they can't put good games back to back.
Yeah, I mean, when you go back, you look at that Liquid series again, Stack's the one who's stepping up, that round 2 ace to tie up 1-1, but the rest of the team was faltering and wasn't really showing up. Then suddenly you get into another really big game after EDG, everyone, you know, showing up respectively. And then Stacks kind of vanishes. And it's that consistency of that inconsistency, I should say, where they don't have every single player at least operating at like 80 to 90% of their usual selves that ends up costing them dearly.
Now, you did at least get to watch one other Korean team ascend through Masters. It was their Ascension team, but we have another one, and it's in the form of Varel. But Varel, I think, left a lot to be desired over in kickoff, and I think what we were most curious about is why they weren't playing like they were during Ascension. That really high-energy, high-spark team during Ascension was completely not there during kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like a father during kickoff. I wasn't angry, I was just disappointed with
यही होता बिग ब्रेन्स 4 बार खरीद बोला ना पॉजिटिव मेक्स कैंसिलेशन नहीं अभी नहीं मैं खरीद प्लीज खरीद नहीं अभी नहीं फिर ऐसा नहीं करके नहीं हो जाता दिमाग बेबी दिमाग तमक भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप भाई ये टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स याद रखना कभी भी अगर गर्लफ्रेंड को कुछ चाहिए देख तू मना करेगा ना वो गुस्से में बोलेगी चाहिए मेरे को चाहिए हाँ ले बिंदास ले ऐसा बोला ना तो ओ माय गॉड डज यू लव मी सो मच ऐसा करके वो आश्चर्यचकित हो जाती है बाद में उसको समझ में नहीं आता है समझ रहे हो कि लू कि ना लू आश्चर्यचकित समझ रहे हो yep tips and tricks right there याद रखना boys याद रखना सबके लिए
one was able to find their footing, kind of get a read, and pick them apart and got a 2-0 win. But this is one of those moments for Varel where they need to accept, like, yes, we are players across the stage. They're very decorated, but they kind of need to just forget about that. Forget about the accolades that the opponents have and just play your own game. Show us that confidence. Show us that fieriness that they had in their run to make it to this point.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I feel like they have so much more left to give, but we need to see more individually out of these players.
Okay, so now we have 2 stats for 2 IGLs from Varel.
I forgot I pitched this.
And the 2 IGLs were MLP and Cinder. So guess which side is... I mean, the hint is probably in the agents.
Yeah, who's the one who's IGLing in this scenario? Is it the controller player with the lower ACS? Or is it the guy who's playing controller, Yoru, and Harbor? It's LP. LP is the one he is calling from the front lines. And this is, you know, we talk about consistency for T1.
Yeah.
Cinder has kind of been the target for Varel during their shortcomings in kickoff of needing to find his own consistency. We saw him have a couple of games, a couple of maps where he was popping off, but he also had some stinkers.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we talk a lot about the idea of the vibes guy, the emotional leader, and, you know, this Varel team will say Cinder is that for them. Yeah. He is that little bit older, he's that little bit more experienced, and he is that glue point. And while all that is very important, you can't forget about it, you have to, you know, there's a sort of, you have to be so tall to ride the ride that is Pacific. You have to be able to hang so much in the server, or you start to become a liability.
Well, you know what?
I wear lifts in the shoes and they're all okay. It's good.
In the coaches' content that we saw we had Chobra and Judge Paperthin there, they did do a vote. How important is it to have a veteran on your team? And it was actually completely split 3-3 between the coaches there. And I can see why Varel did want a veteran on their team to kind of be that guiding light and all the, you know, grand things that Morgan was saying over there.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. He just has to be able to step up on his own as well. You can't, I think you can have a veteran, you can can have a glue guy, a vibes guy, but they can't only be that. Right?
Okay, but
You want a glue guy. And the current discourse. How about a duct tape guy? You want a duct tape guy?
Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad.
Now, interestingly, T1 put Stacks as their skirmish guy.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. He lost the skirmish. I don't know why they would throw Stacks. I mean, look, Stacks can shoot. Like, I'm not trying to say that Stacks is a bad player or anything like that.
But
He
on that
showed it on
team-
Santiago. But yeah, when you've got Buzz, Meteor, etc., Izu on this roster,
It's a strange
send
choice.
one of them if you really want to win the veto. They don't, then they're going to be Team A, and so they got to pick Haven first. And now they're going to be forced to play Pearl.
I mean, honestly, I quite like this kind of map draft, and we might get to see Lotus if it goes to map 3. It's
That'd be
back
nice.
in the pool with those little tweaks and changes. So that's something I really want to see. T1 choosing that Haven. I mean, you know, Munchkin has played this map probably longer than I've been alive, and he loves it so much. So no
so good at
surprises
it.
to see T1 go in there.
Yeah, in fact, when we were talking about Gen G earlier and missing Munchkin, this is, I think, also the peak of the Gen G Haven as well, was when Munchkin was still around.
I'm curious what they end up going for. It is what it is, the predictions. But I'm curious about the compositions because, I mean, Haven has kind of been this playground through Master Santiago, maybe a little bit as well before that, where the Phoenix was coming out.
Yeah.
And we've been seeing a ton of Phoenix over in EMEA.
Yeah.
So do both teams end up leaning in towards that is something that I wonder, or is it still going to be, you know, Neon, you know, Waylay even potentially on this map? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I mean, I love Phoenix on this map. I always have. I feel like it simplifies your game plan so much. You just want to default for those orbs, really get that ult snowballing, and a lot of players find it quite easy to play. You know, Phoenix, you just have to figure out those flashes, and it's quite simple. So in the brief time that they've had to adapt to this Yoru change, you can still run double duelist. You still have the same amount of flashes that you did. So I think this is a change we'll be seeing a lot of teams rely on in this transitional period.
Definitely. And T1, we have seen great moments from T1, whether they're winning Masters trophies over here in Pacific, even just earlier during kickoff. But this, we really want to see Varel step up. We want to see the Varel we saw from Ascension. We want to see them show that sparkle on stage that we saw there. And, you know, they were talking a big game. So let's see if they're going to be bringing that game to the stage for day 1 of stage 1 of VCT Pacific.
Boy. टकरे लास्ट मैच कौन जीता? ऑब्वियसली ड्यूट, ऑब्वियसली ड्यूट। सेक्सी क्लीन जीते बे, लेकिन मजा आ गया बे देख के। क्लीन जीते बे, क्लीन।
VCT キックオフで VCT デビューだったんですけど、まあ、緊張もしたけど、
Still can't believe
それ
G1
以上に
And
もう観客に
It's the
囲まれて
place of the
やる
right hand.
試合っていうのが楽しくて、楽しいデビュー
दाएं
だった
हाथ
な
का
と思い
खेल
ます。
そうですね、自分たちの強みだったり、うまい部分を
11 के लाइक हो जाए तो मजा आ जाता।
Yeah,
10 के तो वोट्स किए बे हरामी लोग ने।
やっぱり出せないと
लाइक करते तो हो जाता था। 20 के
その部
लाइक्स
分はすごい課題として残ってるかなと思います。
फोटो देख।
많은 분들이 이제 TFM 이제
मैं अंकिता से मैम को बैंडर कार्टर रोड में देख रहा था। एसिटल के लिए कांग्रेस बोला WW।
이번 마스터즈 런던을 가게
आदत
된다면
डाल लो, अभी एसिटल और जी दोनों जीतेंगे, लोकल एंड ग्लोबल। एक सेकेंड, व्हाट यू मीन लोकल? 3-time global esports content creator of the esports award of the creator global, 2-time EWC esports world cup, 2-time Swiss ग्लोबल एंड ग्लोबल, इट्स ग्लोबल एंड ग्लोबल। वैलोरेंट टीम की बात करें, वैलोरेंट का थोड़ा रोड मैप थोड़ा सा, ये जो कंस्ट्रक्शन का आवाज आ रहा है ना घर के बाहर, रोड मैप का ही आवाज है वो। अभी कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रहा है वैलोरेंट रोड मैप का, ऑन द वे है, वी आर ऑन द वे, ऑन द वे है बॉयज। यप, आराम से भैया, आराम से, आराम से। वो एसेंशन वाला रास्ता, उसको थोड़ा लेफ्ट लेना।
Really ready. 처음 올라왔다 보니까 기대가 엄청 많았는데 무대가 너무 막 멋있고 이렇게 사람들도 너무 많이 오셔가지고
फिर अगले साल से एसएसएल को टेक ओवर जो करना है, मुंह में घिस कर, मुंह में घिस कर, मुंह में घिस कर।
같아서 좀 죄송스럽긴 합니다. 풀센스는 그냥 프리미 원맨 팀이었습니다.
मजा आया लेकिन आज देख के,
프리미가
काफी मजा
터지는
है।
날에는 경기가
आप गए कि नहीं ऋषि सर?
너무 프리미한테 의존도가 너무
जाने का प्लान है कि नहीं?
I mean, at least we have Primi.
스테이지 1 준비하는 시간이 생각보다 널널했기 때문에 풀센스전에 저희의 색깔로 크루즈 형님을 밟아보겠습니다.
और चॉकलेट पिला दो यार। नहीं,
Definitely make the team stronger. I'll try to be as
प्लान्स
humble as
तो
I can
बहुत है,
to
एक
keep on
सरप्राइज
improving the
ट्रिप
team
हो जाए
and myself.
एक दिन के लिए। लास्ट मैच जब भी रहेगा तब तक तो क्वालिफाई हो जाएगा प्लेऑफ में शायद।
해보도록
लास्ट
하겠습니다.
मैच किसका है अगेंस्ट? मेरे को देखने दो एक सेकंड।
조금 주춤했지만 그래도
हाँ।
저희 색깔을 찾아서 2위를 할 수
तब तक तो हो जाएगा। नेक्स्ट दोनों मैप विन है भाई, हो गया अपन। PRX के मैच में जा सकते हो 3 हफ्ते बाद।
After the one game, you just like we all feel a bit angry because like that's not how we play, and we know we could have done way better.
वन पीस कार्ड्स ओपन नहीं कर रहे अभी, थोड़ा सा फंड्स थोड़ा सा
맞는 것 같고요.
थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट है।
So in stage
नेक्स्ट
1,
ईयर से
we
चालू
watch
करने
it
वाले
away in
2027
our match.
तेरा बाय वन पीस ओपनिंग बैक
그런 거에 신경 쓰지
2027
않고 저희 갈 길을 가기 때문에
2027 लिख के ले लो
신경 쓰지
वन
않습니다.
पीस।
We will bring back the London trophy, and meanwhile, you guys need to try to get the Pacific trophy.
요즘에는 솔직하게 퍼시픽이 국제대회보다 더 높은 퀄리티를 보여준다고 생각을 해서 그걸 가지고 있는 거는
आपसे रेस के अंदर से क्या लॉबी में अभी लोग गाली देंगे लैंग्वेज।
비록 산티아고에서는 조금 부진한 모습을
वो घर
보여드렸지만
2028
그것 또한 저희의 과정이라고 생각을 하고 끝까지 저희 응원해 주시면
डरते
감사하겠습니다.
क्या?
The finals will be hosted in Vietnam. This time around, I will try to lift the trophy with my teammate in Ho Chi Minh City.
Nope. You won't, dude. There is G now. You won't. वाह देखूंगा। आई विल गिफ्ट यू वन बॉक्स। डन से डन से एकदम बिका हुआ। आई एक्सेप्ट ऑल गिफ्ट्स स्पेशली वन पीस। भाई ये तो 2-0 चैट, ये 2-0 नहीं। मेरे को लग रहा है अपसेट हो सकता है चैट। मेरे को हल्का सा स्मेल आ रहा है। मेरे को 2-1 बैरल थोड़ा
Welcome
सा
to stage
स्मेल आ
1
रहा
of
है।
VCT
थोड़ा सा
Pacific,
स्मेल आ
and you
रहा है।
heard it from Stax himself that Pacific is more competitive and exciting than International. So welcome to Pacific. Now T1 is one of the most experienced and decorated individuals, not just here
Hey, be,
in
सारे
Korea, but globally.
OP
And our
players
T1
हैं।
predictions are across the board for good reason.
Not that I disagree for the most part with Stacks, but after an All-Pacific Grand Finals, it was a little bit of a snooze fest. It is a little bit harder to back that up, but T1 backing up their performances from kickoff is exactly what they're looking to do here today. To go from a performance like they had in Master Santiago,
टीम चालू
only
किया
be able to
और
best
वन पीस
EDG,
ओपनिंग होने
and
दिया।
then
यप
lose
यप
to
यप।
Team Liquid as
वेलो
well as
मोबाइल
G2
कब
and make
आने
an
वाला
early
है?
exit from the tournament. To lose to Varel on top of that would be a damning sign for this squad.
Absolutely. That's because Varel is the youngest team besides Nongshim here in Pacific. They're the newest team. A lot
कल
of the
एपेक्स
players
प्रो
are
लीग है
also
जिसको
brand
स्ट्रीम
new
कर
to
रहा
the
है,
stage,
थोड़ा
brand new
सपोर्ट
to
दे दो उधर,
Valorant and
दे दो बंक्स भाई,
VCT.
सबको
It's a
सपोर्ट
young
देंगे सामने भाई,
squad.
टेंशन
They're
ना लो।
hungry. I think half of them are younger than the
अपने वीडियो है
Nintendo
वो।
Wii, for God's sake. I mean, I think there's
Oh,
so
God.
much
लेकिन मैं सोचा,
potential in
एक
this
plan।
roster. There's so much. I
जब
saw
तेरा
it
भाई
in
खेलेगा
first
Apex,
person, and it was amazing to see. But they've not hit that height right?
तब
They
उधर
haven't
जाएंगे तब
captured
वो
that
सोचेगा
magic
अरे
here
कौन
on
है
the
ये
Pacific stage.
यूट्यूबर
Now
जो
is the
रेड
time
मार
for
रहा
them
है
to
oh my
step up.
god
It's
ये
a
तो
tough
एफएक्स खेल
opponent
रहा
in front of
है
them, but they have to forget the names, forget that you've looked up
Yep.
to these players.
अरे क्या हो गया भाई
They
क्या हो गया
are,
भाई
if nothing
इतना
else,
इतना एनर्जी
jazzed the hell up today.
हेलो
Starting things off with a little
क्या हो
dance
गया
into
भाई
the walkout, now just manically shaking
इतना
on
एनर्जी क्यों
stage.
भाई
So if nothing else, they're bringing the energy.
I think that's a good sign. You know
Yes.
what? I mean, LP
Yes.
said the pressure got the best
cup,
of them.
that's a good
And, you know, they're literally shaking it off right now.
And then that was a thing that I had concerns about when they did Ascent, was that they're going to come into here, they're going to get themselves into Tier 1, and then they might just get checked at the door.
Yes.
You know, you're going to go up against
कल
a
आप
squad that
बोले
has so much more
2-0
experience,
हेलमेट
and
हार
that
गए
proved to be
बेचारी
the case for Varel, but now
मैंने
it's
क्या किया
that
भाई
growth point. It's time to break past this. It's time to start trending upwards. So while I do think that T1, again, this is a big must-win game for them to save face after Master Santiago, I would still love to see this go the distance, go to Lotus, and potentially even to see Varel win, because I want to see the team that was promised.
Yeah, I mean, for Varel, I can let them off for kickoff. You can sort of give them a mulligan. It was their first chance here at Tier 1.
An inverse boom.
Yeah, but if you look like that in stage 1 as well, then we start to really have to ask some tough questions of this young squad. So I know that they can put a stronger foot forward. It's just about delivering on the day for this team.
Now, there were two teams from Ascension that have compared themselves to Paper X as they entered and ascended into Pacific. And one was the winning team of Masters just a month ago. Varel beat that other team, and I'm really happy to see Zexy back on that jet.
Yeah, he's on the jet, which, I mean, here on Haven, it's been few and further in between, but Zexy's one of those players where maybe he can make it work. So, Jet Neon, a very bizarre double duelist comp, not something we're used to seeing at all, but T1 are actually the team that's leaning in towards that Phoenix, and it's going to be in the hands
Neon,
of Meteor.
Absolutely,
yeah, I mean, I like this T1 comp a lot. We saw Phoenix over in EMEA playing very similar comps, but we are seeing them run that Sky. Now it's buffed back in Pacific, and Izu on the Chamber.
क्या जी PRX DRX NS को हरा पाएगी PRX का पता नहीं बे PRX का मेरे को एक्चुअली आइडिया है बाकी सब टीम्स का रहा है
unthinkable. Can Varel do that today, especially starting here on Haven against a T1 that did show a lot of cracks over in Santiago.
Yeah.
I just want to see a bloodbath. I want to see these teams run at each other. I want to see a bloody mess left on the stage.
I like it. I like violence. I choose violence today too, as we send it over to our casters, Pilsky and Quack.
Okay, with that image in my mind, yeah, let's
Mila
get this going.
I'm glad I'm on another floor, honestly. I think Big Time's in for a rough time of things, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm looking forward to this match, though. Varel winless in kickoff, already have been beaten up by some of the other Korean big brothers.
हर टीम का काउंटर कर सकता है PRX का काउंटर PRX खुद कर
to see the fact that this has to be, you know, a bit more of a performance. We want to see a bit more coming out from guys like Varel, not just, you know, a one-sided affair.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Varel, they had so much potential in Ascension. They didn't realize it on the Pacific stage last time around. They got to play. They played a slower style than they did in Ascension. I am already excited seeing this comp. Klaus, first time he's ever played the Neon here to start things off. Sexy back on his signature jet. And you're going to get Meteor also playing the Phoenix for the second time ever, so I'm going to clap for that one.
Yeah, let's have some claps for it. I'm trying to do my best boom quick.
Otherwise,
yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, you do have a lot of these different things coming out, especially for Klaus and Dion.
Yoru change हो गया
I mean, what do you really
Phoenix से Vice ले लिया जो कि buffed agent है अभी.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's interesting that Varel picks attack here because this is
T1's
map pick, and they're being allowed to start out on defense, which you've seen. I mean, T1 on a 5-match win streak in Pacific, having taken the second spot over there into Santiago. Maybe they didn't necessarily have Santiago go the way that they would have wanted, but here in Pacific, things have been going slow. I mean, they had a shaky start. They looked like they would have lost to Gen G, but after they made their way through that mess of a series, they went on a run, man.
This whole thing, certainly hope to see a lot more of that, especially now that we are in stage 1.
दूसरा के नीचे वाला कोई अच्छा गेमिंग हेडफोन सजेस्ट करना 999 plus 9 का देखो.
Have Varel in a 4-1 lean.
Yeah, Izu to take first contact here. Doesn't manage to find his target as he's pushed off the line. Minus 50 HP from him. Meteor ready to back him if the cease hit does speed up.
Not to sweat. Got hot hands, got curveballs and everything to toss in as well, but just a
very careful. I mean, he had the tracers that were being fired through that smoke on low HP. It's a risk that ends up not paying off for Izu. LP active inside a grass with the
Apex
camp for a
Sky
little
मार
bit
के
of support.
वापस ही जा
Stats with a
सकते हैं,
bandit in
chat.
hand has got a nice off angle here, but there's no plan B for him. He
वो
has
लोग
to connect this
वापस
shot,
जा सकते
and when you
सी.
hit nothing but the body,
my
the bandit is
God,
not so
Varel
great.
Jitala.
You got to scratch plan B, plan C. It's all thrown out the window. Now it's Varel's turn as they pivot back over onto C thanks to the space that LP has gained.
I mean, this is the beauty of having your mid-rounder and your IGL as the lurker, because when he just walks through the middle of the map, it's pretty easy for him to make the call. Hey guys, let's pivot back to C. Varel are running T1 around the map, and if I'm honest, making them look a little bit silly in this pistol.
Very. Those shots through the smoke. Now off to the end of it with Suna on Sheriffs. Is definitely not the situation we want to be in for.
I mean,
Munchkin.
Zuna was one of the standouts in Ascension, right on there with Zexy. Munchkin looking for any damage he can possibly find, and LP caught in the side, but cleaned up by Zexy. That's exactly how you would have wanted that to go for Varel, to be honest. Multi-frag from Zuna on the Sova, gets himself very close to a Hunter's Fury, and Zexy already closer to his Blade Storm, picks up the Marshal for the anti-eco here.
Yeah, of course, though, this is just the pistol round, so we'll kind of keep things in check, but at the same time, I mean, just
language
keeps you inspired for how things could go. In a little jump check, cross over onto Stacks.
I mean, in this group for Varel, they have Zeta, who I think they could be pretty confident they could get a win over, although Zeta did show some improvements last season as well. Varel and Zeta were two of the lower performing teams in Pacific. So I think if they could get a win over any of these teams, T1 included, it would be huge for them.
Best performance always, of course, but when it's Suna onto this Guardian, hello.
This is the confidence that Varel needed early on in the game. Anti-eco has gone great. Pistol, they really have a Mr. B. Izu, very cute inside of the smoke, but there wasn't much for him to do. A flawless anti-eco for Varel to start off this game of Haven.
Just write that off. Just write that off. You go into the next one, shake everything off. You actually, no, we were talking about Varel needing to shake things off. They have.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start from them. Already you have the Hunter's Fury here on Suna. He had a multi-frag on the Sheriff on the pistol. Continues to go strength to strength. That was 4 players stacked up on A-Long there. And he just starts shooting away on the Guardian. Wallbacks to boot. Last kill gets him the Hunter's Fury. Feeling very pumped up.
Just exactly what you need.
Sova ult aa gaya hai.
Control back in, a little check with Flash, but Meteor now taking a lot of heat.
Yeah, pushing into the back of the site though. Zexy already up inside of A-Link. T1 need to be careful about how they approach this.
Yeah, especially around the Link corners. Zexy still a threat, getting taken out, but either way, now it's a spike planted.
We've got a Bucky in both of the Links, man. No matter where you go, you're running into a shotgun, but now you're seeing Varel forfeit control of the site and play for the afterplant with the Hunter's Fury.
Suna, all the way out from window. He's got the Guardian, of course, as well, which will just allow him to puncture through walls even. T1 need to fight for this space, not just hop into the spike. They're going to try to bait out the utility first and foremost. Also noting the positions now as the Bucky continues to fire through. Spams awarded. Now it's all the following utility dumped in. As they push on out alongside a fast lane, though, it's Varel out in corners. The bonus to succession. 3-0. What a start from Steve.
Munchkin was so close to getting that defuse off, but not quite able to get it done. And that is a huge bonus win for Varel. 7-0 start for Zuna. One of the standouts of Ascension Bangkok. And T1. Little bit slow to start. I don't know if some of the Santiago form is starting to bite them a little bit. They had their big highs in that tournament. Some close OTs against G2. A stomp against EDG, but they still weren't able to make it out of the group. So, unfortunately, the first Masters of the year not going as smoothly as last year for T1.
This one not going their way either. Varel feeling pulled by all of these now.
I'm literally, like, feeling the facepalm right now because I was so close to sending the Varel prediction for this series, but I had no facts or logic behind it. It was just all a vibe-based prediction, but I'm feeling the vibes here of the Varel upset early on in Haven. Let's you know, reiterate that this is T1's map pick, and they've been allowed to start on the defensive side with an Astra Chamber Phoenix comp.
I think that's all fair. You know, we don't have that much data off of Varel, especially from their kickoff.
Next record में घुसेंगे ना ये लोग.
I mean, the data is they're not good. That was especially against Korean teams.
Blind भी है तो aim लगा के बैठो.
Still though, I mean, you expect a lot
Blind
more from a
recon आने
squad
वाला है।
like T1.
और ये तीनों
Having a
blind
slow
होने
start.
वाले
They
हैं।
had a slow start to kick off, let's not forget. Before they went on that
Ready?
5-match streak, they weren't necessarily looking great. And even at the
Hey,
start of that
picture जा रहे
5-match
बे।
streak, they beat a Gen G with 2 players sub 100 ACS to win that series.
पीछे जा रहे हैं लोग तो।
Okay. Otherwise, still kind of in control of things. Getting a good read, just trying to sneak off some kills here and there, play around the timer. But as Munchkin goes down into the ground, you kind of think this round is done.
I mean, that was so close to going very wrong for Varel. But they've avoided a pretty serious
चार जन
snag
के सामने
on their run through this
वो
trail.
बंदा स्टन करके वॉल करके राइट
from
में जाके
LP,
एक को मारा और
last
दूसरे
man
को मार
alive.
सकता
At
भी
what
था।
point do we kind of consider like
कैसे बे?
T1 are done kind of testing this? You know, like this is truly the epitome of veteran versus rookie. And you can kind of run off the first few rounds, but at what point does it become like, okay, Feral are actually surpassing this test? They're doing so much more than just.
नहीं already so much more कर रहे हैं, already so much कर
Kind
रहे
of
हैं।
already getting there.
Yep.
Like this is an insane economy on the attacking side. None of these rounds have been particularly competitive. Even if T1, let's say T1 did pull off that defuse from Munchkin, he probably would have died anyway. They would have come out of the first gun round with no guns.
True.
So this has not been a particularly close game, and
Oh,
LP,
shit.
that's a freebie onto Stacks. It just feels like Varel is blessed right now.
Everything lining up. Of course,
अभी वो लोग
keep an eye
जाएंगे
on
ए पे
things
वापस।
up for the next round. T1
ये
will be
लोग
able to buy
बक्चीदी
back
वक्चीदी
up.
करेंगे अभी
Yeah, they
वापस।
do have the run it back. That's a very nice tool.
वापस वो लोग फर्स्ट राउंड वाला कर
String
सकते
as
हैं।
many of those together as you can. I mean, looking at the comp
A
that
पे
T1
लड़ेंगे,
is
C पे
running
लड़ेंगे, A
with,
पे
they have a
लड़ेंगे,
lot
C
of these
जाएंगे
agents
वाला।
that can snowball pretty hard. If your Chamber or your Phoenix gets going, you start getting 2 of the forces, run it backs. That's where the rounds can get a lot more
भाई
tricky.
मैं ये
But
माल तो बैंक में
this
जाके
opening
विड्रॉ कर
half for
सकते हैं।
T1 has been a
कर सकते
non-starter,
तो
so
मैं कर नहीं ले
they're
पाता
really
यार।
going to have to go back to the drawing board here and try to figure things out on the fly.
Okay, we do see an op being brought out. If Izu does punch one through, it would be
भाई पड़ी
huge.
है,
Has a
भाई।
lot of good vision, and there he goes.
Heavy spam पड़ी है,
Fast down early.
heavy
Off angle from
spam।
Izu is going to be tested by Zexy, and the re-peek as well.
Damn.
Feeling very bold
no.
today is Zexy. I'm surprised he's gotten away with that.
Still in with Phantom Spams as well. Izu almost getting caught down, but thanks to Sky being in the game now, he's going to get topped off.
Yeah.
Pharaoh need to hang back, reset.
LP's made it
Problem
into
क्या है
Suez,
मालूम
but
है?
he's very low.
वो लोग
In fact,
पीछे
if the
गए,
Skydog headed in his direction,
लेकिन
that might have been the end
वो
of
लोग को
him.
ए शॉट के बारे में मालूम पड़ जाएगा
Spawn now for
कैम की
Varel.
वजह से।
LP still on that active lurk inside of Suez, going to join up with the rest of the team. Buzz on an off angle
हम जैसे
inside of Garage
ब्लाइंड वो
here.
डॉज करता है,
Judge in
ब्लाइंड
hand
वो
could
नहीं
be
आता।
problematic if Varel heads in that direction, but they're just going to re-hit A and leave LP on the lurk.
And why not? Might as well dump in with flashes. Zexy still able to dive through,
Short
but you
meter ने
don't
कहा से
want
तुम्हारा।
that happening. Out towards B,
Shot.
Izu now locks down the front. Just hoping for the best as Varel pushes
आराम से,
through. Cinder
आराम से।
able to walk away one, TP's on towards the top of heaven, but abandoned Suna completely. The guy has the spike,
Bro,
and he
इसने
cannot
neon
make it
मारा
out of
तो
the
OP
choke
हो
point.
जाएगा।
He's getting fluxed.
Oh, he's sandwiched! Okay, we're just trying to do what we can, but still Buzz out from behind pretty much seals the
उसका
deal.
किसने मारा रे उमेन ने?
It wasn't much for him to do there. That's a
इसने
very
तो
clean
देखा
round
क्या?
from T1 though.
भाई, उमेन
As soon
तो
as the
भाई
operator comes
60
out from
play था।
Izu, it gets immediate
This is
impact. The
हमारा
run it
70
back is
peak।
securing the round there
दो
for
बंदे मारने का
T1.
सिटी
That
का।
is how the comp is intended to function.
क्या वो दिखाई नहीं वहाँ पे?
Took a while for them to get going, but once the big ults and the operator are in play, things get a little bit easier for them.
I think
Just
उसको
needed
देखा।
to go max your way. Lose 4 rounds just to get the investment in for the operator.
Oh, right, yeah. We were talking about
That's
looks
the strat.
maxing, now we're eco-maxing. We're loss bonus maxing as T1.
All right, done with that though now.
Off angle from Meteor inside a garage on the other side of the map. Izu once again set up by a teammate, this time Buzz on the rotation over. In the meantime, you have the drone up C long from Varel just to be able to put LP on the line. He's got an attacking side operator on the Cypher. Cage goes up. He's looking to maybe try to get his neural theft here from the orb, but how do they re-clear Izu when the drone's already been used?
That's the thing. I mean, perhaps you look towards someone like Klaus, but it's Izu, of course. You just kind of push him back
अच्छा
for now.
भगाया
Yeah,
उसको
nice little
पीछे।
circle jump to be able to push him
एक्चुअल
off
में
of the
अच्छा
line.
है।
Just good movement being showcased by Varel, who still has this C-long info
C
line
split
courtesy
ना
of the
अभी।
op on LP. Now they're starting to clear grass, but you're getting a bit of a mobilization in the middle of the map from T1. Meteor under pressure, able to walk away scot-free.
Continuing to clear out the
Phoenix
back of
Molly,
B as
OP होने वाला
well.
है अभी।
Now you just kind of cement where the hits are coming across, and Meteor is pretty much prepared. Sends out more
पूरी
flashes.
team आ
It's a full
चुकी है
blender
भाई।
as Vera unfortunately
पूरी
walks
team आ
towards their
चुकी है।
doom. Just Cinder.
Oh, hello?
He does survive for the time being, but goes
Hello?
down either way at the end.
Yeah, nicely done. T1 starting to pick up more and more momentum as we head deeper into this attacking side. It felt like Varel was reading them very well, running them around the map, never really had bad rotations, but now the operator is starting to give them some more problems and it's a little bit harder to get into these sides.
अब लग गया comeback अब आ गया ये राउंड जीतते थे ना तो crazy ओपी crazy
but that's not simple.
I mean, just look at the rotations though. There's 4 on that site for T1 before they even really try to get that site hit kicked off. So feels like if Varel don't get the right reads, the right rotations, pulled from the other side, things can be very difficult. Tag up over onto long there. The Phoenix spotted out on the A site is a change in setup from T1.
भाई HP जा रहे हैं लेकिन spam में हाँ मेरा वाला spam.
I think that you still might be able to get your way into sight, but it's a full retake setup from T1.
Yeah, given the site for free here,
So
is Varel lots of flashes to get back on in and a cosmic divide from T1. Zuna getting the plant down here.
Spike planted.
It's all going to come down to the choke points though, and with everything smoked off, it's not that simple for T1 to break through. Just a little sky flash tossed out for the time being.
Early blind
and with a trip not being broken towards the back, Varel just needs to focus towards the front, but still T1, water falling out from the top of heaven. They find 4-5 all down at the hands of Meteor and Gang.
He didn't even throw a single curveball, by the way. That was Stacks doing a superhero maneuver. He guiding lights into hell and jumps out by himself, and nobody kills him. And from there, the rest of T1 just flood out easily. Like that retake was way too easy.
Look at
this guy's Superman.
Oh fuck!
Oh no, a singular flash and everyone from Varel starts to...
Dude, Meteor didn't even use his
around.
wall or his flashes to get back in there.
Those
That was so easy for T1. I think Meteor expected there to be a little bit more pushback. He's like, okay, we're going to go out heaven, there's going to be a couple of trades, and then I'm going to have to start throwing some curveballs. He's like, oh, there's no one alive. Izu's just hit 2 blinders there. Back on into the site, and that's 3 in a row for T1. And I'm feeling much less worried for them now. It was a very poor start, but indeed you were correct, Quack. They have loss bonus maxed their way.
Under heaven right वाला blind दिया, सीधा कूदा उसके पीछे एक और कूदा और तीसरा कूदा ने उसने backup दिया.
Does make sense for Varel. You definitely need some more post-plant protocols because this currently isn't working out.
Well, the
और long और short से कोई मार नहीं सकता. Astra wall की वजह से.
Don't get into a fully retaken site without saving your relay bolt or the paranoia.
मैं तब भी बोला लग गया वो मैंने बहुत early blind दिया city वाला बहुत early.
To be able to hold the site. Maybe a
वो
trip
लोग का
or something
city
like
trip
that,
भी नहीं
but
टूटा
that's
था
when you need to
कुछ
play on
नहीं.
the front foot, actually up in the face.
Heavy early blind
The problem
दिया
is that's quite difficult against a comp with this many flashes. You've got both the sky and the curveballs coming at you with potentially a neon fast lane to cut up the site. It's actually a pretty annoying retake to play aggressively against.
बड़ा बाप का पैसा नहीं बाकी पिज़्ज़ा पास्ता का excuse
all
me.
that conditioned into the rounds, and Varel need to find a way forward either way. For this one, just the pistols upgraded.
Yeah. I mean, this is dangerous if Varel is feeling like they're in their ascension form. They were a great team with the pistols. Zexy is feeling very bold. Man has walked straight through the middle of the map. Klaus outside
क्या stream
garage.
को like कर दो. इससे बड़ा बाप कालो कहाँ से यार cake builder पे कहाँ से?
Doesn't feel like
ये तो delivery charges है.
Shaken by whatsoever. Everyone's still holding down to the same position. Just a little check here and there. Stacks doesn't see too much. Buzz, okay, still able to walk away with a dink. But suddenly it's Klaus into garage.
He has the hero rifle and he's feeling quite heroic.
कैसा लगा balance region एक बार पूछो ना
He
meter
can
को.
potentially juggle that rifle to a teammate if he wants to continue up the pace with the ultimate. Out comes the neural theft. Zexy's got a timing, but he's made a meal of that sheriff.
Oh, and now it's out for T1 to try to pick things up. Slight fumble, and instantly still pushing forward. Cinder finding a frag, but now ultimately it's the spike that's irretrievable.
It's still winnable here.
Oh my god!
Especially if
Oh
he's
my
starting to pick up the
god!
pace. Very low on HP, should be cleaned up by Stacks, but where's the trade? Easy enough for LP to pick up the spikes. Trip goes down inside a garage.
Yeah?
Simplify the post plant. In fact, he's got 2 trips, one on spawn side as well. Izu just got to complete this retake with an operator.
Spike planted.
Not gonna be an easy task. Hops across. Still
Amount
has the
of
op.
spends you
Into
do
a
on
singular
ordering
spot,
food
but
उससे
a
काफी
little
reward
bit too
cashback
wide.
मिलता होगा credit card पे
LP
मेरे को क्या
completes
मालूम
the
आज तक
thrifty for
easy था.
Varel.
I mean, that is very confident from LP, given that his teammate is in another postcode.
And low HP.
इससे तो आ जाएगा बड़ा
Just opts to
पक्का
swing out
हाथ
and
से
simplify
शिवम
that
भाई.
round. Great
कहाँ
opener from
से?
Klaus there.
इसमें तो वो लोग पैक करेंगे ना बड़ा वो.
Varel quite
जो order करें.
dangerous
Packing
with these
cost,
sheriffs.
packaging
That's a good
cost.
round from Cinder.
कहाँ से
Look
शिवम
at
भाई?
make no mistake about it, Sindar had probably one of the worst Tier 1 debuts in kickoff. So, given the fact that they've kept him on the roster, you're going to have to see a pretty big step up from this man.
With Yoru, Emmett is struggling. जो भी Yoru ले हारा, straight up. कोई भी अच्छा टीम हारा देगा.
Straight on execute into the seaside. Munchkin tracks across Aircross, and it's just not enough. Buzz able to find one back into
Recon
it,
का
but still,
timing देखा कैसा match
all
किया
the post-plant
लेकिन Jet
utility
ने.
is online.
Yeah, you do have to run it back as well. And Meteor's going to send it straight out of Garage. You get the Paranoia in response, and Zexi's going to deal with the ultimate at least.
So far, so good.
Oh,
still
W
have
stun.
Hunter's Fury and everything now tossed into
my
a T1.
God.
Starts to scramble, but they still want to push through. Klaus locks it down towards the
Bhai,
back
kya
of the lane.
neon war
And
chal
then
raha
it's
hai?
just Meteor. Will be able to heal up for the time being, but that's all you can really bet on. Just the shots outside of Garage. It's too
भाई
tough of a
दो
choke point.
और
No
राउंड
angles,
जीतने
no
का,
vision.
2 और राउंड जीतने का T1 comeback.
Pushed away, and run it back doesn't have as much impact as it had in the previous round. As I said, holding the Paranoia and Relay Bolt, some of the reactive utility makes such a big difference in the post plant. That Paranoia straight through Garage to be able to deal with the run it back really helps Farrell to be able to secure that round on the C site. And after a bit of a dry spell, Farrell with a half buy and a very nice follow-up gun round have once again put T1 under pressure.
बहुत sexy.
Just the recovery. We do have Izu back on the op though, but you can clearly see it. Even though in theory this comp does work out well for retakes T1, of course.
दो ult 8 round में 2 ult
Farrell pick up the pace. It makes things that much more difficult.
2 ult.
I mean, Munchkin is probably
दो
spewing that he's not on the Viper right now. I'm not gonna lie. He's been put on Astra on his signature map. That is... Yeah, that is not probably where he wanted to be. Just quietly, by the way, Sindar is 10-4. This is maybe his best game in Pacific thus far.
Okay, calm down.
I'm being serious. He's pushed away under a lot of pressure and picked off after a cheeky TP up onto the top box there.
भाई वो लेकिन रिवील हुआ था.
Could be a big problem here.
Just continuing to play around these chokes. Don't allow for T1
Oh,
to
by
set up.
sexy
Don't let
blind.
them go through with their flashes. He walks up behind them, and there they go. T1, even though
ये
they've
तो
made it,
अपना वाला कॉल है बे,
choke
smoke
point,
करके
it's still not going to
shotgun.
be enough. But Zexy unfortunately will get caught. Buzz
लेकिन
trying
नहीं
to gain
आएगा
some
ना.
footing for T1 now in the retake.
Retake नहीं आएगा.
Throwing down a star onto the site. It's a nice open plant, and he's got an Odin LP. That is brutal on this spam. You are not defusing the spike. Half doesn't even come through, and Munchkin cleaned up as well. That's 3 in a row for Varel.
Done and dusted. As far as we're concerned, Barrel
shit.
secured a lead in this first half. You got 2 more rounds to go.
They brought an Odin and a shotgun into a buy round there. Zexy with the Blade Storm active. I think, like, honestly, T1 did very well to clear that smoke out. I like their approach to the execute, well aware that there might be a disruptive kind of post plant on offer from Barrel, who have already kind of not been able to deal with the flashes. You see Zexy dive up inside of the spawn smoke. Meteor throws down the hot hands and then tries to create an opening for them to come out spawn side.
भाई ये लोग ने एक भी टाइम आउट लिया है क्या
Beautiful
T1
timing
में?
there from Zexy.
एक लिया है ना सर.
Undoes all of that hard work.
Just not enough delay. It's all down to the retakes, and if retakes go south, then that's pretty much that.
I mean, the flash on front B hasn't worked once for Meteor. They
आज
played
Femin
around it very
नहीं,
nicely.
ये नहीं है
In
ना
fact, he's
रात को.
popped another shock dart there. LP's been watching the Brock VODs, I think. Just wants to be a menace on the Odin here. Spamming away through Garage, breaking the doors.
If you're T1, you're gonna be a little bit more worried about
अच्छे
pushing
साइड
out.
पे भी जा रहे भाई ये लोग अच्छा खेल रहे बे.
They have to stay on the front foot here, though. They don't have a hard sentinel on this map. It is just the chamber.
बहुत
Once
अच्छा खेल
again,
रहे
you
भाई
do
लोग.
see left on his own on one side of the map, Izu. While Meteor has taken mid, so it's very obvious it's going to be an A finish, but can they proactively deal with the post plant when you have, once again, both the relay bolt and the paranoia
अभी
online for
blind
Barrel?
use भी
Doesn't
नहीं
feel
हुआ
like it's
ना.
gonna happen. It's all down to this choke again, and I don't think they're gonna be able to waterfall the same exact way. Very wise to it this time. All the crossfire set up towards the front. You got Zexy with a shorty out in hand. Flashes all tossed out towards T1. Does buy some time off the clock, but now it's the outlaw. Zuna up to the top of heaven, and as T1 tries to step through, Buzz falls to his doom. Munchkin Izu still trying to fire through, but all of this as the timer ticks and ticks. It's Cinder off to the classic, left legs away, Barrel up to 8.
Just great adaptations from
Hello?
Barrel. You see them holding the paranoia, holding the relay bolt, and playing so aggressively in the post plant. They are not letting T1 out of the choke points. You saw how easy it was when Stax is able to get out of heaven for free. But when you see, look at these positions for Barrel. Zexy's in their spawn.
भाई मेरे को अभी भी लग रहा है ओमेन अर्ली ब्लाइंड कर रहा है.
They are just playing up on the front foot and never giving T1 any breathing room at all.
Got the read. The download is complete. All that's left is this first half. So just sliding across for now. T1 trying to hold true to their positions.
Spam is quite connect on Buzz. Stack's looking for information there. Guiding Light will confirm there's somebody outside of A, so he's not going to feel bold enough to go for the push. LP will do though.
Noise cancellation डाला है लेकिन फिर भी.
This is where things might start to unravel. LP,
oh my God.
Lurk finds the kill and neural theft. He still survives almost by a hair. Meteor will take him out, but unfortunately, this is where everything goes wrong. The rotations a little bit too early. They've abandoned their positions. Allows for Varel to push up front, but still good recovery as Izu steps to the top. Buzz onto the judge. More kills, more rounds, and T1 still might have a say on this map.
Lovely recovery there after getting bit by the A-Lurk from LP. T1 not quite getting run around the map as heavily as Varel was doing earlier on in that half. Able to hold down on C. When they had the rotations in the right position, they were doing very, very well, but Varel did a really, really good job of being quite tricky with the active lurks. Izu gets a lot of space out backside there, never even has to TP, and Buzz having some good impact there on the judge. So only 4 in the opening half there, but I feel like looking at T1's comp, it's going to get much scarier on the defense, actually.
You're right. All the flashes.
Yeah, double flashes and the chamber with a neon to boot. I mean, it's not going to be particularly easy to defend against. They do have the Cypher at least, though, and I think that's going to be pretty big for Varel, have to say. No Sova on the opposing side. Nothing to really easily break the trips for T1. So I think it's going to be quite difficult. Zuna, I mean, fantastic first half from him. He gets the first half MVP, 300 ACS on the Sova. And he started beautifully, but I am by far and away much more impressed by Cinder. Like, Cinder in kickoff was just a non-factor, and this game he is frying them.
Actually, baap kar raha hai. Har ek round.
And that's why I do think, you know, even though we're talking about everything with T1 swapping over onto the attack with the composition that they have, you cannot write Varel out just yet. It's not just the scoreline, it's also their comp, the players coming in. They still have their options. They can still play retake just because of what they have in store. T1 on the other hand, I mean, if the flashes go south, you know, it feels like everything goes along with it.
We'll see how T1 does approach this one. Big setup on the C side of the map with only LP with a shorty in hand here on this A side. Does have a Cypher trip across B, and he's just going to opt to play in short. He didn't get any kind of action on the C side of the map. So
ये मैच जीत सकते हैं. T1 पिस्तौल जीता तो जीत सकते हैं. अभी भी चांस है. अभी भी चांस है. Heavy attacking map.
Very slow round here for
पिस्तौल
T1.
जीता
He's just looking for information.
तो
Does have the
possible
TP
है.
for safety if he
Even
needs
अगर bonus हार भी गया तो भी problem नहीं है. Possible तो है.
I'm quite comfortable to just kind of go poking around bit by bit. What is this, like triple high-low on the A site? Camera still checking around, but T1 are actually hovering around B.
Izu well out of the radius of his TP here, so if he gets some pressure, it's going to be pretty annoying for him. Buzz has put a lot of pressure onto front B here. Really looking for some kind of a reaction out of Varel. He's broken the trip.
Still not going to budge though. They feel like something's right around the corners, and they are right. The Trailblazer will confirm, but LP has to hold on to his position. He unfortunately gets flushed out of the corners, and now T1 beginning to make their move. 30 seconds. Do they go to C?
Maybe Izu forced away. And you are going to see the pivot back towards the C side of the map. Cinder still has the paranoia in hand, but he's all on his lonesome. Heals coming on as T1 do pivot their way through the map. Will Varel beat them to the punch? Only 20 seconds on the clock, so they're definitely going to flood here.
They actually might. And if you time this paranoia just right, it could work out even better. He's holding on to it, listening for the tap. Sexy's already in line, and he gets a shot off. Cinder up around the corner. Unfortunately, position revealed. He still managed to get the kill. You just need one more. What is that flick? The Red Bull clutch up to 9!
Spot a Sheriff in both pistols. And you can see exactly why. This man is incredibly sharp. His first bullet accuracy over in Bangkok was something to behold.
Yeah.
And that's a multi-frag in the Sheriff, in both pistols for Zuna. To start things off well for Varel.
Sorry, late हो गया क्या Kelly Beji fighting by sexy Kelly. Kapish by sexy Kelly sexy.
Yeah. all 3 shots connecting. It's just about how many heads he was hitting.
Oh my, अब लग गए टीम.
Hell of a game.
अब आ गया टीम. अभी यहाँ से comeback नहीं है.
Can't say the same for T1.
They lost both pistols. I've had a decent string of rounds in that first half to
Post
look at.
pistol आ रहा,
after the
bonus
first
भी आ रहा है.
barrel,
6
but that's
round
where
तो
the
उधर
good
ही हो
news
गया.
ends. This is one of these punchier kind of executes. You're going to see LP just playing inside of his cages. He's a little gremlin with the judge.
And Neons can't do too much against that. Klaus has brought his own judge in as well, but okay, Meteor flashes out, Bandits in.
अभी possible है. एक जज है वो close kill सकता है.
Drone goes forward for Varel. You still have the headhunter in play for Izu. Let's not forget about that.
Yeah, this is the point. I'm worried now.
They've got 2 shotguns in spawn, Quack.
Exactly. You might be able to flash them, but you can still left click away with the shotguns. Safe to say this round has gone horribly wrong, but still, Cinder.
हो गया comeback. मैं बोला ना अभी भी आ सकते हैं comeback. अभी भी आ सकते हैं. बोला था ना मैंने.
He's way too low.
Yeah, he's cooked it. Izu and Munchkin just playing the spike. You can see that start. It will be an immediately grab well onto the tap. Cinder playing outside of it. Does pick up Izu. Munchkin now looking for the right click to clean things up. And you can see Cinder was expecting the flank from Garage there. He didn't expect 2 towards C-Long. And T1, Eco right after the pistol.
Comeback आ गया.
Watch how it happens again. I mean, it was all
Come
around
back,
these
boys.
little cages and smokes where maybe the shotguns got a little bit too overheated.
Yeah, that is a play from LP. That is a play you're allowed to make in Valorant. I don't know if it's going to pay off against T1. That's the kind of thing that I feel like in Ascension,
Next round
he probably
जीतेंगे.
would have killed the
Phoenix
whole
चलता
team.
जाएगा.
Yeah,
अभी
this
वो लोग
level of
snowball हो
play,
सकते हैं.
yeah, that's not going to cut it.
Wish I knew what they said. But either way, moving forward.
Next buy round में Sky ult भी है, Phoenix ult भी है.
Close in on this gap, all hovering across a lobby.
Buzz on the judge. Aggression front B there from Cinder, just trying to bait them into the shotgun of Zexy.
Emphasis on the word try.
I mean, Meteor is never really in a rush to go anywhere.
मैंने क्या किया भाई?
Likes to take his time, even on the Phoenix.
Even on the yes.
And actually, he has been left on the active lurk. It's not the Astra on the lurk, it is the Phoenix. Just sitting front B. You know, you can take Meteor off of a Sentinel, but you're not going to stop him playing like one.
अब Munchkin को farming करना चाहिए.
Meanwhile, the rest of T1 will just continue to make sure every avenue is in their control. Now Spike plant soon enough. Meteor still a pesky thorn in the side for Varel.
He's already got his run it back, so as far as he's concerned, job done.
हो गया, comeback हो गया. Straight up comeback हो गया.
From Buzz to finish off Klaus, and it's all down to LP, who's really only looking for damage at this point. Doesn't want to really feed a Cosmic Divide.
Unless and until वो लोग off निकालते हैं, जो कि उनके पास पैसा नहीं है.
So every pick that he gets with the Sheriff, it's going to be worth it this early in the
half. वो लोग के hashtag के साथ लग गए अभी.
That's where problems
बस मैं एक बात पूछूं, दो
I
पूछूं.
mean, same could be said somewhat for Varel. I'm still waiting to see if heavy investment is going to come in one of the upcoming rounds. But for now, I mean, T1, if they have their way with things, they're taking things this slow. It's going to expose some gaps
boys.
Interesting that the stars really of Varel haven't got rolling. It's usually Klaus and Zexy on the double duelist. You used to see them play the Waylay over in Ascension on things like Abyss. They were quite comfortable with those kind of comps. Sometimes you see LP on something like a Yoru, but those were usually the heavy hitters for Varel. It's interesting to see Cinder at the top of the scoreboard. Zuna's usually quite solid. I'm wondering if the duelists are going to start getting rolling on defense here, though. For Varel, T1 wrestled control of a lobby here. Have been scanned by the Sova of Zuna. Over on the other side of the map, Zexy making an info push, but LP is set up with the judge here yet again. This time on the A side of the map.
Dog.
Be good for at least 1 or 2, but he's going to hang back instead, set up for retakes?
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult to retake into this, I'll tell you what. You have the drone and the paranoia. Klaus is going to have to make some space there. You see the pivot there of the death camp on the run it back. Meteor cleans out all of Spawn, but Munchkin with that plant does get the Cosmic, and that's going to make this retake a lot harder.
Might even want to save rather early on. You hear the judge, all the seekers, all being sent out. I mean, it's a lot of heavy investment for T1 on this round.
They're not getting back in, Varel. I don't think there's any way.
Still going to try, though, but no, you're just falling to your doom.
Yeah, they literally just...
Why?
Zero chance. छोड़ दिया इतना मार दिया वो लोग ने. पहला पिक भी उनको मिल गया, छोड़ देने का.
the end of the day, a lot of guns donated over there to T1. LP walks away with his life, and that's about where the good news ends. Fair, T1 do invest a run it back and a Cosmic as well as Seekers in winning that gun round. But when you're going to bankrupt the enemy team, that's well worth it.
For sure, especially when the scoreline is like this, you bring yourself closer to the
I mean, T1 is well and truly in it now.
I mean, the thing that I do want to see, like you mentioned from before, get those duelists running on the side of Varel. If Zexy, Klaus start to take more proactive space, you know, like kind of what Zexy is thinking about, it might help.
को nerf कर दे, aim खराब है, इसलिए नहीं use करता हूँ.
Too much because when they find themselves out of position with this comp, it's quite hard to be able to get back in. And we talked about the question of
तो रुक गया है बे, इसने तो मार रहा
has
हूँ.
been nerfed. Where did the flashes come from?
Klaus भी रुक गया, दोनों मार रहे थे.
Without flashes, that A retake is very cursed.
Yeah.
You basically have to be able to fast lane your way in, find a good paranoia timing. Your Neon has to get the right entry back into the site, or it's not happening.
That's pretty much it.
क्या कर रहे हो?
So, for the upcoming rounds, after Coach TK9's timeout here, I mean,
they had a nice adjustment on the attacking side, I will say. After the timeout, they saved a lot more utility in the post plants. Paranoia and relay bolt, things like that. We were talking about that in the first half. So what's the adaptation going to be on the defense? I mean, I really think they need to either get the Neon or the Jet active onto a deep info line and attack the other side. The Cypher hasn't had much impact yet. It's mostly just been LP on a shotgun, either kind of donating himself or running out of the site because it's a run it back running at him.
अभी वाला बस गन नहीं है. दोनों को ऑल फॉर्म पे फोकस करना चाहिए.
Apart from LP on the Hero Vandal, possibly to bring out an op on the upcoming.
100% that's an op in round 18.
Just to hold those info lines maybe up around A long. But for now, T1 back into it. You've got Izu on the outlaw as well. I mean, he's going to try to farm up close to the Tour de Force.
Oh my god, Popang swing.
No smokes on the retake now for Varel and a free C site on the cards. You can see how tentative they are. Buzz goes in first, followed up by the Trailblazer. Very much not trying to get caught off guard by any cheeky off angles or shotguns.
Watch this from Munchkin as well.
He's not done buying guns. He's still deciding.
Shopping here and there. We're shopping for out points now as he crouches down. Unfortunately, does get taken out. Hero Vandal still in play.
क्राउच पे अच्छा नहीं होता समय में देखा ना क्या हुआ?
Izu's going to be the one
in
this corner. Incites the rest of T1 to continue pushing up and oh, Buzz, chill. He's a lot younger than you.
Hey, I mean it's the big brother treatment. Get the tag out for Izu, as you said, getting closer and closer to a
को जाके मारने दो ना, hello.
Zuna. Not quite stunned up there by Buzz, who was a little scared to be peeking it with aim like that. That's exactly why you won't want to be. And the last two players definitely going down to the spike one way or another. Uzuna does very well on the exits there. Earns himself a Hunter's Fury and takes every gun away from T1.
Oh my god. Despite the scoreline, I'm still fired up for Zuna.
I mean, Zuna's crazy. Great to see his potential fully showcased. He didn't have that many moments in kickoff. I mean, to be fair, Barrel didn't.
Yeah.
But do you know why Experience stepped down from VCT?
So still
I say he felt
nice
like
to see. But
he wanted to
upcoming round, this is what we want. Surely the op brought out.
For a year or so.
Indeed. Op on the attacking side as well, though, and it's going to be back-to-back rounds where the op will be brought out on the attacking side because Izu's got the tour de force next round, one way or another. Meteor active in the middle of the map. Nice off-angle from Klaus with a trick to back him up here. It's going to be a Trailblazer into Garage.
Really breaks it. Tries to delay as much as possible, but you can't stop Buzz. Cinder will come back through, though. Trying to stop and hold. LP trying to play around the angles, but gets caught instead.
He's been trying to be so aggressive on these off angles, and time again, he's been punished by T1. Hot Hands is going to stop the scale into the smoke on spawn side here, and Meteor is up close and personal.
Gotta save now.
Again, I mean,
are you going to
try to retake this with an op? I just don't think it's happening. It's another round where it feels like T1 are just running a train on them.
It feels like you just got to try to read where T1 wants to end up, but they can end anywhere so fast that it makes it difficult.
Well, like how many rounds has T1 been
मीटर तो
hitting
जा
the
सकता है
side to
लड़ने
side
के
of the
लिए
map and has
मजा
no
सकता
issues? Like that is the thing that should be the hardest thing for you to
ट्राई
approach
कर
for
मरने
T1
का
against
मारने
this
का
top.
कुछ भी
You have nothing to deal with Cypher trips really
मार
unless
के
you have
मरा
a run it back for
2
example.
अल्ट पॉइंट
And to be fair, one
और
of the
पे
Cypher
फाइट ले
trips did
सकता
get a
है
kill
ऐसे
that
मारा
round
तो
in
भी चलेगा
Garage. But in terms of
लेकिन ठीक
actually
है
holding
कोई
the
नहीं
site,
मर
the
रहा
Cypher has been terrible.
Just kill the Cypher.
Well, I feel like LP a lot of the time isn't really playing off of his
अब
setup
केज
that
क्या है
much.
मैं
Like,
अभी
traditionally, you
24
have
का
the
होने
Cypher
वाला
or someone else
ऑलमोस्ट
sitting in the back
ऑलमोस्ट
of the sites. The other team attacks into you, you pop your cages or you have a specific setup with your kill trips to play around that. Half these rounds, LP, like this round for example, look how deep he is on an off angle. Like he's playing in the open on the C side. That's the swing he took with the cage up on main. I don't mind that. Honestly, it's kind of Genji-esque. It's like what they used to do. They put the Viper orb up and then you'd
इतना
have
टाइम से
Munchkin
चैट
or
फ्लो
like
चल रहा था और अभी
Foxy
देखो
playing on an off angle and you swing garage side. It can work for you. Unfortunately, he's been trying that approach
कैसे
quite
हो
hard
बे तुम
most of
लोग
this game and it hasn't worked.
Especially when it's, you know, full force of T1 running against you. Now we do have the double judge, though. Curious to see how that pays off.
I mean, they had 3 rifles brought in from that last round, so I don't mind the approach of mixing a couple shotguns in full stack on this A site.
Okay.
The rest of the map is being held by some string and some tape here.
String by the tripwire.
Yeah,
I see what you mean.
of LP. Drone goes through a lobby and sees nothing. That is going to be the biggest false sense of security here for Varel. Do they trust their stack?
Does T1 sniff anything? I think they do.
प्रॉब्लम इज सोवा अल्ट के पोजीशन में है नहीं
You're the Neon, they're like, we want none of that.
अभी है
It's crazy how much Varel have rotated in this round based off nothing happening. Like, this is just mind games. There's the From the Shadows just looking for some information, looking for it.
You don't see anything. Now you start to piece it together. Could they be around C long? Could they be around grass, perhaps, even?
I mean, again, this is LP by himself with nothing on the site, really.
Well, he does have a judge.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that movie before.
It's up against Neon. He's trying to call it to the team, and he only hears one guy, so that should help out. The rest of the team still hovering around A site, and they're trying to slow it down as much as possible. Look up to the top of the screen. There's only 15 seconds left, and it just might have worked out. Meteor, though, Stacks, they've managed to cross safely. The op shot's not connecting, but Sexy will dip back in. Let's go. On towards it still, though. Meteor will continue to plant his feet down, but as soon as the timer goes down, he kind of knows it's all done and dusted. Just down to it, trying to take those guns away, but Klaus manages to hop away scot-free.
I mean, Varel does very well to hold their nerve there. Big crate being sold. Buzz, honestly, I felt like he was an excellent salesman. I was buying into it. Varel was not buying though. Still 3 players on the A site, despite the fact that Buzz is on C, making as much noise as possible. Smoke's thrown in that direction as well. LP cleans him up, and I think the Neural does a very good job to confirm Varel's suspicions.
On time,
but still, the balls to just sit 3 on A there with all of the map pressure.
ऐसे के टिप्स से तो ब्रॉन्ज में अटकाओ प्लेड वालों for 2 months only.
I saw a similar round
ऐसा छोड़ो रहना किलो.
recently actually. It was a motive round where they
भाई
worked the whole
Zexy Klaus
map
तो
on this
रुक
map.
ही गए
I
लेकिन
believe
ना
they took,
पूरा
like garage
complete.
control, they pressured like one side of the map and the other team just didn't rotate, and that's what that round felt like. It's like,
Nah.
I'm coming garage, I've taken C site, please rotate, man, and the other team's just like, huh?
Is it here? Is it there?
Where everything? Nope.
That's the
Okay,
game
come back.
sometimes, but either way now, with a scoreline this
कल
close,
मेरा birthday है,
T1
ठीक है, कल
smell
मैं
a
इधर ही हूँ, tension
possibility
नहीं.
of bringing it through and through. They're going to call in a timeout.
369 के बारे में कुछ बताओ.
Have a run it back to work with, that definitely helps. Can simplify
कुछ
some of
बताने
these
लायक है नहीं
attacking
अभी.
rounds and just give you a pretty straightforward approach.
Is that guy asleep?
Yeah,
Brother.
I think he fell asleep in the Gen G game.
And nobody woke him up.
he woke up, he's like, hang on, this is a different Korean team.
Oh my God, no way.
It's like Munchkin, Meteor.
Somebody.
It's still Gen G, right?
Somebody wake him up. And Ace is gonna happen. He's gonna explode.
तोड़ती नहीं है बे कैमरामैन.
Oh, aggression there from Klaus.
बड़का ठीक है, कोई problem नहीं है, कोई problem नहीं है. Confidence up चाहिए.
You do have the 2 to force in play from Izu though. He's itching for a pick. He'd love someone to peek him. So far, Varel not really giving them much. This is a cheeky op angle. I've not seen an open playing up here ever. Flash off the line though is Cinder, and under a lot of pressure, he's taken a long time to TP.
Oh, but he still gets his gun at the ready. Dips in for a third! The Hunters were chiming in as well, and all of a sudden it's just Izu alone, trying to dodge those beams. Brings back out the tour de force, but he's completely surrounded, quite worried about the flank. Sexy's just going to toy with him as much as possible for LP to creep up front.
Who is this guy? Is this the same guy from Kickoff?
Nah, dude.
In the off-season, Cinder has gone into the hyperbolic time chamber. The amount of aim prac that this guy has done is immense.
He's got weights on his wrist.
Full taking
the gloves off this game for sure.
Yeah, and when
Which
those
is
gloves
our
are ground,
recording
cause,
and
like,
streaming?
huge
Obvious.
earthquake. That's how hard he's been training.
Well, Izu scanned up by the dart, flanked by LP. Another round for Varel, back-to-back rounds on the defense.
बोल मत यहाँ तक आके वो लोग हारने वाले हैं.
It felt like they read that round
भाई
very well,
छोड़
to
दो
be
ना
honest.
ये
It was
अगर
1 for 1
मालूम
early on,
है
and to be honest, if
सिंदर
they,
इतना
in
देर
the
है
timeout, had a game plan that
छोड़
revolved
दो
around the run it back,
पता
then
लगाओ
I'm sure
ओमिन
they
कहाँ
would have
पे
had to
जैसे
pivot
तुम
in
लोग
the
पता
mid-round.
लगाते हो ऑपर
But
कहाँ
there's
पे
no way that you should be
कोई मूड में है
really
तो
having
छोड़
this
दो
much
उसको
problem
अपने हाल पे
trading out an Omen in that position.
He's shocked. He's stunned.
Yeah.
Legit. If Cinder got taken out, this round would not have gone this way.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, the spacing looks horrible there for T1, but that's kind of just a side effect of what they're playing. The
Obvious,
Neon
but पुराने
is 4
जमाने वाला
steps in front of
सिंबल
this
वाला
guy who is
सेम ही
setting him
है
up with the utility, and then the Astra is holding short. They're kind of in all the positions that you would expect them to be, and they're running at an Omen who's been stunned, and he's late to TP. I mean, I think 9 times out of 10, you're probably thinking, well, T1's just rolled him and won the round. But that is just some individual brilliance from Cinder.
This one was getting heavy carried Limao. Ha
Limao! It's going to be back-to-back timeouts. Pilski
Limao,
feels though the situation's getting more dire by the second. Izu back in with an op.
Limao!
It's just T1's map pick, and Varel are looking to pinch it here in a moment. Starting to run out of money on this attacking side. Still do have the run it back, so if they had some kind of plan to utilize that ultimate in a round previous, I dare say they want to get it used. It's very frustrating to be in the coaching booth and not watch your players use ultimates. That's something that T1 would never do, right?
Or
they've never done that before.
Parties. Yeah.
I've never seen T1 not use their ultimates.
Well, either way, you lose this, it's up to map point for Varel. T1 need to pull something out. And there they go!
I mean, bold from Klaus. I respect it. He's done that exact same wide peak in the last round. This time, not so good. Here's the run it back straight through the middle of the map though. LP gives it a little bit of a jiggle. He's not interested. Stax is getting the plan down in the meanwhile, and T1 are digging their heels in. Buzz has been left on the back of the site.
Theoretically the correct play, but we go back into it. What's the retake gonna look like? You can't take out Buzz. Buzz actually slides up front. You make it a trade. Suddenly, Meteor comes back in to take the place of Buzz. And then we have a huge problem as he spins around, swiveled onto a tap headshot. Just Cinder outside of garage, and he's been pinned down. That's gonna be T1 up to 10 and 11.
Why, kya mara?
Yeah, I think the coach of T1 has just called that timeout and said, guys, remember that play we didn't do in the round previous? Let's do that one, and let's not get caught by the Neon sliding out garage this time.
Well done.
Good stuff from Meteor. Punishes that aggression and then just goes crazy in the middle of the map. Optimistic swing from Buzz. It's the kind of swing that you take when the round is probably already won.
Also preventing Varel from trying to set up again as well.
भाई ये तो close गया यार.
Varel on this half, the retakes.
Guiding light up over the top, you have the Blade Storm in play here.
भाई लेकिन ये actual में Varel ये map जीतना
चाहिए. Big stack over A here. Paranoia was prepped in from suicide.
अच्छा तो केले हो लोग. और वो round वो लोग fumble नहीं करते थे ना पिस्तौल के बाद वाला round.
If they got caught by that trap play, it could have been bloody.
जीत गए थे.
But we've seen this setup from Varel again before. You mentioned, you know, sticks and tape and
1000 रुपए भेजना आपको subject करता है.
moving parts around now.
करो यार.
Yeah. Playing off the trips a little bit more. There isn't a trip on front B. Once again, Trailblazer goes forward, confirms that there is a trip inside a garage. Needs to be broken by Buzz. Klaus trying with the counter spam, but not connecting, and he's stunned himself. So that's not ideal.
Excuse me?
It's just LP around C. Suna's not going to move. T1 still trying to beat more out towards the C site.
Yeah, they creep back into C here. LP on his lonesome with the charge on the backside of the C site. See how proactive he's going to be. I mean, it's going to be a suicide mission from him one way or another. The only question is how successful it will be.
Feels as though T1 should be able to anticipate it. They've seen him play this position again and again. So up around the cage, they suspect something around the corner. They still hop into it though. Suicide mission complete. You walk away with one.
Blind mara bhai
Same
usme.
time, T1 managed to gain control over the site. Cloud's trying to toy around it. Will be to slide forward, but no one's here to follow up. Cinder actually arrives. The spike is down on the ground, and you've got 10 seconds left to try to get it planted. Meanwhile, Shuna on the back garage. Cinder just to toy around from the shadows onto site itself.
एक बंदा plant कर रहा है 3-1 है 7 seconds.
Yet he will hop back in across. He completes the spray transfer just as easy as ever. Buzz, still ever the veteran.
I thought I only saw that in my ranked games. Zexy whiffs every single knife on the Blade Storm and is left jumping around like a goose with the classic.
Not from Zexy, no.
Anybody but him. Usually incredibly sharp on one of his signature agents of the Jet. I mean, to be fair, he did use 2 knives to the body there, so he only had so many. There it is. That's the last knife. And then he pulls out the shorty, which doesn't do much of that range.
That's a bit of panic for sure.
And I think the second player to trade him there was LP with the judge. So that's 2 players trying to run at him with shotguns.
भाई इतना बराबर करने के बाद वो लोग 7 सेकंड में कैसे पुश नहीं किया वो लोग ने एक बंदा प्लांट करता ही रहेगा 3v1 है गरज वाला टाइम पास कर सकते हैं जब तक ये लोग 2 बंदे सिटी से घुसते हैं
T1, how many times have they crept into a site for free here? LP playing inside of his cage once again, does deal with the Trailblazer, but caught there by the spam, by the relay bolt. It's again another unsuccessful suicide mission from the Cypher with a shotgun, and the rest of Barrel aren't doing much on the flood either.
God.
Yeah, this is not.
कौन प्लांट करेगा?
How you kind of want.
अरे और ब्ले लो ना! और ब्ले लो ना!
Maybe not. Yeah. Yeah, not really. Credit to T1 though. They're just simplifying, really. You know, they're taking their time, working together as a unit, sending in the Trailblazer to see what's going on. Buzz dives in on the entry, and they have Meteor to follow up if needed.
खत्म है round. Sky और ब्लेगा.
Unfortunately, sometimes that's the case, you know.
Huh?
Rookies, they brought this game up this far, but up to this point,
same है,
that's where you start to really feel
ठीक है, कोई problem नहीं है, ठीक है.
Yeah. How's the money look?
I mean,
bro, there is no way ऐसा comeback होने के बाद map
if there was going to be any team to do it, it'd be Barrel. They love their shotguns, these guys. Buzz once again does have
players
the
का mental stronger, लेकिन इतना भी नहीं.
Completely bound by the judges.
match हाथ से गया.
They are backing the judges though. Run it back is in play for Meteor. You once again have the Cosmic. If T1 walk into a site for free and put the Cosmic down against a triple judge, that's going to be it. That's going to be it.
I can see they're definitely considering that fact. And then we'll start things up. You do have a deep trip though. And it's quickly dealt with. Oh no, LP. He's just getting manhandled with his head. Come on, Klaus. Surely you've got something. He pops the overdrive and he just goes in Hail Mary fully on towards Meteor's run it back. Cinder comes in with a follow-up. And that's good enough of a stop for now.
Yes, you could definitely be on for OT here. The Cosmic has kind of just turned C-Log into a bit of a shooting gallery. Drone goes forward, confirms that T1 is still hanging around here.
We playing a TDM on Drift?
Yeah. 1v1 in mid.
भाई वो लोगों को कुछ मिला नहीं है
It's literally every TDM map.
Well, not for long. Back into Garage. Varel starting to consider the fact that T1 might have rotated off elsewhere. Zexy's
थोड़ा backup मिल गया उमेन को.
He's walked down the middle of the map. Cinder once again has to stand and deliver. Klaus very close by, has the fast lane to break up the push. Whiff shot. Cinder has got to multi-frag here and he can't.
Unfortunate. It's Izu with just the headhunter, and that's possibly all it took. Now you got the trademark towards the back. Zexy's efforts have completely been thrown aside. It's just Suna, and he has to deliver. Otherwise, this is done.
Cloudburst starts getting past the trademark though. RT1 going to be ready for the flank.
I think they're quite aware. Izu is even on the cards for an ace. Op shots, headhunter, and that's all he needed. Despite Sparrow's best efforts, it's now on to Zexy, the young duelist. Heavy responsibility, and it's a huge choke point as well. Izu trades it down, swaps to the headhunter. Zexy still trying, he's running out of time though, and that's where it ends. Munchkin, 13-11, T1 complete the entire map.
I mean, that is a sloppy game from T1, where they lost both pistols, they still won. That is the class of this team. Even if they're slow starters into some of these specific tournaments, they are still able to come away with wins. And if they warm up, they start to hit their stride. That's where Varel is really in trouble.
Same as something Russians are built different.
But credit where it's due, you know, you do see some of these players start to stand up. Cinder having a hell of a game, but for now, let's toss it to the stage with the coach interview on Jen.
language
in the back for T1. I've got Coach KDG with me to talk about what happened on that match. Super close game, but you guys completed the comeback, and we got to see the individual brilliance from all the players on T1, especially towards the end. So, what was the difference between the first half and the second half? What made it difficult for you, especially on your defense? 일단은 감독님. 조합의 변화를 줬고 그리고 이제 후반전 가서 선수들 모두 살아나는 모습을 보여줬는데요. 전반전이 좀 아쉬우신 부분도 있었을 것 같고 좀 T1에게는 큰 고비지 않았나 싶습니다. 어떤 점이 달랐고 또 전반전 어떤 점이 힘들었던 걸까요?
일단은 전반전 특히 수비에서는 저희가 조금 난이도가 있는 조합을 선택하기도 했지만 그럼에도 불구하고 저희가 한 명씩 약간 잘라먹으면서 리테이크하는 구도가 좀 나왔어야 되는데 사실 저희가 잘라먹으면서 리테이크가 저희가 한 명씩 죽으면서 리테이크되는 상황이 많았어서 조금 더 힘들었던 것 같습니다.
Well, yeah, on defense with this comp, it is a bit tricky, but what made it trickier for us was our initial plan was to go one by one, gain map control bit by bit, but we ended up dying and we had one man going down from our side, so that kind of made it tricky for us to perform well on defense, but we pushed it through. Thank you very much, KDG, and
थोड़ा पेस फास्ट करते तो हो जाता था और वो एक्स्ट्रा वाला अल्ट में जहाँ पे इतना सारा अल्ट मारा है वो लोग ने जो गन्स का गिव अवे किया है छोड़ दो डायरेक्ट से भाई नहीं घुस सकते
Map 1, Varel had a very strong start on Haven, but it must be so heartbreaking the way this script has completely flipped.
Yeah, I mean, I'm upset for the guys because they came out and they looked so good in this first half. I thought it was over and done with. The way they were playing looked great. They managed to capture that aggression. They had those moments of individual brilliance, and then the side swaps.
कितना minute until next match? 2 minutes. 2 minutes में चालू हो जाता है.
Falls apart for Varel.
Just this felt eerily
similar to me to what they squared off against each other in the SVL during the offseason, where it was a really strong early start for then SLT, now Varel, and T1 just kind of started figuring them out, started assessing, like, okay, this is how you're trying to play the game right. Okay, we can make these adjustments, we can figure it out, we can solve this puzzle, and then they did. This one considerably closer, but this is going to be a heartbreaker for Varel after taking both of those pistols, after being so far ahead, to then have this map not even go to that overtime, to have that denied away from you. Even though this is your opponent's map pick, you would really like to come away with the win here.
I mean, for me, I think their inexperience showed, you know, look at that, the anti-eco after that second half round switch, they win the pistol and then they buy 2 judges. This isn't something that you see a lot for a reason, because the site gets overrun. If the judges don't go crazy and multi-kill, all of a sudden you're in a horrible retake against the judges. They lose all that momentum that they just got from the pistol, and the half runs away from them. This is where I want to see them have that bit more discipline, a little bit more structure, but it didn't come out today. T1 managed to steal a map win essentially here.
I think that's a really good point, and I'm pretty sure that exact those moments are going to be something they'll be reviewing after this match today, win or lose. But, you know, to that point about experience, this is something that Munchkin is especially a specialist in, is sort of reading the patterns of the opponents, and the more rounds you give them, the more time you give Munchkin to figure them out, especially on a map like Haven. But what I really like to see from Team 1 is that it's not just the Izu show, they've all done their part.
Yeah, I mean, they come out with this this double duelist, this Phoenix composition here, putting Meteor on Phoenix for the 2nd time ever in his career, which I was kind of surprised by. I thought that given how long he's been competing back in the day when Phoenix was a lot more prevalent, I thought maybe we'd be seeing him there, but no, 2nd time that he's ever brought it out, and it ended up finding its footing. It was a very rocky start for everyone on T1. but we started seeing that level up, because initially it was Izu kind of being that guiding light, saying, come on guys, catch up to me, I'm the only one who's really finding some impact here, and then they were able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to echo something that Pilski said at the end there, and it really shows the caliber of this T1 team. They played a game that was unremarkable then. You know, we weren't blown away, but they know how to get these games across the line. When it gets messy, when their backs get against the wall, they can always turn it around, really switch on, and they get those wins on the board. That's what's important. Varel, not quite there yet, not having the experience to close it out when such big names are on the other side.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, two of these big names, one of them is definitely Meteor, you know, being on that Phoenix role.
Yeah, this was, you know, we were questioning how this was going to end up going for them. And as mentioned, Izu, very good hot starts for him. We know that when he gets that operator in hand, he can be so very deadly with it, but having that headhunter behind, in the case that he does whip, he was able to come up with some really nice headshots.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it before on this desk about how Chamber can be a great answer to double duelists because they don't have a lot of util to deal with you, but the caveat to that is you have to be able to hit the shot on the moving Neon. It's a hard thing to do, but if you're able to make it work, it is a very good answer, and Izu really started to light up. I mean, you know, 4K on that last round should have been an ace. Like, he really has that individual capability, and I'd love to see him come back to this Chamber even more as we move through stage 1.
Now, on the other side of Varel, we did see some great moments. Zuna was on all our build diff rosters for a reason, because he's shown up so well during kickoff. But Cinder, now this is the guy we wanted to see step up as the IGL, not just the vibes guy, and he did.
Yeah, I mean, I see you, Cinder. I feel like he did a good job there. I mean, this was a different guy from what we saw in kickoff. He's able to put these multi-kills together. I mean, that's what you want to see from him. Even if he is that experienced player, you want to see him come alive. Really, you know, a very positive sign for Varel.
अभी किसका मैप पिक है वायरल का ना अभी?
We need all 5 of them firing
जा
at the
तो
same
सकता है
time,
लेकिन
otherwise it's just
ऐसा
going to be more
comeback
of the
के
same.
बाद
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, what we were talking about with T1, what they were lacking at Santiago, what we need to see from them, that big level of everyone arriving on the same level. They ended up getting there. Varel now, the onus is on them to do very much.
Yeah, that's right. Now, you mentioned SBL. These two teams faced each other. The last time they played each other, they did play Pearl, and it was also a fairly close game, but was it a similar pattern back then?
At that point, T1 had a decent understanding of what they were going to look to do at the beginning of the map, so T1 had a considerably stronger start compared to the first one, which I believe was Bind to kick things off in that series. But so they have a decent understanding of what Varel probably wants to do coming into this Pearl, but obviously the meta has shifted. It's been a long time since then. You know, that was back in December, so we're many months now in the future. So Varel could have something a bit different up their sleeve coming into this Pearl, but I think that, you know, Neon still going to be a consideration, obviously, but I could honestly see them sticking with the composition and just keeping the Jet in as well.
Yeah, and we know Jet can be so successful on Pearl. We know the operator is so important on that map, and we know how strong it can be on this squad of Varel. So I think big questions there. They did, of course, pick it as we move towards this next map. So I want to see something well prepared, well drilled, and very ready.
It was one of the few maps that they did win during kickoff as well, on that huge overtime back against Gen G. And yeah, so I think I could see why they would want to keep it and kind of improve upon it. We saw the Waylay, you know, with Zexy last time they played this map.
I mean, yeah, could just stick with that one as well. I'm just curious, you know, do they still continue to lean for a double duelist on this one? Do they decide, okay, we might need a little bit more util here to break some of the setups that you want to bring to the fold, especially if they're going to be keeping that chamber, which is something that they absolutely could do. So maybe they do decide to pivot away from that and go for that solo duel.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big question. I mean, for me on Varel, I want to see them run double duelist. This is what you won Ascension with. This was what you really, you know, showed so much strength with. And I think if they pivot away, if they want to play util heavy, old school Korean Valorant, that's not who you are. You're Gen Z Zoomer kids. Get in the face, man. Play fast. That's where they're the best.
Or at the very least, if you're going to that solo duelist match the chamber, bring Klaus back out with that one, because he has shown that he in his own right can be a very deadly chamber player. So if you want to just fight fire with fire, I think that's also a very good approach.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And this is, you know, Korea's next generation of talent here. You know, Varel is a Japanese team, but the talents are Korean, like the youngest players in this squad. So I'm really curious what the coach is going to have to say about this team, how they're going to mental reset, because you're only going to get so many resets again in stage 1. So let's send it to the stage to hear from Jen.
अब गेम कब खेलोगे?
With TK9
या फिर EMA के बाद या
Varel
फिर कल?
now. TK9
ट्विच पे सेटअप
11-13
करने
was
के
the
लिए
score
फ्री
line.
रहो तो
T1
पॉजी
came
को
back
बुलाकर
in the
सेटअप कर
second
लो ना.
half. But
करते
from your
करते हैं,
perspective,
टेंशन ना लो, करेंगे
what were you
करेंगे.
able to point out before heading into map 2? 헤이븐에서 11대 13으로 끝났습니다. 흐름이 좋았는데 T1이 역전을 이뤄냈거든요. 2세트 들어가기 전에 좀 어떤 부분을 짚어주셨나요?
실수 나온 포인트나 저희가 킥오프 때 고쳐야 됐던 포인트를 고쳤다고 생각을 했는데 그게 또 그대로 나왔다고 생각을 해서 그 부분을 다시 좀
इतना
베이스
अच्छा खेल
짚었던
के
것
आ
같습니다.
रहा है Varel.
Mistakes from the players and also some
Heavy
mistakes that we thought we fixed back in the kickoff. It kind of repeated itself. So those were some points that I talked about before heading into map 2. Thank you very much and good luck in Pearl.
भाई एक्चुअल में बुरा लगा. एक्चुअल में. Clear
All right,
cut
well,
Varel को जीतना
TK9
चाहिए था
mentioned
map 1.
mistakes. Do you think those mistakes are more than just mental crumble?
I mean, I think they definitely can be. I think we saw a few structural issues there in how much space they were giving T1, how much respect they were giving T1. I didn't like some of the buys coming out from them. I do think there's things they can iron out as we move towards Pearl. Take a look at the compositions here. Okay. Varel going for that double initiator look, bringing back the KO and rocking with solo duelist Waylay. So very different to kick off for them.
Yeah, I mean, it took us a long time in kickoff to even see our first KO. Now it seems like he's starting to pop back up a little bit, but he's going to be sticking with this chamber, so I do like that a lot. My biggest concern for Varel is when the mistakes that you're making are ones that you've talked about and tried to conquer in the well in the past, and they continue to rear their heads. Those are the ones that linger on your mind and really affect your mental all the more because you're saying, no, I know how to do this and I continue to have this problem. So I'm hoping that they can find that adjustment, that they can just shrug off that Haven.
Yeah, definitely. And they have shown they have the potential to do that. They have the potential to beat T1 and bring us to the very first Lotus of 2026. Okay, we're going to go into map 2 of Pearl as we send it back to our casters. Are they going to be dancing? Yeah.
Straight up no. Nice try, nice try. You're gonna make me, I'm gonna have to be bottom place on another build before you make me dance again. But for that, yeah, you're absolutely right. We're going back into this one onto Pearl. I mean, any thoughts on the comp so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a change up for both of these teams since the last time they played, but obviously the meta has come a pretty big way since then.
कितना भी bounce back ये सब बोलो ना बहुत tough है
the kill record in VCT Pacific, and this is a staple for him. Killjoy on this map on the attacking side, he loves to be aggressive. He loves to walk it down the middle of the map. So I think he's going to be getting a fair few more on the tally to start out on the attacking side for T1, which was their pick, by the way. They could have picked defense to start, even with the slower comp on the solo duelist. In fact, it's only one agent different from their Haven comp. So it seems like T1's approach to the meta here.
Just kind of sort of running it back in onto the attack now, straight in through down B long with a flash.
Guiding light down, turret dealt with as the orb goes towards Sax, but this is anything but a hard commitment for T1. Just a little bit of pressure on that B side of the map, which has drawn out a rotation from LP and Zexy.
And leaving Izu on an insert as well. I mean, at this point, T1 could potentially explore their options down middle.
Gonna get a regroup and a push towards B long, looking for some information. As you mentioned, T1, Izu, lighting in wait. Does have his rendezvous if necessary, but only a KO knife. Oh, Izu finally finds his mark. He was lying in wait for such a long time, and Zexy overstepping a little bit. Now push down the middle of street as the alarm bot gets dealt with.
That should be clearest day. What T1 are trying to do. Varel, of course, though, kind of deep into positions. Not sure if they're going to actually be able to play around it. Nice spike plant. So far, so good, though, especially the kill vote from LP. But Meteor, there he goes again. That's the player that's always been around these corners. You're worried about him. Suna's still able to deal with it, though. But then comes Stacks. Izu back into it again. So despite all of Varel's best efforts, unfortunately, they get taken apart.
3K from Izu, and there was a couple of little moments there where it felt like Varel was peppering them. I think Cinder, it's very hard to be done by. That's a hell of a flick from Izu. You can see crosshair placement was expecting the backhaul swing and a beautiful raw adjustment. An upwards flick is not easy to be converting there. So many Headhunter bullets purchased there by Izu. I think he went 6 in the Headhunter with a trademark.
Yeah, he's already heating up off the previous map, and now he's back at it here. Varel.
You can react to the user posting without any cooperative things. Man, they can react.
Dropping a pistol on their map pick after T1 barely scraped a win across the line is not the start that you would have wanted. KO Knife does secure LP the orb. He's working his way towards a null command.
But at the end of the day, I mean,
कीबोर्ड कौन सा है?
just
मेरा
gonna
SS
write that
का।
all off. You know, fresh map, fresh start. Maybe didn't go so well in the pistol, but think about what the defenses should be and what it should look like. You already know Izu tends to be this lurk
Drone.
for T1, maybe Meteor as well.
I think for Varel, what I want to see is them get an op out and really try to play some like trap setups around the fact that T1 is just going to be walking around the map. Big A stack on the cards here for Varel though. Trailblazer goes in.
Yeah, so far so good, but then again, just everyone getting kind of concussed up by the relay bolts now towards the back lines as T1 just continues to flood in, but losing numbers as the pistols will rain through. It's Munchkin now, back onto the Ghost. Just around the corner, waiting for Zuna to swing. Who's going to make the first move? It's going to be Munchkin pushing up front up after the haunt.
The A stack does a lot of work for Varel there though. Has to be said, and Bulldog wasn't picked up at the end of the round for Munchkin. He lost his armor, so the only thing that T1 walks away with that round is a Marshall. Not exactly the cleanest anti-eco you've ever seen.
उसके बाद क्या हो गया?
Similar kind of pacing as you see on Haven there. You get the Neon diving in first, while the rest of T1 waits inside the smoke. And then if they need kind of a second wave to the execute, that's where they pop out with the guiding light. That really seems to be their go-to at the moment.
Especially
Good evening, bye. Good evening.
Varel though. Now with the rifles, just trying to poke across. Some information outside of B for now.
Dexy's got deep info on A playing the off angle here. This is exactly how I want them to play. You have the Killjoy kind of safeguarding the middle of the map, and you have your options open to you to be able to rotate flexibly with the initiator, but with the waylay.
लेकिन वो लोग भगा रहे ना, वो लोग भगा रहे।
Does give them
B बैक से रहने वो लोग का info नहीं है B के पास, और उसने उसके वजह से image छोड़ दिया अकेले करके।
Off the line, doesn't want to get isolated in a position like that, and when he doesn't have the refract active, I can imagine
अभी
why.
A split है वो लोग को retake खेलना पड़ेगा।
The issue is, I mean, T1 are just being given the middle of the map right now, and there really isn't any recourse for Varel other than just setting up for a retake.
और वो लोग का utils भी काफी बचा हुआ रहेगा, पता है?
An opening hit, but it's tough to do that with all the smokes and the fast lanes and everything.
Yeah, this is the same variation you've seen from T1 on the A execute before. They are able to successfully get the spike down. A little bit of spam damage on the stacks, though.
Otherwise, still good. Now you're set up into the corners with a Bucky and everything as well. Izu just prepped up. Rendezvous away. Clean as ever. Meanwhile, Varel still looking for the execute back in. They initiated with light speed. So far, so good. Still have some time to work off of it. Meteor is choosing the right timing to swing through while Munchkin is setting up a big old flank. LP, though, so far, being able to take down Meteor makes things a little bit more doable. Izu out towards the top, and oh, they managed to turn around at the right time. It's Izu now, just the only one left, but Cinder sticking it all the way through.
Very nice retake from Varel. Two players survived there. T1 invest a fair bit into that round. They purchased up 3 rifles after losing all of their guns in round 2. So they threw a fair bit at that round. The spike plant and the extra money will help them put together a better buy here in round 4. And they can take 3 rifles away from Varel. So this next round going to be critically important for both teams. I do like the approach on the retake from Varel. This pairing of initiators can work quite well. I think the Fade and the KO together is a very flexible initiator pairing. You do have other initiators like Sova or Sky, for example, that, you know, they have to trailblaze, they have to be stationary while they take that space back. But with a Fade and a KO, you could really just throw a Prowler, throw a Flash, and just very quickly be able to take map control back and bully your way through.
Relative Season 8, otherwise still information all across. So lovely to see how that could potentially work out. T1 though.
Amen secure.
does
get placed down.
Language.
Big rotation back to that side of the map, and this is what I was talking about. Meteor, he loves to do this. He just loves to walk through the middle of the map. He is just a man with a gun on the Killjoy. But Meteor can be a very dangerous man with a gun when he's feeling himself.
I've seen it happen way too many times. On a match like Split, he just walks up by himself and somehow opens up sights.
Just don't
give that up to him. For now, just kind of rotating back and forth, trying to gain some information.
Similar to the other rounds, they give T1 plenty of space. This very much seems to me like Varel is confident in their retakes. They're quite happy to be able to retake a site. Different variation of the A execute this time, and Cinder's going to play forward. Oh, he's shooting the dog so well here.
That's pretty good. undetected.
Side clear नहीं हुआ है.
Just hiding into the corner while Buzz is inside the smokes actually, but either way, okay. Couple kills, Stacks instant reaction. And then you've got Suna back into it, out from dugout. No, Buzz! He's done the best. So far, so good as it goes back into a 2v2. Sudden Nightfall does rob the sound away. And with MDK down, it's going to be a full connection onto the wallbang kill. 5 seconds left to pick up the spike and to try to hope for a plan or to bait the peaks out, but it's not going to matter if it's a crossfire. It's 2 players from Varel. Makes it tough.
You can see why Varel trusts their retakes. I mean, that was very well organized. It never felt like T1 got comfortable. LP rips the null command, which he was building up since the second round. Let's not forget that he was farming those orbs inside of A main. Great opener to take Izu out of the equation. That's very consistently been the player that has been left in these post plans. I mean, look at the KO. His ult just faded half a second before that. Buzz has taken his head off at the worst possible time for Varel, but they've still found a way to win the round. To be fair as well, I think Cinder could have got more in that position. He only got 1 and then Stax was able to react onto him. I thought Cinder was on for a 3k there. So I don't think I think several things in that round went wrong for Varel and they still won. So things are looking good for them on Pearl.
Sure. Similarly for T1 as well.
2-0 T1. Yes. Yes, madam. Yes.
Rocky, but either way, right now it kind of looks neck and neck.
You are right, madam.
Scoreline aside, you do have an early timeout though. I do wonder what this is for.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as T1 is concerned, they've been playing a similar style for most of this game, and in both of the opening gun rounds, it doesn't go very well. I think you see a similar kind of approach from Varel, where they give most of the map. They're not really kind of being very active. You haven't seen any kind of waylay walks with the refract active looking for a pick or anything like that. You haven't seen any trap setups. You can run things like that off of the Killjoy turret with an underarm flash from the KO. That's something that you could definitely see from Varel. So I think T1, the timeout is really just going to have to be an adaptation to what you're seeing from Varel. They know they've been given a lot of space. They just need to kind of iron out winning these post plants.
Got the tour de force out now.
Yeah, you do have the overdrive in the back pocket for Buzz. Jimmy the turret does reveal that Op is on that side of the map, and Zexy takes that as an invitation. In fact, I'm kind of wondering if Izu had full armor there, to be honest, and if he did, I think the turret just got him killed to the Outlaw.
Actually, maybe. Either way, thank you very much. He's going to take that one. At the same time, the rest of the team trying to flood forward with it, but there goes Buzz. Overdrive pop, and he will pick up a weapon off
Neon कहाँ से गया? तुम लोगों ने देखा? इधर stun करके, wall करके, right से जाके slide करके back से वाले काम. यही चीज मैं बड़वे को 10 बार बोला.
Trying to deal with any pressure. This is what I was talking about. The KO and the Prowlers
working
in tandem to be able to take this space back.
Mihal, you still have the fragment as well. It can still clear out some of these closer positions where, you know, a Stinger or Bucky could be lying around. Instead, it's going to be the Seize that connects out to the front. The Smoke's trying to obfuscate things, but it all comes down to the quicker reaction. Stacks gets it! Oh my god, the double and then Buzz onto the Bucky!
The overdrive was enough to get it done. They lost to tour de force right at the start of the round, but T1 plays very well around that afterplay. Cosmic doesn't really have as much impact as you'd want, especially when you see a smoke on mid-site there for Munchkin. Gives just a little bit of a pocket for Stacks to play in with the Stinger. And then Buzz, who was sitting in backhall since the start of the round, pops out with the Bucky, and that's enough to get it done.
बुरा लगा. Balance agent हो गया उन लोग के साथ.
That's a thrifty right there.
Yeah, post the timeout as well, which bankrupts Varel, because let's not forget, in both of their rounds that they won, they only had 2 rifles survive. They could not afford to lose to that eco from T1. Now, Outlaw picked up from Izu. He wants to hand out the same punishment he was given last round, and Zexy's given him the opportunity.
Not fully anymore. Smoke's gonna hop away, but at the same time, T1.
वो अभी भी जिंदा है, वो space लेते रहेगा.
They've been given the middle of the map this entire game. I'm kind of wondering when the
ये लोग turret तोड़ के यहाँ पे लड़के वापस बिस्किट करने वाले हैं.
Or something a little bit more active in this part of the map. Klaus under his turret is not exactly something that you're going to write home about. Buzz not particularly impressed by that. He's the second wave of Seekers, by the way. Stacks must be getting so many orbs and plants.
To round 6.
W round
the
by
Seekers,
T1.
they confirm that all the players are positioned around A. Let's go to B.
वाह लंबट का है थोड़ा.
Yeah, I mean, they walked into the A stack
Clean
last
round.
time. It's good to see some character development from T1. Nice open B site. To be fair, the majority of Haven on the attacking side, they were walking into open sites. So
अभी guns मत गिराओ
for T1. You saw it in
flawless
the
जीत सकते 4-2 guns गिराने का जरूरत नहीं है.
A lot of people tipping Munchkin as one of the best IGLs in the league.
Yeah.
So far, been worth his weight in gold.
What about Varel though? I mean, all
Fox
things
भाई सिर्फ
considered,
सुपर
this
चैट
is
पढ़ते हैं
just
क्या? मैं
slight
ट्राई कर
eco.
सकता हूँ मतलब सुपर चैट करके पढ़ता तो हूँ मैं.
Looking for the exits perhaps, but
yeah, I mean, they'd love a bit of damage here. The problem is you don't really want to feed them a Cosmic Divide or a Lockdown.
Lockdown तो आ जाएगा. वो जाएगा लड़ने.
not one bit.
Meteor
T1
wants
might
one.
start to, yeah, push up for it
ना
though.
lockdown तो आने ही वाला है.
Flash
कुछ
will
भी
kind
कर
of
लो.
scare Varel for the time being as well as they look to die to the spike, possibly. Crosshair straight in. Oh, and even with a crossfire Buzz, somehow still walks away with daylight robbery. He's hopping across now, and it's just going to be Zex pick up 1 point. But that's it.
Yeah, Meteor one off the lockdown now. And T1, after a little bit of a stumble in rounds 3 and 4, post timeout, it is perfection. A really nice thrifty win on that B site, and then pivoting off the Seekers in the mid-round allowed them to avoid walking into that A stack. Really, really well worked from them.
Jesus.
ऐसे दो मारे bro. What the fuck? क्या मारा है बस ने?
Which, to be fair, I'm pretty sure he's sick of.
हरमन भाई क्या हाल से बढ़िया?
Yeah,
खुद ना एक नाम का चैनल याद है कुछ अपलोड होगा उसमें नहीं रे.
Even for a solo duel,
Not
it hasn't really felt like
anytime
he's been that
soon, at
pressured. I
least.
feel like in this series so far, he's been getting a lot of space. I think that's part of T1 often reading the correct sites to be going into in the mid-round.
Like you mentioned, just waiting for that shoe to drop again. Of course, possibly off of this timeout. Now you got the full buy coming in from Varel.
T1 winning this is depend करता है अभी ये round पे.
Can change things up.
और ये round दे दिया तो फिर.
You know, we haven't seen Zexy get on a deep info line at all so far. We haven't seen any trap plays in the middle of the map at all. They've just been happy to give T1.
अच्छा सब मैसेज लिखा पढ़ा ही नहीं. सुबह करने का पैसा नहीं है.
Yeah, half the time
Hashtag
they've been
पैसा
winning
बोलता
their retakes though. So I wonder, as Varel, like, do you really
बोलता
do
तो है
anything
पैसे
different?
देखो.
Because when it comes down to a fair gun round in the post plant, they're often winning.
मिथुन नायक का मतलब क्या है? मिथुन नायक.
I mean, that's great in a retake.
बता किसको सपोर्ट करे? T1 बेबे. लेकिन मैं चाहता वैरल अच्छा खेले यार. मेरे को पहला मैं पा रहा ना बुरा लग रहा है उनके लिए.
Now going to get more aggressive this time. Zexy going to activate the refract and get a little bit active. Trailblazer goes forward though. Oh, and lucky to be alive there, isn't he?
Quite so. Maybe give
उसको भागना
T1
ही
Rabbit
पड़ा.
a chase. Buzz is way up front. Dodge the 0 point.
I mean, it really feels like T1 is just looking to prep themselves for the lockdown here. This convergent paths could be the responsive piece of utility from Zexy.
Oh
Gonna have
shit.
to connect off of it though. Make something happen. Buzz is gonna play around with the relay, but look at Zexy, Lightspeed over at the top. And even then, the judge is still gonna answer back in kind.
It's a 1-for-1. Trade the killjoys off, and T1 is still
Hello?
up the creek without a paddle, stuck in B long.
क्या?
He's gonna place himself down a rendezvous and wait for
भाई
someone on
उसने
Varel to
क्या स्टन और
overextend.
वॉल बनाया और उसने फिर भी मारा. हेलो?
Try to work back in the middle of the map. The thing is though that again, this is a Varel where
Pain पे bet
they
लगाओ.
don't get any info, they
भाई,
don't make a
betting कौन
push
करता है?
anywhere. They're just sat at the back of the map. You haven't got the Astra in A main, you haven't got anyone in the middle of the map.
Kind of need it though. You got those two initiators, and unfortunately, without the
turret.
Uh-oh.
It's just a base
Out
check
again.
from LP. Will confirm positioning. Might be good enough. Still though, up close and personal. He's gonna have to be able to stand tall. Goes down
Trade
towards
हो गया.
Stacks on the trade, which is not too
Oh,
bad. Now you're down to 10 seconds,
shit.
but Stacks
वो किन चाहिए था?
continues to pummel through. Out with the haunts, in with the peaks. Suna's
Oh,
gonna
मर गया
find
वो
and
भी.
collect
Oh,
on
no,
the two.
no,
The
no,
Prowler
no.
out, and as he tries to look for the final one, it's not
बैक साइड मालूम तो
Just
उसने
Cinder.
ये वाला प्लांट किसने दिया? नीचे अंडरग्राउंड वाला ये वाला सामने वाला.
He's pacifist.
ठीक है उसके पास एंगल था लेकिन.
Zuna's done very well for backhaul. I mean, clearly the standout for Varel today.
और उसको मालूम भी था बैक
Has to
पे
be
बंदा
said.
है.
It's another perfect round from him. I love this reaction though. To be honest, I thought that Varel would have got more out of that. It was the perfect convergent pass. It caught the entire team from T1. Dominated B long.
I got enough.
Oh, that's rough from Zexy. He's made a mess of that one. He's caught Stacks completely saturated,
Sexy
sopping,
मारा ना?
200 pounds wet.
W reveal,
and he
W
still
मारा.
can't clean him up.
अंडरवर्ल्ड प्लांट रहता तो शायद
You
कुछ
wanna
कर
have
पाते
for
हैं
Star Duelist either way. A little round, but with all the guns dropped, they're back down to the pistols. T1 just still trying to play stable.
Yeah. That's Meteor's domain. You don't set foot in the middle of the map on Pearl. On the attacking side, Killjoy, I mean, this is where this guy does his best work.
चलेगा.
Think twice about doing
चलेगा.
that next
कुछ
time,
अलग ट्राई किया वो लोग ने.
which
चलेगा.
just does not bode well for the upcoming rounds.
चलेगा. Not a problem. Not a problem.
Even the rounds where Varel is winning, they're just so strugglesome. They've had to take an
बस
eco
मैं
up
सोच
to
रहा हूँ मैं
round
अपनी
the win.
फर्स्ट मेंबरशिप परचेज करूँ.
You feel for him
Neki
though. I
और
mean,
पुची
like
पुची.
through all the growth, through all their best efforts out from the first map, just to find this outcome again. I mean, you're the rookies,
मीटर
but
बोलते हैं.
just
रोज
gonna
भाई
have to
आपकी
keep
मुंडी अभी
digging.
तक सीधी नहीं हुई.
Keep digging. T1 on the other hand, higher expectations, but up for this round at least, it should be simple.
30 seconds left.
And is trying to be a cheeky man yet again. Gives himself a little pocket to play with, but
फिर
T1 all
भी
over it.
मारा एक.
Yeah. Don't hate it though.
ए बेसेंडर है. कुछ तो कुछ क्रेजी करता
Here
हो.
and there. More shots peppered through. Yeah, let's find someone. There are a couple of pretty low players on the other side.
These are all locked down at it.
मैं वही देख रहा था स्काई कब से उसको हील
Oh no, but it's the flash
peek. Oh my god, उल्लू बनाया.
Oh, LP. All been there. 1 on 3 for Klaus, and T1's giving him nothing. Astra is not alive, but you've got multiple nanos for Meteor, and Izu just walks him down.
What's up? What's
Nicely
up?
done for T1. It's another round that could have gone horribly wrong.
Take aim, Zenfire, let's not complicate it.
It's on the attacking side. At what point is the job done already? Doing very well for themselves, especially because they only have a solo duelist. This is a very slow comp. This is 3 guys with guns, Chamber, Killjoy, and Astra, that don't really do anything in terms of scaling into the site or, you know, interacting with the round.
Just Buzz. But, you know, they still are the ones you want to have on these agents.
बिंग भाई मेंबरशिप लेने की मैं भी सोच रहा हूँ. आप गिफ्ट कर दो एक्स.
Really makes you question, you know, what the second half could look like if
ये
Varel don't
राउंड
start picking
क्रूशियल.
up more rounds.
प्लीज.
Izu juggled the
ये
ult.
राउंड
This is where
कुछ
Varel
भी
are
करके डिफेंड
looking to get
करो.
a little bit
मेरे
more
पास
active
दो
in the middle of
बहुत
the
बड़ा
map.
अल्ट है.
Haven't seen it so
ये
far.
राउंड अगर
Will it be
डिफेंड
deja
कर
vu?
दिया
A double
तो
in this
कमबैक है.
position
ये
from
राउंड
Meteor
हार
last
गया.
time.
लग गए. लग गए.
And they've got the guns
सीधा
now.
8493 वाला सीन हो सकता है.
Around the stairs. Oh no.
He had no head armor. The Phantom's just taking his head off so easily. Zuna next up to bat. Like, this is just players taking 1v1s in art with no real plan around that. Spike gets dropped by Zexy, but, like, what is going on for Varel?
I got Spike.
और मीनवाइल उधर भी पे
Refill
देखो.
that space. At least Zexy's managed to walk away with 1 meteor, relatively low.
There's so many things you could do with this comp, Quack, you know? Like, you could pop a flash over the top of double doors and go for a pick or something like that. You can have the refract active on Zexy, but that's just 2 guys trying to walk at Meteor in art. That's not going to get it done.
Starting to get too lost in the weeds, perhaps. You know, playing up against a team like T1 again, you're getting in your head, thinking about, oh, Meteor could be here. I've got to cover all my gaps. But unfortunately, that's exactly where T1 looked to exploit you. Now, defending lockdown placed in, but to no avail. Spike still planted, and everyone just dances around it. It's just Zexy here.
Oh my god, Neon खेल रहे हैं उनके साथ.
Buzz has gotten away with robbery there. He's run in, gotten 2 picks inside of the lockdown, and fast laned himself in spawn to stay alive. Oh, man.
Dips back in for more. You know, it's Buzz. He's
a greedy man. That's just the kind of greed they talked about in the Bible.
लग गए. Straight up लग गए. Straight up लग गए.
Should get punished, but
ये कैसे mod है आपके जो
doubling up the score on
member भी
Varel.
नहीं है.
I mean, that's a round that is far too easy for T1.
भाई देखो, बड़े यूट्यूबरों के सिर्फ 150 रुपए का मेंबरशिप लेने से अच्छा मॉडों के मेंबरशिप ना लो. मेरे को चलेगा. मेरे को चलेगा ब्रो. मेरे को completely चलेगा. I am with my mods. Simple. मेरे को चलेगा. मेरे को चलेगा. Mods I am with you.
Back call. So, Sparky, the lockdown is meant to clear out the B side.
Yeah.
Usually.
I'm looking for my comfort during.
Minimum.
Oh yeah.
काज तो सुनना चाहिए कि नहीं.
Time out
कोई और
again.
यूट्यूबर है तो.
It's got to be frustrating because it feels like as Varel, like a lot of these late round situations have been going well for you, but you're not doing yourselves any favors, not getting very organized on this defense. It feels like outside of give T1 the entire map and play for a good retake, there just isn't any depth to this defense at all. You haven't seen Zexy get active. In Ascension, this guy was the most aggressive duelist in the league. You could not stop this man from running through a smoke. I have not seen him take an aim duel in the early round, except for picking stacks up at tiles when they were down 3-on-5 there. That's the first actual aim duel I've seen him take. Maybe, okay, let's give him the convergent pass at B long. That's another round.
Okay.
It's like 2 of 10, it feels like.
Yeah.
Like, where is the balls from Varel right now? We saw this in kickoff as well, playing a very slow style. And it didn't work for them. And again, here on Pearl, it feels like they're just kind of letting T1 do what they want. Like, this is not the Varel that I'm used to watching.
Cancel तो फिर क्या अपन full
I mean, whether it's the stage
support
nerves or just the thought of playing up against a Titan like
membership
T1,
cancel mode cancel simple
they brought some of that from the first map, but right now it's a far cry from it all. Of course, it's now just the eco again.
I mean, they've given T1 A main again, and there's no activity in the middle of the map. Like, they're playing an Astra. You could at least put an Astra smoke up and then like refract, walk up A main and try and go for a pick. Like, try and do something. But there's just nothing. There's no activity at all.
कुछ pressure नहीं
I don't want to put too much weight on this current round, just for the fact that it's a pistol.
I mean, Stax is, yeah, he's confirmed the B stack. They're just going to walk into A for free.
Yeah, they don't have the spike.
कुछ pressure नहीं है.
Not fully committing.
Spike
but it's enough position to try to fake it out against Varel, turn around, get some kills. Varel is starting to make a lot of noise cutting corners, and that's a lot of information to a guy like Meteor.
He's in art again. It's his favorite spot.
30 seconds
he is an artist.
I want to see him go like somewhere else and then just die flat.
Oh
no, he doesn't die there.
Art का राजा. Double by देखो तो left back. Almost एक साल हो गया member बन के member बन के तो साल हो गए. Love you मेरी जान कटे. Love you मेरी जान कटे.
Pieces here and there.
It's unnecessary, really. It's very unnecessary.
Oh shit.
Just LP.
Oh shit.
And T1 are feeling invincible right now. They've got all the money in the world. Stax would love himself a Seekers here, so if I'm Stax, I'm running at him.
ये सारे 1v1 fight क्यों ले रहे हैं?
Find the last guy.
Normal fight कैसे लेगा?
Look at Stax.
ये खाली का 20 टैग किया था वो लोग ने एक साथ fight करने के लिए.
I'm not gonna give it up.
उसके बाद कैसे एक साथ fight लेगा? सारे तो नहीं city.
Why does it feel anyone who fights Meteor is just like there's no hope? There's no hope at all.
It's like a regular civilian against a stormtrooper with corrected vision.
Yeah. Buzz, as a solo duelist, is 15-7. Like, I've seen other games where you're playing solo duelist on Pearl, where it feels like the solo duelist on attack just gets thrown to the walls. He's like, guys, I'm going to fast lane try and run into the site, and I'm hoping for the best. But this just feels free for Buzz.
You don't want to see that from Varel. Now they've got the buy. Show us something. It's sexy on an op.
They got active. Prowler secures control. Zexy's on and up on the off angle. This is what we have been asking for. Just guiding light. Refract active. Oh, what a shot.
Oh,
there we go.
Hello? Hello?
All of a sudden, T1 maybe quaking in their boots.
Hello?
Just close the 5-on-4. One off the conversion pass here. You've got a lot of nice ults for the retake here, Varel. They can close out the last 2 rounds of this half cleanly, then they're on for one. This is a good setup in A main, by the way. Off of Cinder's contact, you're going to probably rip an underarm flash. Exactly that.
Off angles, you can play off of it as well. Maybe Izu wants some heat against Zexy, but you're going to play it safe instead. Meteor's back towards Art, but there go those flashes. LP's still good.
He's still looking for something on B. I'm not sure he's going to find it. 40 seconds on the clock, and they're very disconnected here, T1.
Just waiting for that pin to drop. T1 shuffling around, you're down to about 30 seconds, and there goes a toss. Flash and Kind, and suddenly it's Munchkin out. Nova Pulse!
Bro, what the
Enough of a response to maybe hang back. And suddenly, it's Varel who are pinned down into this alpha position. In towards A-main. Suna, though, he's going to swing out. Oh, and he saves the day. 10 seconds left. The spike out of reach. Meteor just has to run through with Izu.
No time.
Oh,
nicely done for Varel.
shit.
I mean,
sloppy
sloppy stuff, but it's a round nonetheless.
जान के टोटे आज एक नया लैपटॉप लिया है हेवी वाला मेंबरशिप लेने मत बोलना गिफ्ट करो
Finally, they get the op on an
Congratulations,
info
brother.
line.
Congratulations.
Zexy finds a pick, and then the A main setup is worth its weight in gold. Not particularly
थोड़ा
successful in terms
time
of the frags, but
मिलता
it does time T1 out of the round. You could see what they were going for.
मैं वो लोग लेकिन
from
ट्रैप
Zexy.
प्ले में वो लोग लग गए हैं वो लोग
Let's
के
get Zexy back in.
I mean, you could see how
वो लोग
tentative
दोनों
the
जिंदा
T1
थे
were there. They saw the guiding light scan someone in A main. They saw the star on the ground. They were basically in the doorway staring at the mousetrap the entire time.
They weren't sure. We'll go back into it
अभी
again.
चले जाओ वन
same
साइडेड
setup.
हो जाएगा सारे मैचेस मतलब एकदम 0 के लैंग्वेज
He gets one pick here, we'll have the convergent pass, and that could be fantastic for Farrell. Activates the refract. T1 not giving him any peeks off the back of that, so he's going to have to play a little bit more passive now.
The whole team has, potential retake ults.
Get off your phone, Buzz. Oh, mate.
They're drawing up the plan.
VCT के बीच में
T1 have their ults as well.
Yeah, I think T1 expecting some aggression here, but not being given anything. I mean, there is big ults in play here for Farrell. Finally, T1 bursting their way up B long.
Uh-oh. Yeah, especially with Buzz. It's going to be a
Bhai, wo
hell of a
abhi
shot.
bhi
Zexy
akela
does connect onto it, but they were locked down, planted in.
Yeah, you do have the Cosmic as well picked up on B long there for Munchkin.
वो
And
लोग
he's
को
going to burn. They're going to
लेकिन
use
साइड
two
ही
ults getting
खेलना
into
पड़ेगा
the site here. Zexy is hanging around, but misses the shot onto Buzz. Lucky to light
लेग
speed
पड़ा
away.
ना लेकिन
Everyone just dumps back into it, and here we go. It's going to be retake ults soon enough. Oh,
You could tell how badly he wanted the convergent paths there.
just banked in on it. Unfortunate. Either way, now 4v5. He's just got to put your best foot forward, toss in the Nightfall and everything, the null command, but it's all stopped. Meteor up front, close and personal, but Cinder's going to come back in for his team. Picks up the kills, but suddenly Buzz out from behind. Oh, it's an 8-4 with T1 not allowing Barrel to retake.
इतना अच्छा
Yeah,
एस्ट्रोल
nicely done,
फेडल
T1.
है
They just
वो एक
trusted
जगह
the
पे
game
स्लो
plan in
कर
that
सकता
round.
है
They
बाकी
didn't
टीम
care
फ्लडिंग
about
कर
the
सकता
entire
है
map. They sat in
बस
B
उसको
long.
कोई
They
मारेगा भी
waited
नहीं
for
जहाँ पे स्लो
aggression.
किया है बैक साइड
They
से
made sure that they got Munchkin that Cosmic Divide. Gorgeous shot from Izu onto heaven there. As I said, Zexy, that whole time, one off the convergent pass. All he wanted was a single operator kill to help them on the retake.
अच्छा वो लोग कर सकते थे मेरी टेक क्या क्या
You
वो
could
लोग
have
हैं
expected the Nightfall and the KO ultimate to be enough to be
ये
able to win
7
with
का
the
बेस्ट
retake
टेक क्या
there,
सभी उसका
but
पुश लेके
they
घूम
just
रहे
get
पता नहीं
shut down in some of the chokes.
Literally sat down. Every time they tried to stand up, it's just
जेन्युइनली
Buzz
मेरे
here.
दोस्त ने
Sit back down.
सीधा नया मैक लिया विंडोज पे भरोसा उड़ गया उसका
Some of the games in kickoff, like he just
बंद कर
was
देगा ना
not
विंडोज
present.
तो फिर
But in this particular game, he is a menace. Really giving Varel the big brother treatment. And if Varel goes down in this game, that's going to be 3 out of 4 games in Pacific they've played thus far against Korean teams with vets on them that are just sitting them down one at a time.
जी का रिजल्ट क्या आया बे अभी 98% बेबी
The little bro, the Korean little bro of Pacific.
Oh,
at that point.
Looking up to everyone. You don't want to have that. Surely at least one map. They were very close on Haven. This one though, I mean, once you swap sides, you really got to think about how their comp is going to work out against T1s. T1s,
हाँ दोनों टीम का 2-0 है क्या डब्ल्यू बोलते हैं अगर देखो अगर वो लोग पिस्तूला जीतते हैं तो थोड़ा बहुत पॉसिबिलिटी है क्योंकि उनका मैप पिक है हो सकता है वो लोग मैप रीड करके एक साथ फाइट एटलीस्ट अटैक में वो लोग एक साथ खेल पाए
Then Munchkin on the Astra can be a recipe for success. KO knife clearing all of B long there and straight down street go Varel. There is no opposition here for T1. Meteor playing retake. Ooh. Oh, what a flash from LP.
Whoa.
Just couldn't see anything.
चैट में देख रहा हूँ एक्चुअल में पॉसिबल है वो ब्लाइंड देख के मैं समझ गया एक्चुअल में पॉसिबल है रिटेक बोल रहा हूँ कम बैक एक्चुअल में पॉसिबल है कम बैक
T1 of course you're just banking on Sax, Buzz, kick down those doors. If infantry action as the frenzy gets pulled out, but Zexy has some ideas of his own. Gonna run out of ammo soon enough though. Gonna hang back, but LP just dives into it. They're feeding up kills. No, what are you guys doing? You had everything set up for you. The spike's still ticking away, of course, but onto the Prowler. Cinder trying to hold onto it as tight as possible. Now it's just shots inside of smokes. Buzz sticking onto it. Pops off. Oh no, everyone from T1 pushing through, and Buzz managing to secure the defuse down to the end.
I mean, it feels like T1 know that Varel is going to overheat in every situation. They sat in Street for so long. You had the initial Astra stun off the back of the first flash play, but look how long they're just sitting there waiting for Varel to run at them. Nice little detail inside of the smoke here. Buzz is the one who gets it to half on low HP, and after he finishes the half, they put Munchkin on it with full HP, and he runs out of the smoke, so there's less chance of a spam. That is very, very beautiful retake execution from T1.
कि possible है?
Force play from Varel here.
And you're gonna run the same
भाई force क्या है chat? Technically देखा जाएगा तो possible तो है.
It does look like the exact same round.
A little bit further apart though, with Meteor getting stunned up. Surely someone kind of considers that factor. Certainly all playing out the door. It's back pillar. And with all that spacing and timing, Buzz has managed to slip in as well.
It's going on.
And T1 are starting to
Varel went down street, back into B long, gave up the site. Zexy ran back into the site. T1 ran into backhall. Is this real?
They're sightseeing.
Hello?
It's you know.
Have you ever seen a round like that?
No.
No.
I've never seen a round like that in my life.
Tell you. Maybe
This is like one of those G rounds when Spike is in TP, but players not doing any TP.
But they were just chasing a ghost.
Players going city, and you cannot plant city, but the TP plant going hookah, but there is one enemy hookah, and Spike down, round down. Yeah,
I mean, Cinder has run into A as a one-man fake, crossing his fingers and his toes.
Yep.
Has copped a shot from the Sheriff there. Picked him up.
Yep.
I mean, T1, they're doing the same thing again, though, here, Quack. They're just sitting in
Yes,
spawn.
one
They're
of
like,
those
all right,
rounds, boys.
they're going to overheat again. Let's just wait for them to push into us.
They are pushing, just a different spot now. Okay, no.
Chat.
Okay, good. Just hold on to it. T1 trying to make their move. Got a flash on sent through. But you're getting blinded up as well. Just lucky to try and hope for something.
I'm pretty sure he just got flashed by LP there. Like, I'd love to say that was a sky blind, but I'm 99% sure that the KO just flashed his own teammate. So let's recap that round for Varel.
Oh no.
We've gone down street into backhall, back into B long, let T1 back into the site. Zexy's died by himself with no support from his teammate, despite being deep backhall. He's been skydogged there. Then Cinder's done this. I can't really describe it. And then they've just been 5v3 retook on.
Is this what Seth Achilles is going to pick this round for the highlight sound? Oh my god. Well, 10 and 4. Now's as good a time as any to start to mount something.
वो लोग ने वापस force किया है क्योंकि उनके पास rounds नहीं है.
They're enforced by sunken cost fallacy. At some point, the force has got to work. Zexy deep on into the site by himself yet again is going to refract away. So once again, Varel given full control, but what can they do with it?
Spike planted.
Whoa! Possible है. Now I believe.
Considering stairs as well. Don't want to overheat too much though. That was the previous mistake. Now Meteor, Izu kind of luring them away from the spike. It's planted for stairs, but with T1 just continuing to dump flashes, push on through bit by bit, set up those smokes.
Wow.
Makes things that much more continuous. Oh god. And Stacks just gets the stick on the spike all the way through.
It is
nice
just
shot, but
it's masterful from T1. Honestly. The shots from Cinder are gorgeous.
Nice shot.
But they need to be delivered before the round's over.
Nice shot. But
like, look at the push and pull from T1 here. Izu just absorbs all of that aggro and he just turtles while the rest of T1 take the whole site. Like, they very much understand exactly how Varel wants to pivot and position here. They know that Varel in the afterplay is going to aggress somewhere and they just go passive in the part of the map that Varel's pushing, and then the other arm of the push gets active. It's actually gorgeous.
कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है, बाहर निकला तो मर गया. उसके बाद वो नंबर्स वापस एडवांटेज मिलाने के लिए केजे ने अकेले पिक ले लिया.
Quite happy to gift it to them for the time being. Stunned from Munchkin forces out the refract from Zexy, so he no longer has that get out of jail free card deep in A main is Izu playing off his rendezvous.
He might be sitting around, but main thing is Varel has kind of absorbed all the Killjoy utility.
I mean, this might be the last proper gun round they have access to if they don't win it. One off the Cosmic. Once again, it looks like Varel is going to try to sell a very aggressive fake towards B.
But Izu's just happy to wait and react.
Do you have a flash on
Problem है कि
LP?
Neon वो करेगा ना.
He doesn't want to use it though. He wants to save it for the execute, and that is going to cost them.
Oh, the worst possible scenario! Meteor finding one off the back! No! No! Billy! This was their last possible buy round. This is what happens.
This was their map pick. This was their map pick, Quack.
I'm speechless.
25 seconds. I mean, Meteor again in the middle of the map. Like, it just feels free. It just feels free. Everyone he takes an aim duel with in the middle of the map dies. It's as simple as that.
Well,
Match point.
4-12.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't blame them. Like, LP has a singular flash on the rest of that round. They they invested a lot in the previous round, so I just don't think that they had that much in it util. Like, in theory, yeah, I've got a KO knife, I've got 2 blinds, I've got a haunt and double prowler, but when I'm on a lighter buy, I actually don't have all that. So I have to kind of pick and choose what I'm going to use where. And when you only have no prowlers in the singular flash and you have you actually have to dry contact. And when you're dry contacting into the op, that's very sad.
All this round. Well, you're forced up. No shield and
oh my god.
All the riflers with no shields. You're just gonna try to dry contact. T1's looking to slaughter. It's Stacks, it's Buzz, and they're all collapsed. Just the final one left, and it's Zexy.
He couldn't even see him.
सेम चीज और कर सकते हैं बस उस तरफ एक टर्रेट डाल देता था बस.
Zexy spotted out.
No, he sandwiched it.
Gonna throw the lockdown
at him. Okay.
Oh my god.
Zexy can walk back, you know, maybe take out Izu or something.
Yeah. He could do. I mean, he can have a main. That's about it.
Hang around, but you hang on long enough, all of a sudden you might find 3, 2 players just swinging you all at once. It's gonna go good for a singular snap though, but 30 seconds to go. T1's just like, all right, guys, let's chill. He needs the spike. We're just gonna sit on it. Wait for the egg.
भाई one of those rounds हो सकता है क्या जहाँ पे अपन 5 man खेलते और हम लोग throw कर देते हैं time pass के लिए.
Okay.
He tried to light speed on the box, I guess.
Maybe, but there we go. Shorty, click.
Oh man.
Turret को तोड़ देगा ना turret के contact में util. तेरा turret डालेगा ना वो लोग को exactly मालूम पड़ेगा वो लोग mid push कहाँ तक किए.
Pretty decent. They won both pistols.
तो एक साथ
Unfortunately, didn't get across the line on their map pick. That was hard to watch. I'm not gonna lie. That is Varel's 4th straight loss in VCT Pacific. To be fair, they're taking on the best team in the group right from the get-go. So hopefully that can help them start to get warmed up as they make their way through the rest of the group. But it doesn't get.
यार पहला मैप देख के होप्स आ गया था भाई. पहला मैप देख के होप मैं बोला ना पहला मैप ऐसा जब भी कमबैक होता है ना उसके बाद बहुत टफ है बाउंस बैक करना. बहुत कितना भी तुम लोग कुछ भी कर लो वो एक मन के कोने में एक रहता है कि फक वो मैप अपना था ना. नेक्स्ट मैच कितने मिनट में है? नेक्स्ट मैच अभी 2 घंटे में होएगा. आज क्या क्या गेम से इमिया में टीम हेरेटिक्स नावी W बीबीएल वर्सेस स्पेसिफिक W आई लाइक बीबीएल और सामने है स्टूडेंट भाई. ठीक है दोनों गेम्स अच्छे हैं. ना बैड win it T1 bunks instead of T1 bus. Language. चलो इसी के साथ ये स्ट्रीम समाप्त. बाय आदियोस चढ़ पादियोस. टेक केयर सिया. आज कोई वैलो का सीन है. मैं अभी वैलो रैंक पुश करने वाला हूँ ऑफ स्ट्रीम बिना तुमको बताए. चटको
I find you a star and we could be in love, lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do.